Chapter 501, Hiding the Truth. When Lorna looked at the audience again, the brutal man had been dismembered into 7 or 8 pieces by Miss Wild Elf. Only the upper body of the demon was left. And this upper body was pierced by 7 or 8 spears, and supported on the ground. The devil's head was also stuck with a spear. The whole shape is reminiscent of the cannibals showing off their prey. Dozens of guards had already rushed into the arena with long forks. The wild elves were like wild beasts, surrounded in the middle, and kept roaring at the guards. But because the ban on wild elves on the field has been opened, the magic mithril chains on the wild elves' hands are firmly attached to the ground. Soon, the skilled guards used forks to hang magic shackles on her body. During the struggle, the wild elf had many bloodstains all over his body from the shackles and forks, and was in agony amidst the wails and anger. Because of her struggle, the guards became more violent. Within a few moments, the flesh on her body had cracked in many places and looked dripping with blood. "Don't be afraid. We will save you, Deidre," amid Lorna's low voice. The wild elf's body suddenly trembled. With her beautiful amber-like eyes, she looked doubtfully at the balcony where the glass curtain was gradually being pulled up. And she stopped struggling. "Boss, I like that woman below. She is very strong. She will definitely give birth to a little son with Moss." Moss pointed at the wild elf and shouted to George. Before George could speak, Soraya suddenly glared at Moss. "No!" Soraya shouted with eyes wide open. "Original, God, cough cough. Moss, be obedient. We are not looking for savages. But Moss is also a savage." "No." "But Aunt Soraya." "My hometown." During the conversation between Soraya and Moss, the corners of George's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but froze in place as he looked at the wild elf who had been injected with anesthetic and dragged back to the cage passage by the guards. To say that Moss and this wild elf lady are definitely not suitable apart from racial segregation. Just in terms of height, Moss is like a child in front of others. And George also felt that it was a pity that they were together. However, although the two people don't seem to be suitable for each other, but what Moss said gave him a good idea. "Ahem. Aji, take out everything in the bag." George looked at Aji, who looked a little surprised, and said, "I'll have someone take it out for us in an honest manner." George already had an idea in his mind about inviting Count Salmon to accompany him. The barbarian Moss carried 2 drunken girls on his shoulders, as if he had stolen his wife, and walked in the front with a big mouth. Behind him, there were 5 or 6 girls supporting the drunken victor. It seems that because their master gave them to the barbarians, their faces were a little dull. The trio of Kylie and Soraya were at the end, chatting about something with Count Salmon. Judging from the servants behind Earl Salmon carrying small treasure boxes and works of art, these things should have been sent out smoothly in the end. Some of these things were in the wing, and some were brought back by Count Salmon's people later, the dragon egg that he had not been able to send out before. Finally, Earl Salmon sent the group to the door. But the little prince of Nan Wang did not seem to appreciate these gifts. "Don't forget, Salmon! If you lie to me, you will be dead. I will personally bring someone to get it." At the door, Prince Moss faced Earl Salmon in front of many nobles. After threatening him fiercely, he spat on the red carpet and walked out first with his trophies. Seeing that Moss had left first, Kylie, who was standing at the door, looked at Count Salmon with a somewhat embarrassed expression and said, "I'll trouble you, Sir Salmon." Earl Salmon's face was a little ugly, and he reluctantly showed a smile. "That's right. Carrie, please help me tell His Highness Moss that when I send you out of the city tomorrow morning, I will personally take it there. Mr. Frank, please go with Count Salmon." Carrie looked at Aji and said, "I think His Highness Moss will be satisfied with that woman." In the end, the group of guests were sent away by Count Salmon with satisfaction. While chatting with the Night Dyer, he walked towards his usual resting area. Perhaps because he was a little too immersed in the conversation, Count Salmon almost took the wrong path several times, as if he was not as familiar with this place as the Night Dyer. However, no one noticed this little incident, and Earl Salmon did not come often, and was usually accompanied by a waiter. Although there were waiters accompanying him this time, the Earl's attention was not on them at all after all. He was afraid that communicating too much with others would expose his flaws. The waiters noticed that the Earl seemed to be interested in poaching something from the mouth of the Night Dyer. The greedy Night Dyer was so greedy for money that he did not refuse on the surface. But judging from his gurgling eyes, it was obvious that he had already made a lot of money. My heart is moved. When Earl Salmon and his party arrived at their destination, the Earl gave the entourage a look, and the envoys withdrew with understanding. The Lord seems to be here, having a deep chat with Night Dyer. They had to go back and prepare things quickly. There are only 6 hours left before dawn. In addition to preparing luggage, there are many more things to do today. And the wild elf has to be taken away too. The head supervisor couldn't help but think about. Besides the wild elf that Prince Moss asked for, what kind of things should be given to this greedy Night Dyer this time to satisfy this guy's appetite? Normally 10 gold lions can be used to invite Night Dyer from the Brotherhood and buy a life. But judging from the importance the Earl attaches to it, this amount of money may not be enough. Too much or too little is a problem. And the supervisor can't help but feel a little embarrassed. You only get one chance to give a gift like this. If it doesn't work, it will be troublesome. He felt that 10 small goldfish, small gold bars, equivalent to 100 gold lions, plus a few beautiful gems were definitely enough. This price is enough to buy a small estate. But if he could know that it was because of the lack of money that the nightmare tipped off Prince Moss and caused his family head to be kidnapped, he would definitely increase the price 10 times. However, I am afraid that if the price is increased 10 times, Salmon will also be kidnapped. Because this Night Dyer is too greedy. No matter how much he gets here, he will get it again on the other side. If you want to blame, you can only blame Count Salmon for believing in this nightmare. Of course, all of this is just rhetoric. The main reason is that George, who plays Salmon, has already discussed with Aji and used this reason Nightmare framed Salmon, saying that he colluded with other people in the southern wilderness. The tribe intercepted the Dome Eagle caravan on the road and killed the Frostfang chief, who could not be befriended by Kanglin. Although Prince Moss was not gullible, he still invited Count Salmon to go with him. If he didn't meet him on the way, he would naturally be sent back safe and sound. Chapter 502. The Golden House Hides the Beauty? George had already thought of a script for the next morning. Presumably, Salmon's followers will rush to inform Duke Kanglin of the news. After hearing the news, Duke Kanglin will act in his usual way of dealing with the people of the southern wilderness, regardless of whether he has this plan or not. For his own sake, if this only son's safety is in danger, he will find a way to explain it to the Frostfang tribe. They may also communicate with Xionging and Alfonso after all. Although Duke Kanglin has already sided with Robert, he may still change jobs in the end. If Salmon died and things became irreversible, or even went to war directly, this would not only be inconsistent with the rules between nobles, but also a huge loss for both families. As for whether the Kanglin family has this plan, George doesn't care. All he wanted was for Grand Duke Kanglin to know the news. As for the route, we will continue to follow the plan. The dragon egg shows that the wrathful Duke seems to really exist, and there are actually wild elves in that tropical rain forest. George, who was sitting in the living room, was extremely excited. He believed that these two places might contain world treasures. The woman held the wine jug and gently poured wine for Count Salmon. George's scalp was stiff, and he responded with a gentle smile to the young and beautiful madam and said, "You go down first. I want to talk to Mr. Frank." He should have thought that the Earl would hide his beauty in a golden house if he had known this. He should have found a bathroom to act with Aji. Not here. After the woman and several beautiful maids pushed her down, George and Aji couldn't help but look at the woman's waist for a long time. After a few seconds, George quickly calmed down, but Aji became more and more unscrupulous, thinking about who to choose to sleep with tonight. As if sensing Aji's gaze, the woman turned around, glanced at Aji in front of her master, and then twisted her waist even more movingly. The same goes for several maids. Grandma, you are indeed blessed. I'm in big trouble tonight. George glanced at Aji with a resentful look, and thought in his mind, there must be no contact tonight. Otherwise it will be difficult to expose the secret. But how can you refuse? Soon George calmed down and started acting with Aggie. Although Aji is not as good as Martin when it comes to manipulating people, this slippery man's acting skills are no worse than those of any nightmare. Both of them were very professional. And even after there was no one around them, they did not slow down their acting skills. In the end, the two people even whispered to each other. George didn't know whether Count Salmon cared about the route. Nor did he know that if it was really Salmon, he would plan to find out the real details from this nightmare. Secret. So these secrets that must be discussed are all whispered among each other. Don't hack with me tonight. Search carefully in the house. There must be something here. George said in Aji's ear. The most important thing is not finance, but intelligence. We have finance. I can't take more with me. Aji thought for a while and said in George's ear, Boss, it is very reasonable for my character to take some of Count Salmon's things along the way. I will take something easy to get. After hearing this, George felt a little moved in his heart. Indeed, if we talk about ordinary night dyers, they are still honest in their actions. They respect rules and commitments very much. But as a scum, They can do anything. Even if they are employers. They will get something. Boss, you have to go back to your room later. Otherwise the servants here will see that you are not sleeping. And they will wander back and forth, making it difficult for me to do things. I think that woman is Salman's lover hiding here. I'm afraid she doesn't come here often. When she comes, you won't necessarily find her. So you don't have to worry about it at all. After saying this, the loyal bitch Aji laughed and said, I don't know whether Salman will let her or not accompany others. In other words, if you really leave him an heir, Salman will probably have to thank this girl a lot, because he got a life-saving charm. Aji, a jester and scoundrel, is extremely professional. You have been out for several months, and we are here specially. If you stay here today, maybe this girl will accompany you. I think it's a big deal in the wine pot. This water snake waste has the most flavor. George's heart moved slightly, but he then cursed in a low voice. Come here in a hacking moment. Don't be obsessed with sex. Forgot about the real thing. George couldn't help but curse. After tying up Salman, and then sleeping with his lover, how can I be your master? This kind of person? Give me some of your drug. Aji secretly laughed. He didn't believe that the boss would stun this woman and then lie on the bed and fall asleep. However, just in case, he gave the boss a bottle of special poison. After chatting, the two pretended for a while. Then George clapped his hands to call the maids guarding the door, and told them to arrange for Mr. Frank to rest. Seeing Aji hugging two girls with charming faces and heading to the guest room, George couldn't help but curse a few words in his heart. After lingering in the study for a while, George found nothing. He knew that such professional matters had to be left to Aggie. Finally, after repeated inquiries from the maid, George returned to the room. The moment George returned to the room, many servants finally rested. It also gave Aji a chance to move around. Master, you haven't come to see me for 3 months. The woman was extremely resentful. The master was here today, but he didn't even look at her. At this point, those little feet had already reached the hem of the master's robe. George couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, looking at the charming woman lying on the bed, with only a few strands of black hair hanging on her body. George closed his eyes hard in his heart. Salman, I'm sorry. Aji's big mouth won't know. Well, he won't spread the word if he knows. From now on, the most you know about this matter is that I know it, and God knows it. So please don't worry. The next day, when George saw the look in Aggie's eyes, he knew it was done. Maybe it was some important big document. And when Aji looked at his boss's refreshed expression and the water snake's charming eyes that were almost dripping with water, he knew that his matter was done, but he probably didn't do it because he was afraid of being exposed. Dare to have fun. After all, the physical fitness of Salman and his boss is really quite different. However, Aji knew that from now on, he would probably be more lovable in his boss's heart than Martin. He didn't have the ability to accompany his boss on such secretive and exciting things. Even the medicine didn't work. The boss is really shameless. Chapter 503 Convoy. When they walked out of the big wine pot, Aji couldn't help but look back. This luxurious building like a big castle really left a deep memory for him during this period. When Aji checked the wild elf sleeping in a large iron cage and a set of goods, and then returned to the carriage with Count Salman, Aji looked at his boss's expression as he looked out the window. I know my boss is probably a little unsatisfied. Earl Salman's special carriage is very luxurious, and the interior space is extremely spacious, almost equivalent to a small living room. The 6 horses used to pull the carriage are also the best horses in 1,000 miles. After Aji walked around in the carriage, he knocked around and found that there was no reply. After turning around in a circle, Aji rubbed the big ring on his index finger, and then everything around them became completely silent. Then he picked a bottle of good wine from the wine rack, sat down next to the boss, and said with a smile, Boss, although what happened last night was a bit disappointing, there are not many girls in this group now. Woolen cloth. Okay, Aji, what else do you want to do if you indulge in drinking and sex all day long? George shook his head and said, You too. This road may not be peaceful. These words made Aji calm down, and he nodded, knowing that no one would be able to touch the girl on the way until he got to the supply point to rest. Aggie, what did you gain last night? George asked about business. This kind of big wine jug was simply the best place to gather information. He felt that there must be something right. It's just that although the Count comes here often, he has more than a dozen rooms here. Last night the butler, the person in charge of the big jug, led the way here. I wonder if he planned to handle important official business here according to the Earl's original itinerary. Or is it just to see this little goblin tonight? I found a secret room under the study, but most of it contains things about alchemy. The Earl has many formulas in it, Aji said here and patted his pocket. Besides, I have some time. I went to the butler's room. I always felt that the butler was a big fat fish. And sure enough, he had a lot of stuff there. This Salmon really knows a lot of secrets of the nobility. George nodded and looked at the bag Aggie opened. There are several large volumes of copied documents inside. I am afraid that Aji has basically wiped out all the stuff in this big wine pot. It's a pity. Boss, I didn't have too much time last night. Otherwise, I would have gone to the castle for a walk. At this point, Aji poured a glass of wine for the boss and himself, and said with some regret, There should be a lot of wine there. The right thing. Aji, the latest news and intelligence are always the most valuable, George said in a deep voice. The castle is full of ancient gadgets and family secrets. We have already brought these things with us in Salmon's house mouth. Aji's eyes couldn't help but light up. Soon, Earl Salmon's team had arrived at the largest tavern in the city. After meeting with Moss and others, the Count sent them several kilometers outside the city. As a result, Count Salmon was kidnapped on this road by Moss and his gang, who suddenly turned against him. In the end, only Count Salmon's knights returned to the city in despair 2 days later and reported the news. Count Salmon followed this caravan and began its journey eastward. And the Earl Salmon, who woke up, never thought that after all his efforts, he finally got what he wanted and entered the caravan in this way. It's just that he now knows that before he mentioned this matter to George, this caravan had no intention of going to the Kingdom of Sand. Count Salmon's carriage walked on this mountain road with almost no bumps. It has become a rest area for everyone. George basically sleeps here at night now. And Lorna and the girls, after discovering that the velvet carpets here are very comfortable, have begun to stay here. A few girls accidentally discovered the dragon egg hidden by George this morning, and this thing began to have a new owner. They gathered together in the car, and after studying it for a long time, they saw the annoying Salmon bird being led into the car by their old friends Earl Brenda and Watcher Aggie. So Lorna and the other two got out of the car with the dragon egg in their arms, and went to the carriage where the wild elves were. According to Lorna, the three of them were recently chatting with the wild elf miss about gardening. That's nonsense. George shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and continued to flip through the documents on the table. After Earl Salmon saw that the girls had made room, he knelt down and sat down opposite George. At first, the Earl thought that this gentleman was dealing with official business. But after he saw the files on the desktop, the corners of his eyes twitched. Seeing Salmon's look, George couldn't help but laugh secretly. Once these intelligence and documents fall into Alfonso's hands, the situation in the country may immediately turn upside down. Originally, Alfonso's ultimate move was the flail's sacred object. But now, the evenly matched balance between him and Duke Canglin may be broken in advance. At present, these information have been sent to the shelter through the Book of Dawn, and Jack has personally taken people to the capital of Elda to deliver the news. A few nights ago, after the cunning Earl Salmon mentioned something about the Colossus of God and realized something was wrong, he immediately kept silent. George mostly heard about many subsequent events in the Golden Country from Earl Brenda. It seemed that he indeed had a deep connection with the Canglin family. But the nobles who have good relations with the Saudis should be able to find out about this kind of thing. And the description of the Golden Kingdom in Earl Brenda's mouth is also extremely bizarre, or in other words, George doesn't know much about this guy. There is no trust either. This guy's extension in George is a hacking war correspondent, no. Far inferior to war correspondents. He is a wandering novelist with a rich imagination. I often write a book after seeing a little bit of many things, or even just hearing about them. With his strength, what the H.L. is wrong with him unless he is a lucky star. However, Brenda is extremely famous, and is also good friends with Count Salmon. Previously, because there were too many nobles who knew him in the city, Brenda and some others simply did not dare to enter the city and stayed on the scared side. Originally, George planned to use Earl Brenda to open a breakthrough. But although Earl Salmon was extremely shocked when he saw Brenda, in the past 2 days, the Earl still seemed a bit out of touch. It seems that the story about the Golden Kingdom told by Earl Brenda does not correspond to that of Earl Salmon, according to the meaning of Great Adventurer. He only broke into it accidentally once, and did not in death. According to Earl Brenda, the real breakthrough should be the sun god. George planned to believe him once, and took out the last trump card on the table. If this guy was dealt with, not only would there be hope for news about the Kingdom of Gold, but also with more information provided by Count Salmon, Alfonso would be in the king's hands. You will feel more at home in the city. If it can't be solved, Earl Salmon must be locked up and strictly guarded otherwise. If this guy uses his own words to talk through someone, some news will be sent back. These documents are not that useful to Alfonso. But no matter what Count Salmon planned to say today, he had to speak. Count Salmon, you are a real talent, with foresight and vision that all nobles do not have. George closed the documents, looked at Earl Salmon and said, fighting the devil in the north does not necessarily require a great chief. Lead the kingdom of Elda. And if you want to be a prince, there is not only one way to choose from. As if he felt that his words were not clear enough, George finally said, Count Salmon, I hope you can understand what your Kenglin really wants, instead of just being greedy and wanting everything be careful to burst your belly. George's words made cold sweat break out on Earl Salmon's back. He knew that what this person said was just a guess based on the contents of some letters. But the key point was that he guessed correctly. The big traders, planned to use the competition tournament to make everyone the chieftain annihilate the Eldar. This road is indeed not that easy, because the Kenglin family will definitely become the puppets of the Great Chief. And the Great Chief may not be able to deal with the devil with all his strength. It may not be more powerful than that demon. Earl Salmon raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Chapter 504 Faith. Indeed, what Kenglin really wanted was the throne, not the statue of the god. The god Colossus is something that only powers at the level of the Holy Court. The valley, the angels, and the fallen angels can hold in their hands. And it is not something that Kenglin and the others can eat. If you are too greedy, you will eventually burst your belly. Therefore, if you straighten your butt and understand what you really want, then there is no conflict of interest between Kenglin and the Knight of God, but the same interest. This divine knight would even wholeheartedly help Kenglin regain the throne in order to be able to control the kingdom of sand indeed. You don't have to be an Elda if you want to be a prince. On this road, the Kenglin family does not need to consider the inheritance of Bribas, because the throne of the kingdom of sand itself should belong to Kenglin. This guy is right. They have a better path to take, and being loyal to the person in front of you is much better than surrendering to the chief. But there are two key issues here. Sir, can you really find the Golden Kingdom? Earl Salmon said very euphemistically. Can you really help us drive away the chief and give the kingdom of Saudi Arabia a free land? Indeed, this caravan did not seem to originally intend to go to the Golden Desert, which aroused some suspicion in Count Salmon. He believed that the family's secret records of the Golden Kingdom were true, and he also believed that the Angel of the Throne, or the Angel of the Sun, had the ability to open the door. But only the Sun God guides the direction to the Golden Kingdom and allows people to find it there. In addition, the Kingdom of Sand is dominated by a Great Chief. Can the person in front of me really defeat the Great Chief? Will he really be the final winner? Judging from the current situation, the strength of the two parties seems to be very different. The war chief can pull out hundreds of thousands of cavalry alone. George stood up slowly, feeling the need to hit this guy. He opened the curtains and looked out the window. The mountains outside were green, and the snow-covered mountains in the distance were hidden in the hazy mist. Salmon! In those ancient times of chaos, beliefs were divided, and the world was black and white. Your ancestors went through untold hardships to reunite human faith. The world is so vast, and all living beings are golden people. They are all his subjects. But now, the world has fallen apart again. Even the Holy Court has forgotten the ancient teachings. George looked at Salmon and said, this kind of driving out the southern wilderness words is not acceptable. It should be said from the mouth of the Kenglin family, I will not expel the people of the southern wilderness, because this world is all covered by the sun and the moon, and all the creatures in this world are my people. Suddenly, Earl Salmon was stunned on the spot. He felt that the world was so big. How could anyone have a universal heart? Such shameless talk. No, maybe there really is such a person, and he can do this. His ancestor is. He raised his head and couldn't help but look at the man in front of him. The appearance in the ancestor's portrait gradually overlapped with this man. Their looks are so different, yet so similar. Salmon! Now the world has once again ushered in a change that has never happened in 10,000 years. The world should be like the ancient times. Only by uniting together can we survive this doomsday disaster, but this is also a new era. This century is a new century just like the one your ancestors once created. George looked at Count Salmon and said the words that Salmon will always remember in his heart. In this new century, we the enemy is not the people of the southern wilderness, nor the conservative or innovative faction of the Holy Court, nor even the so-called alien species, heretics and demons. Indeed, not all aliens, heretics and demons are enemies in his eyes. The sanctuary is a gathering place for the so-called alien and heretics, And sensible demons, like Siljak and Thor, are not their enemies. They may even have the same interests, ideals and purposes to eliminate Aloysius, the Lord of Doomsday, and restore order to the current chaotic netherworld and purgatory. How could there be no reincarnation in this world? We have only one enemy, and that is the devil's belief in the destruction of the world, and the human scum that worships the Doomsday. As long as we are united as one and unite all the forces that can be united, we will definitely win. And what we are doing now, what we should do, is this. At this moment, a thunder flashed in Salmon's mind. He couldn't help but tremble and looked at the person in front of him. Suddenly, Salmon felt that he understood why the Kanglen family was dispensable in this man's eyes. I also understand why no matter where this person goes, no matter what kind of beliefs he holds, people will gradually gather around him. He doesn't need an artifact like the God Colossus, it's the icing on the cake. Not a necessary requirement, because in his heart, there is an artifact even more powerful than the giant statue of God. It is a firm belief that is inclusive of all things. It can make the future king of Elda willing to follow him, and make all the common people, nobles, aliens, and southern wilderness people in this world gather around him. He is not afraid of the Great Chief or Kanglen, because both the Great Chief and Kanglen will be divided. This faith can give him and everyone around him a force to fight against the Doomsday. Under this power, no matter they are faced with demons or gods, even if the Doomsday is right in front of them, they will unite together, move forward firmly. Everyone is following this man not because of interests or out of necessity, but because of the general trend. George's words rang out again, completely waking up Count Salmon. Salmon! If I can give Alfonso a throne, I can also give it to Kanglen. And of course, I can let you go to the Golden Kingdom if there is enough time. It may not be possible this year, but there is one thing you have to do, understood? George slowly looked at Salmon. If you need me to give you everything, what value do I have from you? Count Salmon, who was kneeling on the ground, truly bowed to the ground this time. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and the true awe that he deserved welled up in his heart. While trembling, he opened his mouth and pressed his head firmly to the floor. Sir, please allow me to write a letter for my father. Earl Salmon's words already had a vibrating tone. The Kanglen family has found its true fate today. George nodded and sat back in his seat. He knew that this letter would no longer contain any code words, although it would not cause Grand Duke Kanglen to directly change his political direction. The kidnapping matter would definitely be resolved. In addition, although Grand Duke Kanglen will not directly change the political direction, some of his actions in the royal capital will definitely be affected by this matter. He will definitely leave a way out for himself. And if his group really finds the Golden Kingdom, Kanglen will definitely swear allegiance to follow the Sun God. This is the throne of the Kanglen family in the Kingdom of Sand, and the true respect that the Kanglen family has for the Valley Line. It is also the true belief of the Kanglen family. As for the issue of time, it can indeed be considered, because when you return, you don't have to follow the caravan. If this caravan can return along the waterway with Kanglen's help, it may be nearly a month faster than originally planned. This 1 month period is also the same for the small adventure team that returns alone later. After arriving in the Kingdom of Stars, he can travel lightly with a few people and ride a crystal spider directly to the Kingdom of Sand. The Devil's Spider can travel an average of 500 miles a day without any problem, faster than a merchant ship traveling by water. Although Shock Kingdom is far away, half a month and a half is enough. The remaining half month is up to you to do whatever you want. And if you don't go back to Dome Eagle first, but go directly to the royal capital when you come back, you can save many days of time. Your adventure group is not afraid of anyone blocking the way. Chapter 505, Little Blueberry. Golden Kingdom, George muttered secretly. Indeed, I don't even know where to go. But there is one person in this team who knows this, because that faith is like a beacon in the storm and fog, directly visible in her eyes. She could find it with her eyes closed. She had also been there a few centuries ago. She tried to let the people of the southern wilderness have a mixed belief in the dawn and the 7 gods, and used the holy lamp to turn this power to her own use and reseal it. God. She failed and left a mess behind, in order to prevent others from discovering the dirty things he had done. Not to mention bringing back the holy lamp. He didn't even bring back any parts or blueprints for the God's Colossus. The holy court and the nobility are so rotten now. It's all because of your fault. While George was thinking, the car door suddenly opened. After hearing the sound of the door, Salmon and George couldn't help but glance over there. Said Chow Chow. Chow Chow was here, and Soraya and the other 3 walked in, talking and laughing. Behind them, there was an extremely tall and beautiful woman. After the wild elf lowered his head and carefully got into the carriage, He looked very reserved and looked at the people in the carriage timidly. And looked around curiously. In her arms, there is a dragon egg. George and Count Salmon were stunned. Lorna suddenly said something to the tall and beautiful wild elf lady. The wild elf nodded, and was no longer as fearful as before. She looked at George and Salmon very shyly. And while the two were stunned, she said, "Okay," and prayed to the moon god. This etiquette can be applied to idols, sacrifices, and priests. Judging from the performance of the wild elf, she should regard one of the two as a moon priest or moon priest, a special position in the kingdom of stars. Obviously, this wild elf lady has never met the real big boss of the arena. Cold sweat dripped down Earl Salmon's back. Fortunately, there was a fool who had a wrong idea about wild elves before. And after that fool had his eggs ripped off alive by the wild elf lady, no one in the whole big wine pot dared to touch her crooked thoughts. Naturally, including Earl Salmon. Otherwise the two must have met. To be honest, if you use deep anesthesia, you can still satisfy some people's perverted desires for special alien species. However, the piety of the nobles of Sand Kingdom and Star Kingdom far exceeds that of the other 5 countries. So Earl Salmon is unwilling to touch these alien species. This is a blasphemy against his belief in the sun god. And at the same time, for a long time, Count Salmon suspected that this was some kind of evil spirit. That's wrong. That skinny guy is your high priest. My little blueberry dot. Soraya looked at the big girl in front of her and smiled happily. After saying that, she looked at George, her eyes full of pride. When Lorna heard this, she quickly translated from the side. During the translation, she even glanced at George angrily like a child who was proving his ability. Seeing that the wild elf seemed to really understand the strange words Lorna said, George opened his mouth. Just last night, Lorna swore that she was a diplomat and asked him to give her an official title and increase her pocket money salary starting today. Soraya and Angel were convinced of this. Not only did they become lobbyists, they were also very angry because of their own neglect and ridicule. He felt that these 3 guys must have been too fascinated by the novel. As a result, today these girls personally brought the wild elf over and slapped him in the face. After hearing this, Miss Wild Elf nodded shyly to George. But she did not salute as before. It seems that these wild elves have the same concept as the people in the southern wilderness today. And they no longer have so much regard for the things of the gods. Awe and fear, carried in the heart, are a kind of pure belief in the moon god, not a god. Soraya seems to have a great interest in wild elves. But it seems that wild elves are also a mystery to her. At this time, a line of notes suddenly appeared in front of George's eyes. Under the contact of the Byrons, today's Kashia people have begun to believe in the moon god, and firmly believe in the words of the forbidden wizards. They are the descendants of the moon god. Isn't it a bit ironic that the people who created the gods now believe in their creations and regard them as their own gods? So you think they should believe in you again, right? Liming Guang, who admires our CEO, thinks that sometimes CEOs should pay more attention to their tone of voice. George ignored this guy. He looked at Soraya and suddenly understood why she was so interested. Her parents, 7 gods, once left her a fragmented memory, telling her that in this world, there may be aliens. And this alien can be regarded as their kind to a certain extent. She could not believe this before, and thought it was impossible for aliens to exist in this world. But after meeting her, she desperately hoped to become friends with this ET. And she felt that maybe she could become a god by using the ancient Kashgar people method, developing civilization. Obviously, these archangels who once regarded human beings as ants never thought that human beings could be like the ancient Kashia people and be like gods. Follow us and you will become a member of this god in the future. Right? Why should we abandon the near and seek the far? And seek the ancient Kashgar people? I'm an alien too. Why don't you just beg me? George felt that he had another plan to deceive Soraya. This guy is obsessed with reincarnating himself as a god. And he is stupid and knows nothing about technology. I can just take the right medicine and throw out this bait in the future. After the wild elf came in with a low body, he sat there obediently under the arrangement of several girls. Then the 3 of them, like playing dolls, measured the wild elf's body, and then took out some fur and tools from the box to make clothes for the wild elf. As the altitude has increased in the past few days, the temperature has become colder and colder. When Soraya and the others just came back, they found that there was already snow on the road outside. But the wild elf was dressed in a tropical dress. It was simply bikini. She only had a blanket that she used as a quilt, and it was a little too small compared to her height. George stood up and walked to the window, opened the curtains, and saw snowflakes already falling outside the glass window. We are almost reaching the Lake of Wrath. Chapter 506 Lake of Wrath. After looking outside, George turned back and glanced at the people in the car. Salmon secretly broke into a cold sweat after the wild elf came in. When George saw Salmon's appearance, he originally wanted to ask about the wild elves and the Duke of Wrath. But he didn't intend to let him stay here any longer. So he nodded, indicating that he could retreat. Sir, I have a villa on the top of the mountain, right by Tianu Lake. Although everyone has evacuated after the fire a few days ago. But the materials in the underground storage room have not been evacuated usually when our caravan travels. We will be passed by there for supplies. So we have a lot of spare supplies. Earl Salmon leaned over and said respectfully, although the villa is on fire, if you clean up, the castle will still be very warm. George was a little hesitant when he heard this. Because the original route did not pass through this place, there were often people moving around there before. And it could even be said to be a tourist area for nobles. It did not look like a place where the wrath of heaven was active. Sir, I've been there, and the scenery is very good, Brenda interrupted. Although it's a detour. If you go down the mountain road to the southwest, you can pass by the foot of Longya Mountain. I've been there, although we haven't been able to go deep into that maze. With the traveler's map, we will be delayed for at most 2 or 3 days. Dragon Tooth Mountain is a very special area in this large mountain range. Legend has it that this area is where the ruins of the ancient kingdom are located. Or one of them. However, there is no certainty as to where the ruins of the ancient kingdom are located. And according to research by historians, that area is the place with the lowest probability. In addition, the environment there is complex and there are many cannibals. So George didn't originally plan to go that way. There are so many adventurers who have been to that area. The most famous one is Brenda. And this guy. George glanced at Lorna and others who were eavesdropping with their ears pricked and their eyes watery. And couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. I've been walking for 5 or 6 days. It's good to take a rest. George nodded and told Aji, who was staring at the wild elf, not to forget that the Count also found 2 warm clothes. After Earl Salmon joined the business group, time was no longer so urgent. You could indeed spend more time exploring or traveling. Listening to several girls chatting about the hot springs, George slowly lowered the curtains. It seems like taking this route is pretty good. Well, girls, the bikini Miss Blueberry is wearing now is fully in line with the fashion of modern art. You can make yourselves a set based on Miss Blueberry's bikini. And when you go to the hot springs, it's just right to wear. George smiled and looked at the 4 girls who were small, Angel, medium Rona, large Soraya, and extra large. This order is not based on height. The smile on his face was a kind reminder. The big brother to my sisters. According to ancient legends, the Lake of Wrath was struck out by the god of stars in anger. The mighty divine power flattened the mountain peaks that originally sat here and penetrated the ground. A huge sinkhole of unknown depth was left behind. Many people suspect that this surging divine power still remains near the Lake of Wrath, which is why the fog here is so thin. Only when rime weather occasionally occurs, the place will be shrouded in water mist. The water in the Lake of Wrath is partly replenished by atmospheric precipitation, partly by snow on the mountain tops, partly by small rivers in the mountains, and the remaining water is replenished by underground springs. The amount of water is so large that it has even formed many huge waterfalls, and several rivers flowing down from the mountains in the surrounding area. This river nourishes the land where Kanglan City is located. Because the river water is exceptionally clear and rich in various mineral elements, crops here grow particularly well. There are many hot springs around the lake, and many areas in the lake are also at high temperatures all year round. This makes this huge lakeside form a strange scene. Part of it is frost and part is boiling. This makes the flowers and ice and snow around the lakeside, no matter in spring, summer, autumn or winter. The flowers here often bloom and wither overnight. Many magic potions and many strange beasts can be encountered around the lakeside, because some kind of volcano erupted around the lake a few years ago, which made the temperature of some areas of the lake much higher. It also makes the surrounding water vapor thicker. Many people even claim to have seen ghosts walking on the vapor-filled lake, and ancient songs hidden in it. This makes the legends about the ruins of ancient kingdoms in the mountains become even stronger, because many areas at the bottom of the lake are still turbulent. Occasionally hot water suddenly erupts out of the ice on the water surface. The water shoots straight into the sky. The hot water forms mist in the air and condenses into frost, just like the bottom of the lake. The dragon's breath shoots straight into the sky, in the shimmering water smoke. Earl Salmon stood on the observation platform next to the hot spring. The terrain here is slightly higher, and because it snowed at noon, the fog was very light, so the view was very good. He and George walked slowly on the white rocks next to the hot spring pool, while pointing to the dragon's breath between the ice layers of the lake in the distance and reaching into the sky, telling George the story and landforms here. Sir, I guess that this is where our ancestors' inspiration for the wrathful Duke came from. Well, George looked at the spray of water not far away with a slight disappointment on his face. It does look like a dragon at the bottom of the lake, spraying its breath upwards. Indeed, in the various legends about the wrathful Duke, its image is extremely close to the world guardian dragon. Dragons of this level have already been slaughtered by the 7 gods. How can it really exist? Moreover, in various legends, the information about this dragon is very contradictory. So much so that even Anthony, after analyzing it, felt that such a thing could no longer exist in the world to say that it was the guardian of the dragon. Descendants of dragons are still slightly possible. That's her. She often comes here to take a bath. Rona lay on a hot white stone next to the hot spring, while fiddling with the hollow armor on the stone. She defended with a red face. She had just heard the 2 people wandering here from a distance, using those scientific principles to make various explanations and guesses. At this time, she saw the 2 people walking over, and heard George say this sentence. I already wanted to rush back to the room, pick up her novel, and tell George about it. George glanced at Lorna, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. George has read that novel again, because she was afraid that she would not be able to tell the truth. She asked Lorna to tell her again the wrathful Duke she was talking about was a petite and cute dragon girl, but she was actually a princess. It was totally illogical. The main story is also about the love story of a knight and princess, who is like an old lady's stinky feet. And she's a female knight. Talk about using that loving kiss to influence the evil dragon, and then she will turn into a princess. Because Lorna felt that the knight must wear armor. So starting from a few days ago, Lorna has begun to prepare armor and long sword for herself. After killing one of Count Salmon's knights, he tormented Soraya a lot, using the holy fire in George's hammer to modify and beat at the one that was empty. It seems that Miss Sun God is very interested in this kind of nonsense. Regarding this matter, Earl Brenda strongly agreed. He claimed that he had seen dragon teeth in the Dragon Tooth Mountain Labyrinth, but he had not picked them up. The 2 men succeeded in turning the last bit of hope in George's heart into nothing. Now, because they have arrived at the Lake of Wrath, this armor is already with Lorna. Just wait for the evil dragon princess to come out, and then kiss the mouth of the dragon that is spraying dragon breath. Thinking of this, George couldn't help rolling his eyes at Lorna. After seeing George's disdainful expression, Lorna splashed the water angrily, covering George's body. Then she swam back bitterly into the generous bosoms of Soraya and Miss Wild Elf, and did not forget to turn around and say to George, Just watch. Big fool George. Wait until she bites your stupid head. I just kissed her. George rolled his eyes again and turned his attention back to the girl's big breasts. Today, the wish that was not realized in Kanglan City was finally fulfilled. The only pity is that today is a bit too rushed and there are too many things to do. As the leader, I can't just start relaxing here. But it doesn't matter. There will be a cheese party here tonight. Thank you, Miss Blueberry, for bringing new art fashion. George looked at the 2 largest blueberries and said in his heart, You are as great as the sun god. He meant proportion. Chapter 507 Strange Thief. The 4 girls have the privilege of taking a leisurely bath in the hot springs here. But the eldest man, George, does not have such leisure time for the time being. After George took advantage of the situation and looked around this small hot spring with Earl Salmon for a while, he was driven away by Lorna and others. When the 2 walked back to the construction area, everyone was having fun in the castle. The crowd was walking back and forth here, messing around with things. Even Priyanka and the others completely changed into maid costumes, taking the time to clean the room, the fireplace, and prepare today's dinner. There was a pool party tonight, which was really a lot of work. It's just that each of these delicate and famous people has extremely high abilities in some aspects according to Salmon. They are antique collectors, historians, painters, musicians, etc. But I'm just not very good at doing these menial tasks. And they don't like Soraya very much either. So it seems a little pitiful. George asked Aji, and after learning that Soraya had assigned him the job, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart, this girl's jealousy is really strong. He patted the butt of a girl who was cleaning the fireplace and gave them a break. You guys go pick dragon berries and pick up some eggs. Cleaning the fireplace? Well, let's do it later. In fact, the castle was well preserved in the fire. Although the outside looked a little bad, the inside was not burned much. As if the fire suddenly went out halfway. instead of burning for 3 or 4 days, as the Count had expected. According to the servants who escaped, the fire did look scary. It's just that, although the interior is well preserved, it looks like, "Boss, I have definitely been patronized by a group of thieves." Aji looked at the garbage that had been sorted out on the ground and said angrily, "Almost the valuable places in the castle were not touched by fire, but everything inside was completely destroyed. People took it away, not even a single copper coin that the servants hid in the cracks in the ground was left. I even suspected that the fire was premeditated, and the thieves were definitely not a group. It took several times to move this place like this. Clean!" After Aji had just checked it, he found that the fire was lit very cleverly. It really looked like a wildfire caused by a volcano that ignited the manor, in order to make the fire in the castle seem impossible to extinguish. The thieves sneaked into the interior of the castle during the fire, and picked out a few places to mess with. Although the servants were panicking in the fire, there were so many people, but no one was even seen. This thief was definitely an old fritter, and Aji had a hunch that he might have committed the crime alone. But if this was the case, it made him feel a little strange with so many things. There was not even a trace of a wheel on the ground. Or it could be said that the wheel only existed inside the manor. It's like flying into the sky after loading everything. He couldn't help but think of another legend in the Brotherhood about the beginning and end of the Dragon the Magician. Like Juing, this guy's reputation started centuries ago. The name Juing is passed down from generation to generation, so it is natural that magicians should do the same. But no matter what, the Night Dyer brothers in the association have done a lot of research on this guy's crime scene, although no one has ever seen her. But what is certain is that the latest generation of magicians must be a woman, and she comes from a very humble background. Some even suspect that she is derailed from the human world. She often steals things that girls like, and he often mistook glass for crystal, and made many earth-shattering jokes. But her skills are definitely top-notch. And the most powerful thing is that she can move away no matter how big a thing is. Many people suspected that she was a witch, judging from the scene of her crime. She was very cautious, as if her identity was not visible at all. Nightmare is like this. But only guys like magicians and Juing are not interested in fame at all. But unlike Juing, the scene of her crime is too obvious, because not only is she very careless, but she also likes to join in the fun and often leaves traces near the crime scene just like this time. But the most important thing is that her eyesight is too poor, which makes it impossible for her to become famous even if she doesn't want to, which Sirius Night Dyer is not an appraiser. Only that guy Magic always steals fakes. It's like anything that can shine is a good treasure in her eyes. "Where are the food and supplies?" George couldn't help but ask, looking at the crowds of people coming and going in the castle. They were traveling in a hurry during these days, and they walked in a hurry when they were in Kanglin, although the Count provided a lot of supplies. Many vehicles had not had time to repair and replenish spare parts. The spare parts are basically used up, although there were a lot of losses. The ones that were set on fire were all over the farmhouse. Although there aren't too many things in the storage room under the castle, there's enough left for us. Aji scratched his face and said, "The cellar, not a single grain of food inside was touched. It's probably because the vehicles were all filled. It seems that Count Salmon's mountain village has become the greatest treasure for adventurers." George touched his chin and looked at Count Salmon teasingly. Earl Salmon shook his head and sighed, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. He and the big boss just walked around and found that his villa was completely devastated. The farmhouses, mills, and other places were all burned to the ground. And on the ground, there is still some volcanic ash. Livestock such as chickens, cattle, sheep, etc. are already roaming everywhere. 2 people picked up several eggs from the haystacks on the road. The entire villa, except for the castle and a few leisure areas, is relatively well preserved. And it seems that some people have lived here for a while at the hot spring. There are some red wines on the table that have been drank a few times. There were many broken wine bottles on the ground. It seems that this group of thieves not only have very picky tastes, but their wines are also not very good. It seemed like he left in a hurry. To be honest, it doesn't matter if there are some things missing from the castle. He is not short of money. But the fact that the villa was destroyed like this really made him feel a little heartbroken. The Earl felt that it was a bit unfair to have the villa destroyed for such a useless thing. This fire looked like it would never have been so big. I'm afraid it was just some sparks that ignited the firewood pile in the first place. However, the fire turned out to be a cover for the thieves to set the fire. If I had known better, I wouldn't have decorated the villa in such an eye-catching way. There aren't many real goodies inside, and most of them are fakes. That is, only those stupid thieves who have no eyesight will care about it. Rebuilding the villa on this high mountain would not only cost many times more than what was lost, but the project would also be quite time-consuming. Boss, our goods need some refreshments. I always feel that those thieves haven't gone far, Aji said with some worry. Don't underestimate those thieves. Not only do they not understand the rules, but their techniques are also very bad. Generally speaking, some good players will take advantage of the sun god to look through her pockets when she closes her eyes. We have to keep people. After hearing this, George touched his chin and felt a little pain in his balls. It's probably not easy for this thief to be so valued by a Jiddu. But back then, Aji took off all the gems from the Lich's staff. And indeed, as Aji said, even the sun god will relax sometimes. Those Jerry Joneses have no intelligence of their own and are very stupid when no one controls them. If you really encounter a fearless thief like Aggie, you won't be scared away by Jerry Jones's terrifying appearance. And when this thing is lying down there, it looks like a big silver egg. Chapter 508 Pool Party. Strange girl. Aji, please pay attention to others at night. At this point, George thought of something, glared at Aji, and said, If you lose something, I will only ask you. Don't let me guard it for you. No way. Boss. Aji patted his chest and said, There's nothing easy to sell in our group. Ahem. I mean, boss, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I guarantee a box of cosmetics. None of it will be taken away. This is my battle of honor. Aji had this confidence. He observed the scene and analyzed that the thief was most concerned about the shiny gold coins and trinkets. He seems to be very interested in the cooking ingredients, desserts, and cosmetics in the kitchen. This guy is probably a magician, with that stupid guy's self-control. As long as he acts as a honeypot to lure him, he will probably fall into the trap. After seeing Aji being so serious, George's heart tightened slightly. I'm afraid this thief is really extraordinary. But don't let the small lose the big. He couldn't help but solemnly reminded, It's okay to lose something, but don't let the goods be burned. Take fire prevention measures at night. Take the apprentices with you, and be careful around the castle and goods. I don't mean to be optimistic about the castle, but leave a reserve team to put out the fire. Don't let others take advantage of the chaos to make a splash. Aji understood what the boss meant as soon as he heard it. It is indeed a good idea to set the castle on fire now. And judging from this thief's criminal record, it's possible that he really did this. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, Boss, it's you who loses your age and is still the best. Besides, Aji, if you really haven't been caught, don't be offended. I think this guy is quite idle and has stayed here for such a long time. We are afraid that thieves will miss him after this long journey. George said worriedly. He also gave one final instruction. If that doesn't work, just pull the most important truck to the pool. If it is set on fire, it can be put out as soon as possible. Aji opened his mouth and finally nodded. This suggestion is okay. Aji felt that this matter should be done with caution. But, boss, tell the truth. The goods we have here are not easy to sell. As long as you keep the noble's goods and cosmetics safe, you will be fine. Having said this, Aji couldn't help but look at the store not far away. Several large cars. What the magician likes most is the shiny gold coins. There really aren't many of these in the group. They are basically in the hands of the boss and himself. George collects ancient gold coins, and Aji helps George manage his money. Needless to say, she would definitely not be able to leave if the magician dared to come. In the entire group, apart from the gold coins collected by the boss, the only ones that can shine are the Jerry Jones and the Anubis that the boss occasionally takes out for show. That magician wouldn't be so stupid as to think they were made of gold and silver. Right? The cheese, honey and other ingredients in the castle were well preserved. When they were sorting out the castle supplies in the afternoon, the knights tied up a lot of wild animals in the villa. In addition to poultry, deer, pigs, cattle and sheep, there were actually several cows and goats. So the cooks in the group began to show off their skills during this period of time, because we were afraid that people from Kanglan City would catch up. We were on the road and sleeping rough. Both the bodyguards and the cooks were overwhelmed. When the girls carried egg baskets and brought back Tianwu specialties such as dragon fruit and ice grapes, the cooks squeezed some cow, goat and horse milk, and the original cheese and barbecue party became a lot more sweet. Cake. And under George's special instructions, the cooks also prepared several large pots of ice dragon creeping. When all the ingredients were prepared and the knights helped the cooks bring baked bread, cakes, and barbecue stoves to the hot spring pool, the party officially started here. After working hard for many days, we eat steaming cakes, cheese, and freshly baked barbecue. and soak in the warm spring water. The fatigue and dust from all over our bodies are completely washed away, and our stomachs are filled with warm happiness and joy. Satisfy. There has been no sign of anyone in the large area around here for a long time. This group of more than 300 people came and made the place completely lively. The bonfire and fragrance at night could be smelled and seen from far away. Many wild creatures curiously came to the vicinity of the spring. While drinking the water, they curiously watched those people and those shining silver objects. Of oversized beetles. Looks like it's made of silver. This time there were more than 4 girls in the swimming pool, including the maid and several celestial armed girls, who also got into the water. Wearing short clothes, they walked up and down the swimming pool, constantly carrying food, or simply started grilling meat by themselves. However, compared to these people, Aggie and Brenda do not have such leisure. In the middle of the night after Aji took charge, he ate something hastily and went to bed. Brenda was responsible for the first half of the night and had no time to eat. The guards outside who were patrolling in shifts were okay, although it was a bit harder. They could change their shifts, and they were out of sight and out of mind. At most, they couldn't drink today. But the adventurer had to stay near the cart and watch the big guys having fun there. Gray, why do I feel like there is a strange girl in our group? Adventurer Ada scratched his hair, wondering if he was dazzled. Just now, he saw a little girl of 16 or 17 years old, squatting there, eating cake secretly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone again. There are so many strange and beautiful girls. The adventurer Gray lifted his hood. After looking over there for a few times, he pulled Ada and walked towards the car. I have work today. Don't worry. Keep staring at the girl. Gray was right. Not only were they famous, there were actually a large number of women in the team, and most of them were from the southern wilderness. These girls usually have neatly shaved short hair. Their faces are covered with tattoos, and their clothing and style are as rough as the men's. It's really hard to recognize him without taking off his clothes. And there are a few Valkyries who rarely show up, and they all took off their clothes today. After taking a few hard glances, the 2 guys arrived near the vehicle. After checking the interiors of the vehicles and the hidden spider silks, we found that there were no problems with the interiors of several vehicles. And there were no problems with the spider silks either. But there was a hint of cake smell found in the car that was used as a honeypot. The person in charge of patrol today only ate dry food and water, which made the 2 secretly suspicious. After careful inspection, they found oily fingerprints on a certain box of bomb. Ada and Gray looked at each other and couldn't help but be secretly frightened. They both knew clearly what was in this mass. Even the outermost patrol has several bright moons, and there are 7 or 8 training groups near this car. How did this guy get in? Even going to Wind City in the west to steal some demon things is easier than coming here. They silently pretended that they had not noticed anything and continued to patrol along the route. After meeting the 2 groups of patrollers, they used code words to reveal the situation. Someone had come to visit the spot. Not long after, the 2 met Earl Brenda, who came over for inspection. Then he told this incident together with the girl's incident. Girl? Earl Brenda touched her chin. Her face looked a little weird. It was a little too weird to have a strange girl suddenly run out in this wilderness. Chapter 509. The Hidden Rules of Night Dyer. Kanglan Alchemy Industry. Gray gritted his teeth and said, You can get in and leave fingerprints? This is a challenge. Don't be so nervous. Gray. Ada shook her head and said, Perhaps it's that guy Siljak who came out to show off. I heard that the witch with big horns on her head is also 16 or 17 years old in human form. Look. Brenda shook her head, and he interrupted the conversation between the 2 people. As long as you have any suspicion, treat it like a thief. But you should also pay more attention if you are really only interested in some bomb or cosmetics. It doesn't matter if she takes some away. There are a lot of good hands around here. As long as we know the rules. It doesn't matter if we lose a little face. Speaking of this, Brenda's eyes couldn't help but fall into memories. When I returned from the Golden Desert and passed through the Tiamu Mountains, I met many powerful people here. Among the ruins of the ancient kingdom, I even encountered Juying. Helpless. Although this stubborn guy knows himself, he has always been alone. According to the rules, the 2 took a gamble. Unfortunately, due to bad luck, not only did the place be given to her, but the dragon tooth that was finally found was also exported. In recent years, the Tianwu mountain range has been as lively as it was back then. If you are noticed by a guy of this level, you will have a headache in the future. We must not relax tonight. Besides, at this point, Brenda took out a small object that she carried with her, handed it to the 2 of them and said, Hang this on the car. The night gaunts will generally recognize it. The two of them nodded. After hearing this, everyone knows that the thief never escapes. So if you meet a friend and see the battle here, you will naturally know what to do. Generally, it's okay to just take one thing that means something. Magicians are generally very disciplined and are very reluctant to come into contact with a team that has a nightmare. Of course, in some cases, there will be exceptions. After Salman and George took care of some things, they changed into short clothes and became interested in playing in the hot spring pool. Regarding the various formulas in Salman's hands, he has sorted them out to George in the past 2 days and sent them to the shelter. Anthony praised Earl Salman's team of alchemists and the Kanglan family's alchemy industry system. To be honest, the high-end instruments mastered by this family are not much more than the shelter. But their management methods and the ecological structure of the alchemy industry have greatly increased the efficiency of alchemy product output. According to Anthony, although the Kanglan family's alchemy industry still lags behind the Forbidden Sanctuary by 2 centuries. However, this family has developed the alchemy industry system to an extremely complete level based on the current technological level. According to discussions among the wizards, it has become possible to establish some low-level alchemy workshops in Edge River City, Rat Town, Jeffrey Manor, Golden Maimon Town, and even Dome Eagle, including glass. Some of Kanglan's potions can even melt whole or broken glass. Let it solidify into any shape. During the apprentice's operation, this technology is applied to the stands of the arena, including smelting quartz sand. In Kanglan's workshop, there is no need for an alchemy furnace, or even such a high temperature. After sand washing, alkali melting and dispensing, a vitreous soul can be formed, and many alchemists bring buckets of glass soul to various shops in Kanglan City to install glass on site. For them, strange-shaped glass is very simple as long as there is a high-level alchemy workshop that provides a steady stream of dissolving and setting chemicals. Various low-level workshops can continuously produce glass. And according to Anthony's idea, there is even no need for a setting potion. The function of this agent is to evaporate certain components in the glass soul, turning them into glass. And this matter can actually be solved using magic fields. Now a project team is designing a simple wand that uses the magic circuit in the wand to allow the glass soul to form various shapes directly according to the apprentice's wishes. This will not only speed up the installation efficiency several times, which will also eliminate the need for setting potions. And if there is no need to produce so many setting chemicals, the production speed of glass will also be accelerated by about 30%. However, various low-level workshops were established in the valley, basin, and Dome Eagle. Glass greenhouses will also be erected in several mining areas in the valley and basin. The output of quartz sand and other minerals is very high, especially in the area beneath the Black Pearl Manor. As for other materials, they are available in almost every area. Through the river, the most important quartz sand can be easily sent to the 3 major areas, and there will be no problem with the material. Although the cost of glass greenhouses is higher, the technical requirements for construction are also slightly higher. But it needs to be more durable and more resistant to snowstorms. Anthony plans to design a hemispherical structure, and after applying a layer of paint on it, it will be difficult for snowflakes to accumulate above the greenhouse. As for polymer greenhouses, although they are not as durable as glass greenhouses, the cost will be lower because of the chemicals provided by Piaget. It will also be easier to apply. Overall, it will also be built 3 times faster than a glass greenhouse. The only pity is that the currently known areas where stone lacquer exists and does not require laborious mining are all in the prairie, in the western border of Rodenk. Therefore, the valley can currently only use glass greenhouses. However, here in the southern wilderness tribe, there are many areas with stone paint. This will meet the needs of the Dome Eagle. In addition, the Kanglan family is also very knowledgeable in heat preservation and heat insulation. After several coatings are applied to buildings, the indoor thermal insulation temperature will be able to rise by more than 5 degrees in winter. And if the building materials also use the Kanglan family's technology, not only will the insulation level be better, but hot water heating will also be possible. In addition, there are water releases and seepages. Kanglan has never been disturbed by floods, regardless of its cities or farmland. Even if there is a flash flood, most of it will be diverted into canals and rivers halfway. Kanglan also has a lot of talent and technology in the construction of reservoirs and dams. Nowadays, some developed towns in the Rat Territory and Dome Eagle are facing infrastructure renovation work. This can be said to be a big help. The Earl has written a letter asking the city to send relevant scholars to the sanctuary, and the sanctuary team will have in-depth discussions with them. This is something that benefits both parties if Kanglan and sanctuary cooperate in depth, or even join sanctuary completely in the future. then part of Sanctuary's technology will also benefit Kanglen. For example, 1. Technology. Anthony is looking forward to this matter very much, because he found that Kanglen people are very, very smart. Chapter 510 Super Emerald Cute Invincible Elf Dragon? I didn't expect there to be so many holy sons in your team. Earl Salmon, wearing a bathrobe, slowly entered the hot spring area with George. He was very surprised by the women in the crowd. On this trip, Soraya did bring 7 or 8 followers, and most of them are women. In addition to these Valkyries, there are also more than a dozen female knights among the Dawn Knights. Among the people Moss brought over, less than half are female warriors from the tribes that were once affected by Soraya. Female warriors, and the proportion of female sun warriors is much higher than other tribes. And these southern wilderness warriors, who believe in the sun god, all have a bit of the temperament of the Knights of the Dawn. At this time, most of the girls gathered around Soraya. They usually wear armor, and their styles are easy to distinguish. But now, if you don't pay careful attention to the totem tattoos on their bodies, it is indeed a bit difficult to identify them, but those who laugh are usually the girls from the southern wilderness. After hearing this, George couldn't help but look over there. Before these girls took off their clothes and gathered together in the pool like today, he really didn't expect that there were so many girls in the group. Holy Son George looked at the girls around Soraya, and his eyes suddenly moved slightly. Most of these warriors in the southern wilderness were selected by Soraya from various tribes. Maybe he really is wandering around, an unawakened sun angel. Thinking of this, George's face couldn't help but become weird. Her grandma. This girl's wings have grown hard, and she has begun to quietly create her own direct descendant. Another little trick. See if I don't pick all your fruits in 2 days. In this distraction, George's eyes flashed, and he accidentally pretended to be a girl. Immediately afterwards, I felt sticky on my chest, with cream all over my chest. He raised his head and looked at the strange girl who was stunned in front of him. I couldn't help but feel a little funny. This girl had eaten so much butter and dragon's crotch that her mouth was open, showing 2 little tiger teeth. His face looked a little panicked. The girl in front of me is a little short and has a cute face. She was wearing a female worker's clothes, but they looked a bit ill-fitting, as if they had been stolen from the castle. Is there such a beautiful and lovely female worker in the group? George looked at her for a long time and had no impression. He couldn't remember whether she was a famous person or someone in the team. I just know how to eat. George patted her butt, then turned around and got into the water with Count Salmon. The girl stood there dumbfounded. After a while, her face turned red, and she looked at the back of the stinky gangster with bared teeth. There were already sparks coming out of her nose. So, Salmon! George leaned in the warm water and said to Salmon, did Miss Blueberry bring the dragon egg from the tropical rainforest? Indeed, sir. After I discovered that the flame could not hatch, I searched through ancient books, but could not find any information about this kind of egg. So I doubt that this is not a dragon egg. At this point, Earl Salmon couldn't help but secretly wiped away the cold sweat. He couldn't help but look at Moss, who was eating and drinking over there. If Chief Frostfang knew that he had lied to him, he would definitely give him a good punch. He still hasn't figured out that the most important thing about this dragon egg is actually the big boss next to him. After George heard Salmon's words, he got lucky for a long time. He reluctantly looked at Lorna, who was holding the dragon egg and chatting with Siljak not far from the swimming pool, and said, but our wizard said it is called Super Emerald Cute Invincible Fairy Dragon. Having said this, the corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This name gave him a great sense of shame. Sir, my family has collected many dragon egg fossils and ancient books related to dragons. I have been reading about it since I was a child, but this is the first time I have heard of this name. Salmon couldn't help but become curious. The Kanglen family has always been fascinated by and researched dragons. Count Salmon's great-grandfather was a dragon fanatic. In the story, he even claimed that he was a good friend of Duke Tiannu. It's just that in that story, Duke Scarrath looks very small and very shy. It doesn't look like the world guardian dragon that is thousands of years old at all. It's almost enough to say she's the granddaughter of the world's guardian dragon. But no matter what, although these fabrications seem to be full of loopholes, the Kanglen family's research on giant dragons is indeed very in-depth. So if people in their family feel that this is not a dragon egg, those 8 achievements are really not true unless this kind of dragon is not from this world. Can you tell me which ancient book the Super Emerald Cute Invincible Elf Dragon is recorded in? Count Salmon, the great collector, couldn't help but become very interested. I want to make a copy of it. Make a collection. Well, that book is called Love and Forget It. If it's not a dragon egg, It's not a dragon egg. George sighed. He looked at Salmon's increasingly weird eyes. And in the end, he was too embarrassed to say the name of this novel. But there was no disappointment in his heart. Because Hilyak has just confirmed again and again that no matter what is hatched from this thing, judging from the band of the magic wave contained in it, its power is definitely dragon level. Of course, the direction of this power is probably not the body. But the magic power, the more fragile its body is, the more terrifying the magic power is. So George hoped that this thing was not the dragon that Lorna said. Because in his impression, dragons are physically terrifying things. One more thing. Sir. Earl Salmon broke out in a cold sweat and told George the truth about their faction's original plan to intercept and kill the caravan. Now that Earl Salmon has become a hostage, Grand Duke Kanglin will seriously consider cooperation after receiving his son's letter. But the matter of stopping the interception of the Cheonging caravan is not something that the Kanglin family can have the final say on. The initiative still lies with the nobles and bandits in the Kingdom of Stars and the Southern Wilderness. George didn't say much about this matter. From Salmon, he could confirm that the group of robbers did not know their true route. However, George did not tell Salmon the true route. After Salmon saw George's calm expression, he suddenly realized that his boss had probably expected this. At this time, Priyanka and others came over from a short distance carrying hot barbecue. These girls were very scheming and deliberately did not change their clothes. They were still wearing the rough clothes they wore when working. But these clothes seemed to have been carefully trimmed by famous men. Although they were made of rough linen, they looked exquisite and graceful when worn. But they also specially washed themselves and dressed up with perfume and other items in the castle. They deliberately kept working on it. But after seeing George entering the water, they all put down their work, rushed into the water, and came to George's side. The clothes of the female workers were directly soaked by the water, and the attractive parts of their bodies were looming in the water, which made Count Salmon's eyes light up. But no one paid attention to this powerful earl. Apparently, these snobs now know who's the biggest boss here. It's a pity that the boss is too preoccupied to mess around with him. Go. Let's go have a snowball fight with Miss Lorna and the others. Rona and the others seem to have discovered a new game. But there seemed to be a shortage of people playing the role of bad guy. Even if the demon Thor and other men were temporarily brought over, there are still many missing. And after calling over those names that had been in the water earlier and seemed to be annoying, there were still not enough people on the side of the bad guys. Obviously, there is no place for the good guys now. In just a short time, several female Dawn Knights who were originally staying in the good guys, and a female worker with an unhappy face were also pulled out from the good guys, was pushed to the side of the bad guys. After George waved his hand impatiently, several girls with resentful faces were also driven away by him. Chapter 511 News about Volpe. Playing snowballs. Salmon! I heard you mention the Holy Court before. I want to hear the news from Kanglin. After Salmon thought for a moment, he organized his words and gave a summary of the situation. The Kanglin family didn't know much about Charlie. They only knew that King Rodent seemed to have just announced his capital last month. The location is just east of the Holy Empire, the country where the Holy Court is located. There is an enclave of the Rodunk royal family, and there are also many small countries around it. The various small countries and principalities together have a total area of 6 million square kilometers. The easternmost part extends all the way to the coast, and the farthest south is the Kingdom of Stars. Judging from the situation, the announcement of the capital should mean that most of the refugees have arrived at the new capital of Rodunk. In the process of Charlie and the refugees arriving at that location, there will definitely be a lot of friction with the surroundings. The surrounding area was originally in turmoil. If nothing else happens, a lot of big things will happen this year. Charlie is currently more closely connected with the Holy Court, partly because he belongs to Avery's faction. On the one hand, it also has something to do with the valley. Some people think that if this king were here, Duke Yonfeng would not be king. With George's status, if he becomes king, his influence on the Holy Court will not be weaker than that of Breba's. Of course, some people went over Charlie with good intentions. His Excellency Boris, Cardinal, seems to be more concerned about the affairs of the new capital of Rodunk. A few days ago, he even mediated a dispute between a neighboring country and the new capital of Rodunk. George nodded. He knew that with the support of the Holy Court, Charlie's start would be a little more stable. In addition, Salmon also talked about Volpe. Most of the heroes who returned to the Holy Court from Darkin's Magic City have not been truly recognized. They were only awarded the title of Knights of Heaven of the middle third level. According to the Holy Court, Their greatest achievement was to save the tens of millions of refugees, not to destroy the gate of hell. Their status in the Holy Court is now somewhat awkward. Only one person was canonized. As a knight of divine grace, he was Volpe. In the beginning, canonizing him was entirely a political factor. After all, just talking about his rescue of the noble coalition forces in the Dark Tide and his subsequent evacuation of the refugees was enough to become a candidate for selection as a saint. Plus, some people are interested in splitting the valley with these knights. Hence this canonization. Even the title is exactly the same. It can be said that this is also a kind of wooing. And judging from some of the things Volpe has done recently, the wooing and investment of those who are interested seem to be very successful. The Silver Knight seems to be somewhat different from the rumors. He is not like Goody, what those mis-cultists said was a guy who hated evil. On the contrary, he is a typical aristocrat, extremely ambitious, unscrupulous and profit-seeking. This has made him reach the top of the sky, and he has become a rising star. Judging from his performance, this knight is not more loyal to the Knight of the Throne. The boy who once hated evil has finally matured. George knew that during the refugees' journey of thousands of miles, the greed and ugliness displayed by the nobles and lords, as well as the connivance of the Holy Court for each incident, were enough to subvert anyone's three views. Many things that make people angry and funny are often ridiculous. Along the way, if they cannot learn to compromise, if they cannot learn to put on a mask and negotiate dirty deals with those nobles, the refugees will never be able to make it down the road. Today's Volpe, probably like himself, has completely seen the essence of this old world in this elite society. Nobility is the cornerstone. Whether a kingdom or a holy court, it must serve a small elite in order to survive. Common people are just numbers. Pigs and dogs. The key point is that although the holy court today is in decay, it is full of moths like lurkers. But it is so powerful that it cannot be shaken. If you want to save more people, you can only join them. And if you want to make a difference in this holy court, in addition to learning to cooperate with people like Avery, you also need to learn to cooperate with demons. The Seven Gods faction and the Demon faction, the two overt and one dark factions, are the real and only two existing factions in the current holy court. If there is anyone in the world who knows Volpe best, it is probably the person who brought him from little to old. This boy's loyalty to Sanctuary will not change because he believes that the future of this world lies in Sanctuary. This is the only clean land in Volpe's heart. And because of this belief, his belief in himself will never change. However, he is as conceited as himself. But he is too extreme. He easily goes from one extreme to another. But in the end, will this somewhat different Scarlet Crusade be used by the devil? Or will it use the devil? It depends on whether Volpe can pretend until the end. After chatting for a while, George felt a little tired. He put down his thoughts and focused on Soraya and the others not far away. The girls were having a snowball fight there, running around in several snowdrifts near the pool and in the pool. Those graceful figures attracted most of the targets in the group. These guys were divided into two groups. One group was a group of girls headed by Soraya. Most of them stayed in the pool, while the apprentices such as Lorna and Angel were the snowmaking machines. They looked like they were having a lot of fun. One group of people was led by the fallen ones such as Siljek and Thor. And most of the famous people were also here. But look at the way they pouted their mouths and looked miserable with snowflakes on their bodies. Apparently none of them were happy. George smiled, dived into the water, and swam quietly to Soraya and the others. At the bottom of the water, George looked at the white calves and delicate feet in front of his eyes, and, accidentally, grabbed several handfuls. It seemed that before George came over, the girls who had been paying attention to him quietly knew who was coming. The moment George emerged from the water, Angel and Lorna's faces were red, and their eyes were almost watering. Soraya's face was also slightly red, and she glanced at George several times with a very unnatural expression, opened her mouth, and finally said nothing. As George laughed loudly, the ring on his finger flashed, and a big snowball formed in his hand, which hit a female worker hard. When George was dumbfounded, the girl covered her face and squatted down crying. Obviously, George's level of magic control is completely different, and the snowballs are far less soft than those made by Lorna and the others except for the outer layer. They are all filled with ice cubes. You all bully me. Under the speechless gazes of several girls, George ran to the bad guy's side dejectedly. Replace the crying girl. Hey, hey, hey! Kids! Here I come! Chapter 512 The Shadow Covering the Sky. That night, the bad guy snowball fighting group, led by George, won a great victory. Originally, after this guy went to the bad guys, the group of fallen ones seemed to have been given a shot of blood, and even had the courage to beat Soraya. And George was not only better at commanding than the girls, but he was also extremely bad. After discussing with Sol, Siljak and others, he continued all kinds of dirty tricks, and finally beat the leader of the Sun group and cursed the members. I also stopped playing the game of rushing into the castle in Mouse Pass. After the fun, George held a small barbecue celebration party amidst the flattery of Sol and others. And in their triumphant appearance, the Sun group, headed by Soraya, and their relationship were completely forged. In addition to Lorna and others who vowed to take revenge, the female worker also clenched her fists and shouted that she wanted George to look good. TCH Master, how can I be as knowledgeable as you girls? That night, after George had eaten and drank enough, changed his clothes, and returned to his room, he unexpectedly discovered that Siljak was in his room with several dignitaries, sticking his butt out and cleaning the fireplace. After seeing the smiling eyes of the master after pushing the door open, the girls even flipped their hair and pretended to be panicked. Under the scheming gang's acting, George finally didn't let any of them go this time. He only dragged Siljak outside. Maybe Sophia, hereinafter called Sophia, to distinguish from Soraya, would also be good if there were a few maids with high elite education following her. That night, after George had a good night's sleep, he fell asleep. I didn't even hear the sudden strong wind sound in the middle of the night. It wasn't until he was pushed awake by the girls that he looked at the window sash flapping fiercely in the wind and suddenly ran to the balcony. Then he looked at the scene outside and his eyes widened. Under the castle, there were groups of torches, and thick smoke was billowing not far away. George's heart twitched fiercely. He faced the strong wind on the balcony and lay there staring for a long time. Only after he discovered that the place on fire was not the convoy did he feel relieved. The fire was in an ancillary building in the castle. Crowds crowded around to get water to put out the fire. But the fire was in the strong wind and was getting stronger. Even the bluestones had been burned red. If no one had put out the fire, half of the castle would have been set on fire by now. At this time, a small figure in pajamas flew over. After she stretched out her hand, the wind and snow in the sky suddenly turned blue, and soon the blazing flames stopped spreading. But the smoke in the castle grew larger. In this chaos, the night dyers gathered around the vehicle. It seemed that although the convoy was not on fire, they seemed a little angry. But the strange thing is that the guards wandering near the vehicle are all looking at the sky, looking for something. A closer look revealed that there were many spider webs around the convoy. It seemed that spider web projectors and large restrainers were used, which made George feel that the thief might be unusually big. The group's vehicles cover a large area, so some of them are regarded as honeypots by Aji and placed in a slightly distant area. But no matter which car it was not set on fire. It seemed that although the arsonist still chose to rob today, he still obeyed the last bit of the rules. But after George counted, he found that there seemed to be one car missing. George blinked hard, searched for a long time, and found that he had not made a mistake. It wasn't until he took out the Book of Dawn with a cold sweat that he realized that the car had not gone to the foreign space, but on the other side of the lake. He couldn't help but lift up his hair, facing the strong wind, and look towards the lake. The sudden strong wind blew the entire castle roaring, and the snowflakes outside flew all over the sky in the wind, as if there was a sudden snowstorm. But the lake not far away was somewhat calm. Many areas of the lake had only ripples. Just at a certain location, there was a huge wave. George looked up along the area where the waves had stirred up. I saw a huge thing walking through the clouds in the sky. Its body was looming between the fog and clouds, as huge as a flying castle in the air. And under its claws, it was clutching a scarab. The S.H. Ella the beetle shone silver under the moonlight, and it looked like a treasure made of mithril. One word suddenly flashed into George's mind: the Wrathful Duke. But what George didn't see was that there was actually a small pendant hanging on the horn of the scarab. Brenda's pendant was originally hung on a certain car, which meant that she could take a piece of it from it. Things. This Duke of Wrath seems to have given him a face indeed. She kept her promise, and only took one thing. But neither Aji nor Brenda thought that the thing the magician took was not from the car, but the shiny silver baby bump used to pull the car. A sudden joy rose in George's heart. His eyes were fixed on the Book of Dawn, watching the trajectory of Jerry Jones in the sky. From Jerry Jones' vision, George could see it. Although the giant dragon's claws are very powerful, the strength of this scarab is also frightening, and each of its chelicerae is constantly struggling. This stupid dragon, who was afraid of pain, did not dare to scratch its abdomen. Maybe it was also afraid of damaging the silver baby's chelicerae. This forced the dragon to grab the scarab's back, but the back was too smooth, and when the dragon flew in the sky, The wind was too strong. This made the dragon observe the scarab from time to time, with a very anxious look in his eyes. Seeing that the scarab was about to escape from the dragon's claws, George immediately gave the scarab an order to grab her body. Immediately afterwards, a wailing sound came faintly from the very far sky, as if a little crab had clamped the fisherman's toes. Although it could not kill anyone, it made the little fisherman cry in pain. But even though he was clamped, this greedy thief had no intention of letting go. Instead, he held on tighter. My little scout should be able to return to the dragon's nest smoothly. Georgian endured his ecstatic expression and couldn't help rubbing his palms. Master, the fire is coming! Let's go! George looked back and saw that it was Priyanka. The Marquis's daughter was grabbing George's sleeve. She held 2 wet towels in her hands, put one on her nose, coughed hard, and handed the other to George. Only then did George notice that there was already a panic inside the castle, with thick smoke everywhere except for Priyanka. Several famous people had disappeared. George took off the blanket he was wearing and slapped it hard in the room. Then under this strange force, the blanket made a tearing sound in midair and almost broke into several pieces. And all the smoke in the bedroom was blown away. Where's Thor? Still hacking sleeping? The sleeping demon heard his master's call. And then, the dome of a certain area of the castle was suddenly shattered by a huge figure. The huge Balrog was extremely ferocious in midair, flapping its wings and tail like an evil dragon. But in the eyes of George, who has already seen the real guardian dragon in this world, Thor is like a little doll. I'm afraid it's not okay to use him as a punching bag. Well, we have to rely on Soraya for this matter. Chapter 513, The World Guardian Dragon? After seeing the flames burning in the castle, Balrog opened his big mouth and sucked in the flames in the castle. Then, the still burning flames and the smoke in the castle were like being sucked by a long dragon. It sucked it all into his mouth. But this flame didn't seem to be ordinary. After Thor finished sucking it, the flames all over his body actually doubled in height. The red body like lava is about to melt. It clutched its chest and seemed to be in great pain. It didn't feel better until it flew into the sky above the lake and sprayed most of the flames in its body. It seems that the flame of the Duke of Wrath is not only extremely hot, but also has the effect of flame penetration, making Thor unable to digest the flame. After George saw Saul's embarrassed look, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. The most powerful thing George has ever encountered so far is Garoxter. Even though he was suppressed by fire, the blood moon had not yet fully come, and his energy was absorbed by the gate of H.L. His energy, body and soul strength, still exceeded 1.3 million a demigod. Next is Analia. She once surrendered to George in the Cathedral of the Dawn, allowing the Light of Dawn to spy on some of her secrets. According to Dawn Light's estimation, the energy in his human form in the Dawn Cathedral should be over 1.03 million. She is also a demigod-level guy. According to Dawn's assessment, she may not be able to die without the sacrifice of 1,000 red-robed knights. To truly defeat it, you need at least an SS hero, or an archangel/demon, like Soraya/Siljak, with an energy intensity of 8 to 1/10. In order to defeat it with a large number of people, fight with it. Otherwise, they will be directly crushed and killed instantly. Under George's training, Thor's energy intensity has reached 60,000, and his vitality has exceeded 6,000. He can be considered a proper demon lord. It is particularly powerful against demons. Ordinary black flame demons are within the range of being instantly killed in front of it. The weaker ones can be directly swallowed by it. The Duke of Wrath's figure may be around 700,000. George already had an idea in his mind after seeing Thor's embarrassment. Thor has never eaten Garoxter's flesh and blood, and cannot withstand this level of fire. This fire resists tea. Maybe it will take Siljak to take advantage of it. The location of the legendary dragon's nest can indeed be known. But this dragon guarding the treasure doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. That night, after George walked out of the bedroom, he saw Count Salmon and asked him to find a map before leaving the castle. When George walked outside and came to the motorcade, he found that everyone was already there. Everyone was talking a lot. And Morna, who was wearing pajamas, was sitting in the car with her little head in concentration. It's as if what was lost was not his own car. The Duke of Wrath is indeed the most powerful. Soraya and a group of heavenly armed forces also looked very excited, judging from the bits of residual light still flying on their backs. It seemed that they had just flown around in a large circle, looking for traces of the giant dragon. It's just that even though these guys work hard, the short distance can be said to be 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. But when they arrived, it was already a little late. But this did not disappoint Soraya, but made her even more excited. She estimated that this dragon was definitely a guardian dragon, because before her father died, there were no dragons in the world. And in these short 3 centuries, the only dragon that could grow into such a kind was the world guardian dragon. Ever since her father's generation, she had dreamed of catching a world guardian dragon as a mount. Not to mention the world guardian dragon. Even the high-level 5-color dragon is very stubborn. Even if he made a bad contract with the human hero, he would not surrender to the gods. The result can be imagined. These giant dragons, especially the dragon that falsely claimed to protect the world, were almost slaughtered by the 7 gods of the old era. Not a single one was left for future generations. The appearance of the Duke of Wrath, according to the adventurers, is indeed terrifying. It seemed that in the huge strong wind, many people were blown far away. Sand and rocks were flying on the ground, and even the water in the hot springs was rolled into the sky. The bodies of the few people who clung to Jerry Jones were swaying in midair. Can't even open my eyes. When the strong wind subsided, those who had not flown into the sky hurriedly checked around them. It was found that many vehicles had been overturned by the strong wind, and one of them had disappeared. "It's a dragon," Aji said dejectedly. "None of you are looking up to the sky. This magician is indeed very cunning," Brenda said, stroking her mustache. "She deliberately exposed her whereabouts to show us and defend us. But who would have thought that she had no intention of going through this at all? You're still young, Aji. This old dragon might be thousands of years old. If we add it all together, it's normal that we haven't played with her before." These words were purely meant to comfort Aji. Indeed, there was a big reason for this. However, after spending the first half of the night, Brenda still felt that those omissions were either caused by signs or because she was too big. Brenda patted Aji on the shoulder and comforted. "Don't blame yourself too much. Except for the 7 gods who are watching everything in the sky. Who would have thought that the magician was a dragon and that the car was lost? Maybe adults would praise him. You?" At this point, Earl Brenda took off her hat and bowed to George, who came over. "Sir, Jerry Jones was taken away by the Duke of Wrath. And I also put some special spices in the car. Within 3 days, the bright moons will definitely be able to smell it. And no matter how hidden the dragon nest is, they will never be able to escape this time." Originally, these spices were used to catch magicians as long as they enter a certain car. They will leave a scent on them. But now it has another purpose. If the Duke of Wrath flew directly back to the dragon's lair from the sky, the location of the entrance would be easy to judge. According to the range shown by Jerry Jones in the Book of Dawn, it would be easy to find the entrance. And if the entrance is underground, you can find the entrance by following the smell emitted by the vehicle. George understood what Brenda meant as soon as he heard it. He secretly gave this guy a thumbs up in his heart. In George's opinion, in terms of level, this guy was definitely not as good as Aji. But when it comes to his thoughts, this guy's stomach is full of bad water. "Stop looking so gloomy, Aji. You are still too young. The Duke of Wrath will teach you not to talk too much in the future." After George teased Aji for a few words, he said, Tell me, what happened at that time?" At that time, when Aji found that the car suddenly disappeared, he was stunned for a long time. Because with his arrangement, this kind of thing would never happen unless the car suddenly flew into the sky. So he suddenly raised his head and saw the figure of the giant dragon rising up. As Aji yelled, the people nearby who had not been blown away took out their magic wands and tried to stop them. However, the magic spider web that was projected away was blown away by the strong wind fanned by the dragon's wings halfway. The restrainers are all immune. The only few restraint formations that locked the vehicles were torn apart by the impact of the flying dragon at that moment. Afterwards, the giant dragon seemed to be afraid that these restraining formations would damage the vehicle. So it dexterously turned a few times in midair. And after dodging the last few restraining spells, it got into the clouds. Many adventurers can't figure out how something so big can be so flexible in midair. B-2 bomber. George's eyes widened after hearing these descriptions, and he could no longer express the excitement in his heart. According to the big guy's description, when the Duke of Wrath is flying, as soon as he starts sprinting, the so-called brain-eating demon, H.L. Firebird, and Gargoyle can't even get close. Even if the destroyer's magic hits her body, it will tickle her even more. It's just that the impact of this giant dragon is a bit strong. I don't know if my body will slip when I sit on it. At this time, Earl Salmon had already walked over with a map. "Sir, this map is more detailed than the map in our convoy. I spent a lot of money to have hundreds of adventure teams explore it. And then drew it. There are areas within 500 kilometers nearby." After George took the map, he opened the Book of Dawn and drew on the map according to the explored tracks above. Dawn of Light believes that SS can withstand the pressure of demigods and even perform miracles to kill them. But the premise is that the overall strength of the team can get close to the enemy. The heroes leading the team can be regarded as providing additional layers. Lin is an offensive/assassination hero, and his output in boss battles can often reach a fatal level, more than 30%. But he cannot withstand it. Adeline is a leader/commander type hero. Similar to George, leader/challenge type. The soldiers who follow him are willing to fight to the end, and can often lead a group of people to create miracles. But the troops they lead must exceed a certain level to reach SS level strength. Alexander is a challenge/defensive hero, able to attract the boss's main attention, bear most of the attacks, and can often support him until the end after the battle. Challenging heroes are the ones who can best defeat the weak and the strong. They can use various methods to make the boss focus on them, and even make the boss fearful. Therefore, the boss is weakened to a certain extent. They are often able to create miracles. George played this role when facing Galiscott, being frightened by pretense. And Jack and Garvey also played this role in several wars in Windswept City, because of Garvey's existence. The asylum has backups and traps. Because of Jack's death, he is finally timid. A hero of any level can serve a similar purpose when serving as one of the bosses on the battlefield. But the greater the reputation and the stronger the aura, or the higher the level, the easier it is to produce results. For example, on the day of the Battle of Yongfeng City, if George was present, the knights would not have to charge, and an alias might be intimidated, or even come directly to negotiate. Chapter 514 Gearing Up. Originally, because the Duke of Wrath was flying in the sky. The route shown in the Book of Dawn was very vague, only the trajectory, direction, and reference objects passed by the narrow route. And most of these reference objects were in certain mountains. A very small area. Other areas are foggy. But after comparing it with the actual map, the situation becomes obvious. After everyone saw the trajectory that George drew on the map, they discovered that the location where Grand Duke Tiannu stayed was at Longya Mountain in less than an hour. She flew there carrying heavy objects. The area 200 kilometers away. And in the Book of Dawn, she is now wandering near Dragon Tooth Mountain. That's the Dragon Tooth Canyon. Sir! Earl Salmon frowned and said, although the straight line distance from there is only more than 100 kilometers. If you go there, you have to go around a long mountain road. Even if you travel lightly, it would take Jianxing's small team of adventurers 3 or 4 days to reach Yueju village in the canyon starting from the villa. And if they crossed the swamp in Yueju village and reached the foot of Longya Mountain, it would still take another 2 or 3 days. George picked up the map and compared it repeatedly, although the display in the Book of Dawn was very blurry. Judging from the distance, it should be the Dragon Tooth Mountain. It should be the Dragon Tooth Mountain. But the distance is a bit long. Sir, I can guarantee it with my beard. It must be Dragon Tooth Mountain. Last time, I doubted this place. Now I have already made some guesses about the mystery of the entrance to Dragon's Nest. Brenda touched at his own beard, his eyes sparkling. Brenda's words made George slightly stunned, although this guy was very capable of bragging. He seemed to be right about the Dragon Tooth Mountain thing. But, sir, regarding the time on the journey, Earl Salmon and I have some different ideas. I think that if the few of us set off now, we can reach the foot of Dragon Tooth Mountain tomorrow night. After speaking, Brenda drew a line on the map with her finger. Go from the west side of the lake. Lord Salmon's map is slightly wrong. The river connecting the west of the lake is not what the map draws. Its end is connected to a waterfall, and beyond the waterfall is the valley. So we can arrive at Yueju village during the day, and it won't take 2 or 3 days to cross the swamp. 1 day is enough. As for the caravan, you can take another trail. The caravan can just arrive at Yueju village. There is no need to go to the foot of Longya Mountain with us. Having said this, Brenda took out the pen she usually used to sign autographs for fans from her jacket pocket and drew something on the map. There is a road at this location that allows caravans to go directly through the mountains. Belay, adventurer, has been there. If the caravan takes this route, with Jerry Jones's foot power, it will be able to arrive at Moon Point Village in 3 days. After a few of us have finished our work, we will return. After Yueju village, the caravan has almost arrived, and we just happened to set off together. Earl Salmon on the side nodded after listening, and seemed to have great trust in Earl Brenda's words and Salmon's view. Brenda was the actual #1 adventurer, and he and his men, they are also living maps. Salmon couldn't help but interjected. Sir, I think Mr. Brenda has already made a plan, and we can indeed go to this Moon Point village. We can definitely buy dragon slaying there, potions or materials. Hearing this, Everyone couldn't help but get excited and started talking about it. Many people are gearing up and starting to pack their things. At the same time, Soraya suddenly shouted, "Butcher it! Catch it alive, George! This is my lost mount! You can't kill it! Yes, it's Lorna's friend! We were playing snowballs just now," Lorna said timidly, but her voice was drowned by the noisy crowd. George's eyes couldn't help but light up after hearing Soraya's words. The so-called mount is a hacking fart, because this mount clearly belongs to Lord Dawn. But this great god can definitely deal with the Duke of Wrath. "Stop talking nonsense! Let's go quickly! Don't let it run away!" At this point, Soraya had already spread her light wings as if she and George could handle it. "Can you beat her, Soraya?" George couldn't help but look at Soraya's notes again. 170,000. "Well, you must have something. Right." George slapped Soraya's hand away, looked around and said, "Bring more people first." In the end, George selected a dozen people according to the leader Brenda. This number was already quite a lot, because he suggested that everyone go quietly and return quietly. "Sir, with the habit of being lazy and eating like a dragon. After finishing this work, she will definitely go back to sleep. This sleep will last for at least 7 or 8 days. When we went there, it was the time when she slept most soundly." George greatly agreed with Brenda's words. He evaluated the strengths of both parties, and felt that it would be more appropriate to call this team the Thieves Adventure Team. Of course, if there is a chance and a bug is discovered, 2 super players, who have already established a tacit understanding in various dungeons, may not be able to use it on the spot. And if there really is a fight, the team structure must withstand the test. "I think your analysis is indeed correct. This Onyxia needs 3 Ts. George touched his chin and looked at Brenda very seriously. "Lorna? Her name is not Onyxia." According to George and Brenda's research, the most important thing to attack this Onyxia is Soraya. Although she does not have Sylge's flesh, she is the most flexible, and the resistance is also extremely high. Her total resistance reaches 220, more powerful than the Destroyer. Various holy seals are at LV8 level, reducing magic penetration by 30%. Then there is Syljac. Her fire resistance is the highest in the group, reaching 267 naked. That is to say, the fire damage reduction is 84%. The fire immunity chance and the fire penetration saving throw also reach 16.8%. The negative effect immunity reached 26.7%. No matter who of these 2 guys wears Anubis, their resistance will be increased by 200. Finally, George himself. Brenda had an intuition. "Sir, I think you should pay more attention to EVA or not give it to Syljac. Her attributes are enough." George touched his chin after listening. To be honest, he didn't know why, but he was a little uneasy in his heart. He could always think of the scene when he was sprayed in the face by Garoxter. "Ahem. It's good for me to help them share the burden. With the 3 of us here, the Duke of Skywrath will generally not look at you. Except for these 3 people. No one else can get involved with the Duke of Skywrath. So focus on flexibility. And this time in the copy, there can be no fighting. No fighting." Chapter 5:15 Staffing. After setting the tone, the personnel structure was also clear: 15 main players and 2 non-combatants, the boss responsible for cleaning the battlefield and looking for loot. The first is Aggie, Brenda, and the 3 big adventurers. These adventurers were once Brenda's men, and now they have become George and Brenda's staff in the shelter, specializing in cracking copies. When they were in the western region, they worked a lot. He even sneaked into Yonfeng City to steal things. It can be said that although they are not members of the Brotherhood, they are at the level of Knight Dyer, followed by a Forbidden Priest and 2 Dawn Knights with Wolf and Blood descent. The Forbidden Priest needs an important introduction. He was originally a serf and had no name. He, Dan and Ian were all of the same generation and had studied under Grandma Hathaway. But unlike the other 2 men who had already been promoted to bishops, he later followed Volpe. As a member of the old tribunal, he was almost promoted to Volpe's deputy for a time. This person is more complicated. He once approached George alone, hoping to leave the tribunal. But George saw that the darkness hidden in his heart had not been completely released, so he did not allow it. Later, he left too many blood debts in his hands, and some things almost exceeded the bottom line of the shelter. Finally, after Volpe left, he was dismissed by Mother Hathaway and demoted to the Great Wall, said to be responsible for managing the refugee camp. But in fact, in the eyes of the old residents of the shelter, this evil-doing guy has become a criminal. An infection of blood poison made him realize everything. He suddenly understood that the things he did were not to bear the sins for the shelter, but because he liked and was addicted to the control of power. After that, in order to atone for his sins, and to completely defeat his inner demons and desires, he embarked on his own path of salvation, and became a complete ascetic, and was finally pulled back to the shelter by George, who had been paying attention to him, and let Ian take him. When dealing with Winsong City, although he did not carry the identity of Grand Arbitrator, he was actually Ian's deputy. He understands the principles of the old ruling team very well, and it can be said that they have very good methods. What is commendable is that when dealing with each matter, he can maintain his original intention and make the most appropriate result. This time George brought him into the caravan, intending to stay with him completely from now on. At the request of the forbidden priest, George changed his name, and he completely forgot the past. With this new identity, the center's followers followed George. His name is now William. This guy is not as accomplished in politics and society as Wallace, but in terms of means and strength, he is not inferior to any bishop of the Holy Church. In order to facilitate his work, George specially summoned the servants of the Kingdom of Heaven and changed the coat of arms on his armor to that of Kangling Cathedral, and it was at the level of chief priest. With Earl Salmon here, no matter where he goes in the future, this identity will be true. The other knights in the caravan all have their coats of arms on the inside. It can't be seen from the outside. When he has time later, George plans to change it for them too. Both knights are similar to Dirk, but better at lurking. Then there is the mage, although Angel's level is much lower than Lena's. He is at the top level of the shelter in terms of potions. There are several high-level fireproof potions and high-level concealment potions that Anthony specially introduced. Even only she and Lorna can configure it. And Lorna still relies on cheating. Whether they can put out the fire and run away depends entirely on Lorna and the others. But Lorna felt that she alone was enough. But Lorna is not at all repelled by the fun and traveling with everyone. So he didn't say a word, but repeatedly begged George to bring Miss Wild Elf with him. She is also a good friend of the wrathful princess. Lorna looked at the tall wild elf anxiously and said, "Little Blueberry, don't you think so?" After hearing this, Miss Blueberry nodded shyly. George looked at these two guys and couldn't help but twitching at the corners of his eyes. Apparently she has been listening to Lorna telling novels a lot recently. "Lorna, please promise not to kiss any dragon on the mouth, otherwise I won't take you there." Thinking of the stories Lorna had told him before, George felt secretly afraid. He stared into Lorna's eyes and spoke extremely seriously. "Joke. If the dragon sprayed and moved towards her mouth, wouldn't it be burned to ashes?" Lorna nodded in agreement to George's words. However, she quietly reached her hand behind her buttocks and crossed her index and middle fingers. Regarding the wild elves, George finally agreed. Lorna's words seemed very reasonable. This girl would be very impatient now that she was not around Lorna. Not only is she good at fighting, she is also very good at sneaking and running away. She is indeed a good bodyguard. Based on her relationship with Lorna, she will never abandon Lorna when encountering danger. She will definitely hold Lorna and Angel in her arms. People run away together. However, according to George's request, Lorna and the others dressed up the wild elves into savages and wear a hood and mask. Then there's Soraya. If she really gets into a fight with the Duke of Heaven's Wrath, she can still fight against the Duke of Heaven's Wrath with the combined efforts of everyone. But George had never seen her fight and didn't know what type she belonged to. But judging from the ghost situation in the school field, she seems to be as reckless as her brother. According to George, one is a warrior T, and the other should be a knight T. The barbarians only brought Moss, the so-called father, and son soldiers into battle. George discovered that Soraya especially liked to show off when Moss was around. Otherwise this guy would definitely hide behind. In addition, although Moss cannot compare with Alexander, his strength is not small, and his strength will be even greater when he unfolds the Sun Seal. It can be regarded as a weakened version of Agron. Finally, there are two non-combat scholars. One is the great collector Count Salmon, and the other is the great historian and great antique appraiser Priyanka, who is solemnly recommended by Count Salmon. The two of them were not going to be fighting. In fact, George didn't think the entire regiment was going to be fighting either. After taking the high-level concealment potion, just stay at the door and that's it. But according to Dawnlight's predictions, with them around, income will increase by more than 300%, and some special secrets may even be discovered. Although both guys don't really want to go, they don't have the final say in this matter. Chapter 516 Dragon Tooth Canyon. George and the others set out at midnight. Under the guidance of Count Brenda, they took the sailboat used by Count Salmon to sightsee the lake, and found the hidden river in the lake that was not recorded on the map. In this fast-flowing river, the small sailboat kept sailing toward the waterfall downstream for 7 or 8 hours. The surrounding fog pines kept passing through on both sides, and it was estimated that we would reach the waterfall in a while. And below the waterfall is the Dragon Tooth Canyon. At this time, the sky was completely bright, and many people were catching up on their sleep in the cabin. But a few girls, who couldn't sleep, kept talking quietly there. After George was woken up by them, he found that Rona and the others seemed to be comforting the trembling Priyanka. Obviously, Priyanka really doesn't want to participate in something like going to the dragon's lair, but she seemed to be extremely curious about the history of the ancient kingdom. After George listened for a while, he lost his sleepiness at all. He saw the beautiful scenery outside the window, so he took a few girls out to get some air. After several people walked out of the cabin, they found Brenda sitting on the bow smoking a pipe. It seems that this great adventurer has fallen into memories of the past. The Earl Salmon next to Brenda was standing at the bow of the boat in a daze, and the adopted son looked a little lost. Seeing the Count's appearance, George couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He walked over, patted Salmon on the shoulder, and comforted him. Salmon! Based on our speculation, this Duke of Wrath is the Sun God's lost mount in the mortal world. Don't worry. We will have a way to deal with him when we get there. Sir! Earl Salmon suppressed his trembling hands and said, Sir! I am not afraid. I am indeed a little scared in my heart. But I am more excited. I never thought that I would actually like my ancestors. I can follow the messenger of the Sun God and have an adventure like this. George was stunned for a moment by these words. He looked at the Count carefully and found that he did not seem to say these words to please his boss. According to George's opinion, a pampered aristocrat like Salmon should be extremely averse to taking risks. But people in the Kanglan family seemed to have an adventurous gene in their bones. Count Salmon's face was a little red with excitement and nervousness. He looked at the river in front of him and said, Sir! Over the years, we have treated all those stories and legends as fabricated stories. But the records of my ancestors are now being confirmed before my eyes. My great-grandfather once met the Duke of Skyrath. Priyanka suddenly whispered, That Duke Izel, the builder of Dragon Tooth Castle? Oh, Dragon Tooth Castle. George couldn't help but become interested. It was still a long time, and he planned to learn about the situation from this guy's mouth. Dragon Tooth Castle. He had never heard of this castle before, and there was no such thing on the map provided by Salmon and Brenda. Label. Now, Jerry Jones has been captured by the wrathful Duke and taken to Dragon Tooth Mountain. But the entrance to the dragon's nest has become confusing, because according to the map, that area is a large swamp wetland. But judging from the situation of the Duke of Wrath, he, like Thor, loves magma and dryness. That area, after the fog appeared, has completely become a strange maze-restricted area. It is the most dangerous area in the entire swamp. And there is very little news. But if Salmon's family had ever built a castle in the Dragon Tooth Canyon, he would definitely be aware of the situation there. If the Kanglan family had ever tried to build a castle there, they should have a better understanding of the situation there. Moreover, there was no fog in that era, and all kinds of information were more comprehensive than now. Indeed, that's that history. Earl Salmon nodded and slowly narrated it. There are actually many mineral veins in the Dragon Tooth Canyon, but due to the inconvenience of the roads, the Kanglan family has not developed it. It was not until the appearance of Earl Salmon's great-grandfather, a great water conservancy builder, that the Dragon Tooth Canyon began to be slowly developed. The terrain here is complex and there are many ogres, but there are also countless treasures. My great-grandfather once built a castle here, and you know that as long as the castle is built, the ogres can be completely driven away. A lot of them adventurers will also flock here. Mountain roads will be slowly developed, and dams and waterways will be built. When Brenda heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up slightly. He couldn't help but take out the map in his arms and throw it on the side of the ship. Then, Brenda pointed her finger to the lower left side of the canyon. Is it this location? I remember there seems to be a ruined castle here. George couldn't help but look at the map. The Dragon Tooth Canyon is a low-lying area in the Tiandu Mountains. Many rivers on the Tiandu Lake and in the mountains converge here and then go down the mountain, forming a huge swamp. At the same time, this is also a place where volcanoes exist in the Tianmu mountain range. On the map, the entire area is an oval. In the middle of the oval is a small mountain. The right side of the mountain is the lakeside, and the left side is the land. This land looks like a small crescent on the map, interspersed by many rivers into dozens of large and small areas. And there are many large and small caves overall. It is a very complex landform. Swamp area. Some caves have water, some are dry, and some even have lava flowing inside. Yueji village is in the upper left corner of Longya Canyon, that is, the top of the crescent moon. And Longya Mountain is at the bottom of this crescent moon, connected to the entire mountain range. The location Brenda pointed was near Dragon Tooth Mountain. This place is between the lake on the right side of the canyon and the land on the left, with the end of the small mountain ridge above. It seems easy to defend but difficult to attack. And if a dam is built in the lake in the future, ships will be able to enter and exit this area relying on the lock, a box-shaped hydraulic structure on the waterway that concentrates the water level difference. A large amount of supplies in the Dragon Tooth Canyon will be able to travel directly between the Dragon Tooth Castle and the city of Kanglin via water. And the canyon here will truly be included in Kanglin's territory. I have to say that the Kanglin family is really a rare principality in this era that is willing to focus on infrastructure. The prosperity and wealth of the entire principality also has a flavor of the Song dynasty. Unfortunately, it was the last Song dynasty which tried its best in internal political struggles, and was much more passive than the later Song dynasty in fighting enemies externally. George feels that if Black Pearl Lake can improve its water conservancy, farmland irrigation will not be a problem in the future. The basin is also very suitable. Together, these two places are larger than Sichuan. If agriculture could develop to a modern level, it could be home to hundreds of millions of people. Anthony and the others are busy every day, and the shelter currently lacks a large number of talents. And the Kanglin family does have a lot of talents. Not only are they capable, but they are also very experienced. Chapter 517 Dragon's Friend. After withdrawing his thoughts, George continued to look at Count Salmon. At this time, Salmon and Brenda had determined the location of Dragon Tooth Castle on the map. Yes, it is here. Although this is the Dragon Tooth volcano, the ore veins are also here. If the heat of the underground lava can be used, the output of the ore will increase dozens of times. According to the predictions of scholars, the volcano will be at least a few times. It will take 100 years before it erupts. Earl Salmon said with stern eyes, seeming to be extremely proud of his family's construction history. In order to build this castle, my great-grandfather hired a large number of mercenary groups for guard work. Erda's mercenaries, the regiment is all good players, and those ogres are no match at all. But at the beginning of the construction, all kinds of strange things happened. There were even ghosts in the camp of the mercenary regiment responsible for guarding the work. After that, when they went out, the mercenaries also began to disappear. Having said this, Earl Salmon couldn't help but shook his head. In the end, a sudden disaster destroyed the camp. There are records saying that an attack by ghost troops was found here. There are also rumors that our activities here. The Duke of Skyrath was alarmed. But no matter what, the plan for the Dragon Tooth Mountain Castle was ultimately aborted. So, was it really destroyed by the wrathful Duke? Lorna couldn't help but ask nervously and curiously. Regarding this question, Count Salmon hesitated slightly. It seemed that he had once thought that if there was a dragon in the Wrath Mountains, he must have destroyed it. But his thoughts now are a little different. When my great-grandfather was brought back by the knights, he was always a little crazy. He left many words. He thought he had met the Duke of Skyrath and spent a lot of time with him. For a long time. According to my great-grandfather's records, Duke Tianwu had just arrived in this mountain range, and his appearance at that time was much smaller than what we see today. Moreover, this dragon was very afraid of strangers, very timid. During that time together, they developed a deep friendship. The Duke of Skyrath decided to settle here because of my great-grandfather's invitation, and said he would protect this place for his friends. That area should have been destroyed by the undead in ancient times. Brenda suddenly said, I went to investigate, and there are traces of ancient battlefields in many caves there. I think it may be the Kanglin families. The huge project finally angered the ancient undead. In the end, the castle that had been built was destroyed. The idea of the ruins of the ancient kingdom began to spread during the time of Earl Salmon's great-grandfather. At that time, mercenaries indeed found many mass graves and traces of ancient battlefields here. But at that time, so many mercenaries were searching everywhere, but they could not find any clues about the ancient kingdom. Some ancient scientists believe, Priyanka, that in this canyon, the ancient Dragon Valley, which worshipped the guardian dragon of the world, was once established here. But why it was destroyed, and why no trace can be found, has completely become a mystery. After the fog began, this place has completely become a dangerous area. The misty swamp makes this place a terrifying maze. Every flower and grass here seems to be alive. There are a lot of weird vines, and the fairies that were once active here have begun to hate living creatures. In that swamp, there are many dead people, buried. If they are disturbed, they will be pulled into the swamp by countless hands. Not only are there corrupted and mutated ogres in the swamp, But there are also tellers wandering around in the swamp. Many adventurers even say that if you see your own reflection in the water without a face, then that day will be the day that person dies. Various rumors add a sense of mystery to this place. There are always bold adventurers trying to challenge here and try to solve the mysteries here. Sir. Earl Brenda looked at the water ahead. The water there was getting faster and faster. There were many small whirlpools in the water, and it seemed that the waterfall was already in front of him. I think I already know the dragon's nest. Where are the ruins of that ancient kingdom? George nodded. Brenda usually brags, but this guy is indeed very capable, the only guy in the entire sanctuary who can study dungeons and find bugs with her. The two of them already have a tacit understanding in their cooperation. If he is confident, he must have really found some thread. At this time, the adventurers had already furled the sails and flipped the mast down. Then everyone returned to the cabin to fix themselves, leaving only a small golden beetle on the side of the ship. After receiving the order, Anubis' body flew into the air, and then its body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant in the blink of an eye. Its huge body was much larger than the ship. It hooked its 6 sickle-like claws on both sides of the ship in midair and easily lifted the entire ship up. With a violent shaking of the hull, Anubis led the ship over the waterfall and began to fly downward. After a period of weightlessness, the people in the boat heard the sound of the bottom of the boat hitting the water. Suddenly, the hull of the ship shook for a while, and the water splashing from both sides almost spilled into the windows. After the ship stabilized again, the adventurers briefly checked the bottom of the ship, then straightened the mast and sails, cranked up the oars, and continued sailing in the direction of Moonhorn Village. At noon, the ship arrived near the Moon Point Village. As Brenda said, it only took about 10 hours to walk the more than 100 kilometers. The environment of Dragon Tooth Canyon is completely different from that near Lake of Wrath. There are patches of green algae floating on the river here, and there are several crocodiles crawling on the shore. After seeing the boats passing by, they fled into the water with a huff. It's a bit too hot, George said while applying mosquito ointment while looking at the steamy jungle around him. The air here is so hot and humid that it feels like a sauna. It's like going from winter to summer in July and August. The abundant water supply makes this place feel a little like a tropical rainforest, with swarms of mosquitoes flying in the green jungle. When the ship docked, a colorful snake and a large number of leeches fell on the branches that scraped the deck. After applying the ointment, George put on the armor again with Aggie's help. Looking at the guys wearing leather armor around him, he and several Dawn Knights couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes full of envy. Although there was no need to worry about mosquitoes, the inside of the armor was damp and hot, and within a short time, the lining was already soaked through by sweat. Because this boat might be used in the future, and there was no dock nearby. After everyone got off the boat, they used brute force and cooperated with Anubis to drag the more than 20-meter-long sailboat to the shore. The land on the shore was very soft and muddy. After a few steps, my leg armor was completely covered with mud. Chapter 518 Adventurer Town in the Swamp. Watching George open the Book of Dawn again, planning to release the scary big spider to let her weave a web near the ship. Earl Salmon looked at the Kanglan family emblem painted on the boat and couldn't help but kindly reminded him. Sir, no one will steal the boat and lose it. At worst, we will buy some small boats from mountain people. Earl Salmon seems to have great confidence in this matter. These bold adventurers dare to do anything, but they dare not touch the nobles' things because this is rebellion. Who said it won't be lost? Adventurers are thieves and robbers. This ship is worth thousands of silver foxes. Obviously, as an adventurer, George has never had the idea in his mind that he cannot steal from powerful nobles. George waved his hand and told Siljak, who wanted to be lazy, to go quickly, and then gave Salmon a fierce look. I don't know how to feel sorry for the boss's money. Salmon listened to George's words, looked at the Kanglan family's coat of arms on the ship with a strange expression, touched his beard, and said nothing. Siljak's big net was quickly arranged around the hull. The net was like steel wire. Even if the thief came with a big saw, he couldn't cut through a single spider web. But it is very easy for the spiders to eat these webs. Girl, pee again. Just pee on the boat. George pointed there and ordered. I heard there are banshees in this swamp. Siljak's urine naturally smells very unusual. George knows that it is an extremely weird smell. And because Siljak was so thoroughly tainted with the power of Dawn in Lost Paradise, she had a very pure feeling and was also full of terrifying darkness. And it also smells of sulfur. But this smell is much better than letting mosquitoes enter the boat. And it can also keep banshees and evil spirits away. To put it bluntly, the bodily fluids of demons of this level are, in some cases, more effective than holy water. And the smell itself from this swamp is disgusting in comparison. Sulfur smells pretty good. Siljack, the master, is making excuses to take advantage of others again. He seems to be looking at others' butts and wants to drink their holy water. So shy. George looked at Siljack's ferocious figure, which was taller than the hull of the ship, and the huge barbs on her abdomen, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Hurry! Go to Siljack! Seeing that blue veins had appeared on the boss's forehead, Siljack quickly crawled to the side of the boat, while protruding her huge belly in front of everyone. She even made some poses. Seeing those who had been abused by her in the dungeon, they felt chills all over. When the entire ship was washed away by Siljack's holy water, the strong smell of the great demon lord caused all the mosquitoes around to disperse crazily after smelling this smell. Even in the river, some ripples also appeared, as if the liquid flowing into the river caused some monsters in the water to flee in panic. Seeing that the effect was indeed extraordinary, George finally nodded with satisfaction. Master, I smell a lot of sweet smells around here, Siljack said, licking her lips. This area is more than 2 miles away from Mongya village. The adventurers are active very frequently. There are no special monsters at all. They obviously need wages after completing their work and plan to take the opportunity to have some fun. Go find something to eat. Let's go to Yueji village. Don't go too far. After hearing this, the spider witch lowered her head and disappeared into the darkness. And George and others also embarked on the road ahead. The area above Dragon Tooth Canyon can be considered a real safe zone. Although the dead occasionally crawled out of the river, monsters of this level, even in the eyes of mountain people, were easier to deal with than the crocodile. Adventurers who have the courage to come to Longya Canyon to make a fortune are also true elites. The nearby mountain village is a resting place for adventurers. Their arrival has made the lives of the mountain people safer, and the place has become much richer than before. Yueju village is the largest of the nearby villages. The guards standing in front of the village gate to stop the horses seem to be a spontaneous team of adventurers. After hearing the name of Earl Salmon, they glanced at the mighty red-robed knights, and immediately pushed away the horse and said, Okay. When George and the others walked in, they couldn't help but be a little surprised by the situation here. Although the environment here is very simple, it is not shabby. The overall look is like a bandit's village. The crowd inside is relatively dense and very lively. In addition to buildings such as churches, there are almost all kinds of buildings in villages and towns. Although the place resembles a blacksmith shop and looks a bit rough, like a large shed, judging from the lively sound of forging iron inside the shed and the crowds of people coming and going, the business seems to be extremely hot. George took a look and found that some larger wooden buildings seem to be activity bases established by adventurers here. It looks like many people stay here year-round, and the largest building is the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, it also serves as a hotel and tavern here. Sir, the nearby villages and towns are much bigger than the last time I came here, Brenda said with emotion as she looked at the crowds on the road and the surrounding buildings. The small villages and towns were a bit crowded with people coming and going. On this muddy road, people who are about to go out to work are walking in a hurry, and those who are coming back to rest after making money are walking slowly. There are things to do on both sides of the street. There were urination and defecation, fights. Some people were playing musical instruments while walking, and some were performing magic tricks. On the way, George also saw a few guys dressed as monks. Some of them looked very aristocratic in look and appearance, but when they mixed with the adventurers, they seemed to become more casual. Underneath their cool and casual appearance, the adventurers here have a strong aura that disregards life and death. The equipment and dress of George and his group made it look like an adventure group organized by a large aristocracy, and Earl Salmon, who was wearing hunting attire, looked like he was not an ordinary aristocrat. But no one on the road deliberately gave way. Many people passed by them while talking and laughing, prompting Aji to remind everyone of their wallets again and again. The nobles and knights did not attract the attention of the adventurers, but the scholars in the team attracted many bold guys. They were extremely interested in the wizard apprentices in the team, and 3 groups of people had already come to chat with them along the way. Judging from the words, the biggest customer here is the wizard. As for George's group, whether they are knights or apprentices, even Priyanka has a magic wand hanging on her waist. But these people didn't prepare anything specifically for the swamp, so they looked like big fat sheep coming here for the first time. Don't believe what they say, sir. Brenda drove away a few adventurers with disdain in her eyes, and said to George, If they can catch the banshee, I will shave off their beards. Look at their outfits. No intention of venturing into the swamp. According to Brenda, the adventurers regarded their group as fat sheep who had money and strength, but no experience and vision. But George couldn't help but hesitate. He looked at a carriage parked on the street. There were 3 corpses on the carriage. The appearance of the corpse made George's eyes extremely shocked. His eyes were extremely shocked. Although the thing was very different from the banshee he had seen in the eastern realm of Rodink. It was even more terrifying and horrifying on the outside. Isn't this a banshee? These banshees look like manta rays, manta rays. They have huge wing membranes between their hands and legs. And their middle body looks like a graceful woman. The head is somewhat flat, as if it has been crushed. But the woman's appearance on her face is vivid, more like a painting. It seemed that he felt George's gaze. When George looked over, the corpses of the banshees twitched a few times, and the expressions on the painted faces became distorted. And there were waves of low moans coming from their cheeks. It was like a girl gasping in pain. Its various appearances are very consistent with the wizard's positioning of the banshee. It's just that the body is rotted into a state of disrepair. And if a random adventure group here can catch a banshee, then just picking a few of these people and becoming followers of the rest birds is enough. Chapter 519 Swamp Adventure Union. Sir, these are human-faced rot-eating demons, strictly speaking. They are banshees. But they are not the slightest bit different from real banshees. At most, they can be regarded as corruption-level creatures. Brenda touched her mustache. Said, if you are interested in banshees, tonight we are looking for faceless banshees on the road. They are the real demons. I saw one like this when I came here last time. I ran after him. That Dragon-Tooth Castle. But this time, Brenda began to boast again, her words full of pride. Last time, he was chased by those ghosts here so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This time, he was back to look for trouble. But now, after Brenda followed George to see the fallen angels of Dakins, various demons in the west, and various copies in the school grounds, coming here is almost like a sightseeing trip. However, the surrounding adventurers couldn't help but sneer when they heard Brenda's words. The faceless banshee has always been a legend. And her name was not this before. Instead, it's called White Death. It wasn't until someone saw her appearance and came back alive that the adventurers realized that this was a special kind of banshee. Hence the name Faceless Banshee. While George and others were chatting, they had already entered the door of the Adventurers Guild. As Brenda said, this building is actually a hotel, and the lobby is full of tables. Many adventurers sat here chatting without eating, chatting about the recent swamp conditions and harvests, while drinking fruit wine brewed by the mountain people. The entire hall is quite large and is transparent from front to back. Opposite the front door is the back door, and both are open. This makes it less humid and hot. On the left and right sides are 2 conjoined buildings, one for buying and selling, and the other for tourists to live in. The guild even provides some separate rooms with alchemy tables, crucibles, and other tools for cooking medicine. However, George and the others planned to prepare the medicine on the ship. After arriving at the destination, the potions were basically finished, so no time was wasted at all. George and the others had a hot meal here, and while eating, they sorted out the potions they needed this time. There are potions to prevent miasma, potions to escape from dreams, antidote potions, and even underwater roaming potions. Brenda believes that the entrance to the dragon's lair is likely to be in the water. But the most important thing is a magic potion that can prevent the soul from being called out, and fire retardants. These 2 things are also the most commonly prepared potions by wizards in the shelter. The main ingredients are basically carried by wizards. And because this is an area where banshees are active, there are also volcanoes. Therefore, the materials here are also very complete, and anything missing can be found here. This kind of protective medicine, coupled with the mantras of George, Soraya and others, various resistances will be able to achieve very terrifying effects. Some of the formulas provided by the rest birds can even resist a spell or curse. Sir, when I came out of the valley this time, I thought about coming here. Rusgard and I have studied many potions. He even specially helped me improve the soul-keeping potion. Brenda touched with a beard and eyes shining. He said, last time, I suffered all the suffering from the banshees. This time, it's their turn and there's nothing we can do. According to Brenda, some potions specifically designed to protect against banshees can actually have the same effect as increasing darkness resistance by 30% after use. And only by reaching this number can the banshee be truly protected. If you want to resist the faceless banshee, your darkness resistance must be above 80. Otherwise, when you see this White Death, it may kill you. According to this statement, the faceless banshee is probably no weaker than the fallen blood warbler. This made George very interested in the banshee. After listening to Brenda's statement, George couldn't help but flip through the book, check his mantra, and check the status of the team. Everyone's equipment is very luxurious. and their dark resistance without buff is above 120. The strongest among them is Soraya, reaching 220. Various resistance seals have reached level 8 and have special effects. And it reduces corrosion by 30%. Some curses reduce resistance by 30% on others, but the effect on her is almost negligible. Salman and Priyanka, who were slightly worse, put on the boss suits for traveling to the west. The total of various talismans and robes totaled 80. After taking the potion, there were no problems. In the current team, including Moss, there are 5 people who can use the Dawn/Sun mantra. Among them, George, who has the most terrifying magic power. The number of people in the shelter has reached hundreds of thousands, and everyone can do it. Sanctuary provides 0.01 mana, and the CEO has the authority to use these mana. The one with the highest mantra level is Soraya. Her Heavenly Asylum blessing is level LV8, which can even make people immune to one-directional magic, and increase their single target resistance by 160 in a short period of time 8s. And this kind of short-term salvation blessing can be superimposed with other blessings. It's just that Soraya can only shelter one person at a time. George flipped through the book for a while, and added the Dark Watch blessing and Fire Guardian blessing to LV5, which alone increased the darkness/fire resistance by 50 points, lasts for 10 minutes. Does not overlap with the Dawn blessing. With all buffs, the fire resistance of the entire team's combatants can reach 200. This number is no lower than that of Naked Thor. Although this demon can't withstand the dragon's breath, as long as it is not directly sprayed, this resistance will be fine even if it takes a round of fire. Under this data, even wearing EDA, I can reach 400 fire resistance, and I can completely ignore the Black Devil level monsters. Those above this level can also reduce damage by about 89%. The immunity to negative effects has reached 40%. This data can be said to be a true fire resistance T. And I still have the Heavenly Guard to last for a few seconds. The Lord of Wrath is not suppressed by fire, but it is not as powerful as Garrick's either. Under this data, I would not be as embarrassed as I was in Darkins when I withstood the angry face of the wrathful Duke, like I did before. This calmed down his anxious heart. Soraya seemed to have read George's thoughts, and kept looking at the book in George's hand. Soraya quietly leaned over and said, "Coward! Whatever you are afraid of will come to you. Go aside." During the meal, many people were recruiting people in the hall, and George discovered that these brave guys actually chose to travel at night. "The guys who come here are all looking for money rather than their lives," Earl Salmon said with some sigh. "Some teams even came back from the devil area of Days Bay in the east. Today's Dragon Tooth Canyon has welcomed it's an unprecedented event." George hummed slightly, knowing what Salmon was lamenting if the castle here had been built. Now the tax alone will probably not be much less than the profit of Count Salmon's big wine pot. While eating, George and others saw people coming and going from the trading area. It seems that there are still many people conducting auctions. Previously, a few adventurers tried to pass by the tavern while pushing their carts, and were even kicked out by diners. From the appalling smell emanating from those vehicles, and the squirming conditions inside the canvas, you could tell that everything inside was alive. After eating, George and others also entered the buying and selling area. He was surprised to find that the area here was not much smaller than the livestock exchange on the first floor of the Biswi City auction house. But the situation inside is a mess. Like a vegetable market. Many people even drove the carriage in and stood directly on the shopping cart, holding wooden signs and shouting. It wasn't until the people maintaining order came over that they lowered their voices in warning. But after the people left, the noise started again. Chapter 520, The Witch's Death. Special deal. In the entire trading area, only the bar area in the center is not so messy. That location seems to be a place dedicated to undertaking and releasing tasks. And it is also responsible for the guidance work. Everyone who comes here to buy or sell things will want to register here. After receiving the tablet, go to the designated area to sell things. There are many people sitting in the surrounding tables and chairs. These people don't seem to be in the same group. They seem to be the interfaces of various famous adventure groups. They all looked idle, chatting and looking around. In addition, there are many adventurers and patrons here who come according to the appointment time and wait for the handover of tasks. Some people are not near the bar yet, and they seem to be trying their best to win a big order from the Kanglin Knights. Apparently, Kanglin City often comes here to issue tasks. But looking at the actions of these people, this competition seemed unfair. The leading knight finally collected someone's wallet, then took out a piece of parchment and signed a contract with the interface person on the bar. Protocol. After seeing this scene, the other interface people walked away disappointed. "Sir, generally speaking, for some big orders or special tasks, Customers will choose to hire top adventurers here. But the tasks may not be in Dragon Tooth Canyon, Earl Salmon said with some embarrassment. Sometimes it will happen here. Top adventurers appear. So established knights often come here to recruit people. Salmon hesitated and wanted to ask what to do if these knights recognized him. But when he saw George glance at the knights and focus on the sign on the bar, he shut up, lifted up his hood, and covered the side of his face. Dare to look over there. With my current embarrassing status, meeting my knight here, to be honest, is a bit too sensitive. When this group of knights come here, they may have the task of asking the adventurers for information. At this time, the group of them had already walked over and sat down at a random spot. After communicating at the bar, Brenda brought out a list. After some research, Lorna and others went to purchase things with several adventurers. However, George, who originally planned to join in the fun with Lorna and others, seemed to have no intention of moving. George discovered that there were dozens of monster names written on the signs, and most of them asked to be captured alive. At this time, 7 or 8 dirty but energetic adventurers came to the bar with 2 human-shaped black cloth bags. The material of the black cloth bag seemed to be unusual, and it was engraved with incantations, and it was still shaking from time to time. A wizard sitting near George, and the others waved to them after seeing the group coming. The 7 or 8 adventurers recognized the wizard and hurried over. From the looks of it, it seemed that the mercenaries had just completed the task entrusted by the wizard today. Not long after, the wizard opened one of the black cloth bags. George and others took a closer look and found that a woman was wrapped inside. The woman was young and beautiful, but her face was pale, and her hair was white. Under the closed eyes, there were 2 long red tears. George was startled for a moment, remembering a certain journal edited by the Resting Birds. There is a story recorded in it many years ago. An ancestor of the Parthen birds once traveled to a certain town and found that all the people in the town were asleep. After nightfall, the sound of wailing could be heard from all over the town, as if the whole town was holding a funeral. In this call, the souls of the townspeople all flew out of the body and turned into groups of resentful spirits. And the initiator of everything is this kind of witch. George noticed that some of the words of these adventurers seemed to indicate that in a certain area of the swamp, the number of such witches was extremely terrifying. Before the mist, this kind of witch had not appeared in the world for many years. But now in the Dragon Tooth Canyon, the numbers are extremely terrifying. Brenda has many potions prepared for this kind of monster. Its precise name is the Banshee. The ones with tear stains under their eyes indicate that they have absorbed many resentful souls and have the ability to pull people into dreams. Ability. The darker the color of their tear stains, the more terrifying they are, the kind that the Resting Bird encountered. The tear stains under the eyes are much whiter than this, and have reached dark brown. At this time, they should no longer be called banshees, but should be called witches. These 2 banshees are obviously not up to the level of witches, so it should be called a banshee. But looking at the tear stains, it's obviously coming soon. But no matter what, the ability of these adventurers to catch such a banshee is definitely extraordinary. Banshees of this level have reached the level of ordinary black demons, and they are the nemesis of all living things, and the undead. Those who are not strong-willed will die upon hearing the sound. The weak undead will be roared out of their souls directly. These banshees are soul masters. They can control the souls of the dead, and the people they kill cannot be saved by ordinary priests, and must be mastered by priests. Therefore, when they appear, they often bring groups of resentful spirits with them. Moreover, this kind of banshee is not only immune to many magics, but many mantras are not that effective for them. And because it has immortality, ordinary swords cannot kill it. If you don't know them well enough, you won't be able to deal with them at all. Much more powerful than the dead-haired banshee in the east. Normally, to deal with this kind of thing in the Holy Court, it would take the help of the Holy Temple Assassin to cure it. If the Templar Knights pass by, they will probably be played around because they are masters of magic. And only after the witch dies, the probability of becoming such a banshee will be greater. From the perspective of wizards, they are the best slaves and assistants. Sir, this group of adventurers seems to have been to the labyrinth area in the deepest part of the swamp, Brenda said. The dragon's nest and the entrance to the ruins of the ancient kingdom may be nearby. George nodded and continued to focus on the group of people. It seems that because the souls of these 2 banshees have been greatly damaged, the wizard has raised the price. Judging from the anxious looks of the adventurers, it seemed that only 6 or 7 of them were left in the entire group because of these 2 guys. The originally set price seemed frighteningly high, but after the wizard signed the contract, the adventurers discovered that the wizard had made a lot of word games in it, which left them almost speechless. The adventurers seemed to be in a dilemma. If they did not sell these two things to the wizard, they would be violating the contract. Then not only would they have to pay a huge fine, but they would also no longer be able to hang out in this swamp. But on the other hand, the price they paid for this mission was too heavy. Not only the living are in urgent need of a large amount of money, but the families of the deceased are also in need. If the income from this trip is less than 10,000, the living people will only get a few hundred silver foxes in the end. Listening to the wizard pressing the price again and again, several adventurers couldn't help but slump down on their seats in physical and mental exhaustion. And a young female mercenary covered her face and couldn't help crying. Chapter 521 Pirate Ship. George suddenly frowned. Originally, he didn't pay attention to the transactions here, but after learning about the situation here, he was a little frightened. The Holy Sea's control over dark wizards and certain dangerous things, although it has the purpose of amassing money and excluding dissidents' purpose. But to be honest, this kind of control is also very reasonable, because once these horrible things flow into certain cities, so whether it's a plague or a monster out of control, it's not a small matter if these two gadgets are placed in the city. They will fly around in the street. The surrounding residents will die one by one. The more capable the dark wizard is, and the more he likes to study such dark things, the more likely he is to be an acolyte. Riscard is a typical example. For them, only the devil's side is their paradise. Judging from the number of monsters here, George would never be surprised if a disaster caused by humans breaks out in a certain city one day. Isn't there anyone stationed here at Kangling Cathedral? When George asked this question, others did not understand what it meant. But Count Salmon, who is extremely politically sensitive, has chewed up some flavor. Yes, sir. But they come here regularly to inspect the Holy Court and are very strict about this kind of thing. However, the interests of various churches are deeply entangled in this. What Earl Salmon meant was that the Holy Court's control over each cathedral was almost gone. Actually, I asked more. The Holy See has already lost control of various regions. George shook his head secretly. He opened the Book of Dawn and informed Daphne to send some teams here. Originally, the shelter's attention was focused on the northern and eastern areas of Elda. It is not placed on these safe areas in the south, so there are no sheltered mercenaries working here. But it now appears that this was an oversight. The Dragon Tooth Canyon is now almost the largest mercenary gathering place in the entire Elda, except for the Eastern District. All kinds of top teams will come here to make money. If the Sanctuary's mercenary group were to integrate here, they would become a considerable force. At this time, the wizard had already outbid the price by 8,000 silver foxes, which was already the biggest bottom line for the adventurers. 8,000 silver foxes. This is by no means a small number. But for the buyer, it was a huge profit. The two banshees can be said to be two top dark wizards, who have served the buyer's family loyally for generations. If they were human beings, no one would raise their eyebrows unless they were granted the title of baronet or help build a wizard tower. The adventurers seemed to be ready to compromise. They couldn't afford to break the agreement, unless someone is willing to pay twice the price to bear the liquidated damages for them, and buy these two banshees at a higher price. And these 8,000 silver foxes. How should the living people be divided? And how should the dead people be divided? For the adventurers, it is also an extremely painful decision. The dead are all their close partners, but the living are also in urgent need of this money. George's attention attracted the crying girl among the adventurers to ask for help. The two ancient gold coins turned upside down in that man's hands. I am afraid one would be sold for thousands of silver foxes. After seeing this heartbreaking look, George shook his head and smiled, then turned the ancient gold coin in his hand on his fingertips and gave the forbidden priest William a look. William understood. He untied his black robe and revealed the Kangling Cathedral's coat of arms on his armor. Then, William looked coldly at the other side not far away, and said to Count Salmon, Lord Salmon, the cultist that your knights mentioned who planned to harm the city of Kangling is probably it's here. I'm here. So you don't have to worry. Go and tell your knights to follow me. Obviously, these adventurers asked the wrong person. During the negotiations between William and others, only the dark wizard at the table finally resisted. However, the outlaw's magic was meaningless when it hit William. Seeing the priest patting his chest and saying the words, Guilt +1, the wizard almost froze on the spot. Then he felt that all the magic power in his body was burning. And then, he was pinned to the ground by several Kangling knights like a chicken. As for the adventurers, after seeing Count Salmon's knights, their legs became completely weak. In the end, as the charges from William's mouth were read out, the wizards and adventurers all showed desperate looks. And George, who witnessed all this, finally showed a satisfied smile after seeing the desperate looks in these people's eyes. William and Salmon did a good job, and the knights performed very well. During the whole process, no one mentioned that Earl Salmon was here. The whole thing is that Kanglen Knight came here with a great priest to handle this case. As for saving money, he is not short of 20,000 to 30,000 silver foxes. Salmon has plenty of money. But if the adventurer is fed, who will take him to find those banshees? He wants to catch them all today. When Morna and the others returned and George took everyone back to the boat, Siljack had already retracted the net and transformed into a girl. What everyone saw was just an ordinary girl guarding the boat. Compared to the girl guarding the boat alone, people seemed to be more surprised by the sudden appearance of a sailboat in the Dragon Tooth Canyon. Moreover, there seems to be an extremely strong smell of sulfur on this ship. This smell is extremely weird, with both a very pure feeling and a dark atmosphere full of terror. After letting the Kanglen Knights smell it, they felt a kind of fear unconsciously. But they were also fascinated by this smell. The Kanglen Knights joined the fleet. As a matter of course, they all knew what was happening in the city. Being able to follow Salmon at this time can be said to be the best opportunity to express their feelings. These knights seemed to be human beings, and they didn't ask or say much during the whole process. They didn't even know George's identity at first. They all thought he was kidnapped by Moss. But they didn't know anyone on the ship. The kidnappers were all respectful and greeted them with smiles. He even secretly gave Aji and others a sum of money, asking Aji and others to take more care of their master. But he said he was taking care of his master. But in fact, it was a superficial attitude. After Aji revealed a few words, several Kanglen Knights were completely reassured. It seemed that the situation was as they thought. Earl Salmon and the kidnapper leaders had reached an agreement. And all that was needed next was if they take good care of their master, they will have a comfortable life in the rest of the journey. The moods of the adventurers and the knights were completely different. They felt as if they had fallen into H.L. They deeply believed that the ship they were on was the cathedral ship. But what surprised them was that after boarding the ship, what they faced was not a trial. "Sir, I originally planned to recruit some people." Brenda looked at the adventurers who were tied up and kneeling on the ground, and said in front of them, "They seem to be very familiar with the swamp. If you do a good job, you may not be able to give them a chance." The adventurers, who were originally ashen-faced, couldn't help but have hope in their eyes after hearing these words. Chapter 522 Rotting Swamp. "Everyone, you should have heard what Earl Brenda said just now." George, who was sitting on the chair with his legs crossed, looked at them with a half-smile and said, "But I want to make one point. What you did today, everything will be free of charge. It can only offset the fines and punishments imposed on you by the cathedral." The word Brenda does not seem to make the adventurers directly think of that legendary figure, and they never imagined that such a legendary figure would follow someone like an aide. But the word, offset punishment, made them all hang their heads and say nothing more. Today was simply the worst day. And in their hearts, the whole world seemed to have turned gray. And this is the only road left in front of us. After seeing these people nodding, George said with satisfaction, "Of course, if you do equally well tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and are willing to sign a long-term employment agreement, I think Lord Salmon will help you. Those friends will pay the pensions they deserve, and you will also receive the rewards you deserve." "Are you serious?" The leading adventurer couldn't help but widen his eyes. The 3 words Salmon are indeed more effective than any name. After hearing these words, many adventurers looked at the fat noble next to George in disbelief. After they repeatedly looked at Count Salmon's fat face, they felt more and more that this nobleman's figure was very similar to the legendary Lord Salmon. And the respectful attitude of the Kanglen Knights behind this noble towards him was not fake. Suddenly, what George said to them suddenly became extremely true. The fat man in front of them suddenly became a light that pierced the dark world in the hearts of the adventurers, filling their hearts with hope and fear at the same time. Count Salmon did not reply to the adventurers, but asked the leader's name. "What's your name?" "My name is Paul, my lord." "Okay, Paul." Earl Salmon nodded and said, "I guarantee that this reward will definitely be more than 8,000 silver foxes. Of course, if you plan to use these rewards in exchange for something else, you can do that. Mention it to me, but first, you must show sufficient loyalty and virtue." Loyalty and virtue are often symbols of knights. Earl Salmon did not make any promises. But at this moment, the light in front of the adventurers had reached the sky. Title and land are the best destination for every adventurer after their career ends. If you can become a knight of the Kanglen family in the future, how much money will you need? Thousands of silver foxes are really far behind compared to one noble knight. And the young man, with a half-smile on his face, who had been sitting in a chair playing with ancient gold coins. The identity is obviously more unusual. Maybe it's Prince Alfonso. And this is the only prince in the entire Elda who has such qualifications. People at the bottom, even low-level nobles, don't understand the changes in the domestic political situation. Sir, please give me your orders, Paul said, looking at George and Alfonso. The excitement in his heart could no longer be hidden at this time. At this moment, other adventurers also felt as if they had suddenly returned to heaven from H.L. Yes. The gold coins in George's hand stopped spinning. He nodded slowly and asked, "Okay. Show me the way. We need you to take us to the Banshee's lair." These words were like a basin of ice water suddenly splashed on the adventurers, making them feel cold all over. Paul opened his mouth and looked at the priest William with a cold smile on his mouth. In the end, the words, "We will never accompany anyone to die again," could not come out of his mouth. The destination Paul mentioned was located in the center of the lower left corner of the map. The far right of the map is the lake, which is exactly the most dangerous swamp maze area that Brenda had mentioned before. The adventurer had taken the mountain road before and went around to that side. "We walked for 2 or 3 days in total. Also, you can take the lake route. We have a boat. It will be much faster than the mountain road," Paul suggested. "I don't recommend taking the lake detour, although there is a waterway from the lake to the destination, and it seems closer. But here at sunset, the water level will start to drop. At that time, the boat may have to dock near the lake at shore. The rest of the way would be very time-consuming on foot," Brenda said. After hearing this, the adventurers were a little surprised. This kind of water level drop only occurs in the deepest areas of the swamp, and those who have not been there at night will not understand this situation. In fact, this was indeed the case. Although Brenda did not go deep into this swamp maze because of the shadow, but it can be said that except for the small area he was most suspicious of, other places were lit on the map in his mind. It's just because he hasn't been here for a long time, so maybe no adventurers know so much about certain things. In addition, there is another reason why Brenda does not recommend walking in the lake their group. If they are in the water, then I am afraid that the combat effectiveness will not be able to exert 1/10. And there is nothing big in this deep lake. Once the boat capsizes, then maybe everyone except Soraya and other people with wings will be dead. Anubis can only fly a few kilometers and cannot bring people ashore. Sir, let's take a boat and drive down the mountain forest in the center of the map. We can reach the location before dark, Earl Brenda said with absolute certainty. Regarding this matter, Paul and others had great doubts. First of all, he was not sure whether there was a river that could pass there. Secondly, the entire Dragon Tooth swamp was full of mud, making it impossible for ships to pass. In fact, adventurers thought it would be foolish to use a boat in this swamp. Sir, Paul and the others are indeed very familiar with that place. The river is in the middle channel, and there are sections of dense forest blocking it. But I know the shortest part of that section of dense forest, which is about 1 kilometer. There are also some roads in the second half of the road. A lot of silt, but I guess that's not a problem. George nodded after listening to Brenda's words and understood what he meant. Dense forests and silt are indeed no problem. Even if the dense forest is longer, there will be no problem, because Siljack can hang a net on a forest. Let Anubis take the boat to rest on the big net in the dense forest. As for those swampy areas with mud, it's easy to deal with as long as someone pushes it. The boat can go as fast in the swamp as in the river. After seeing how stubborn the patrons were, the adventurers didn't say much. According to their ideas, it was best not to go. The boat finally followed Brenda's route and headed towards the dangerous swamp area. Halfway through, the adventurers, who had been staying in the cabin, suddenly felt the ship shaking violently. When they opened the curtains, they suddenly discovered that the ship seemed to be able to fly. And it doesn't seem to just be flying. The surrounding trees are getting denser, and the fog is getting thicker. Gradually, the boat entered the river in the second half of the journey and began to penetrate into the swamp area. It's mostly water and silt. In the beginning of the journey, the grass and trees on the land were still very dense. But as the ship continued to advance, the grass and trees began to turn yellow. And then, the grass was completely replaced by dense fungi and ferns. The trees were also covered with parasitic fungi and became rotten and weird. Many of the trees were covered in tumors, which looked disgusting. The mosquitoes in the jungle also began to grow larger, more deformed and manic. Perhaps because this swamp jungle smelled the scent of humans on the ship. Many fungus tentacles stretched out from the inside of the trees, like leeches, waving in the direction of the ship. Dense green algae began to appear in the river. They were large and large, like thick plastic foam. There were many dead fish floating inside. As the adventurers said, these algae and underwater silt have completely sealed the river channel. But the ship did not stop and moved faster and faster. Originally, this was supposed to be an extremely exciting thing. But the adventurers were feeling cold all over because they discovered that something was not quite right about this ship. Paul and others couldn't help but look at the surrounding water. There were many dead faces in the water. Pushing the boat. Chapter 523 Rotting Swamp. These algae completely blocked the river. But the ship continued to move forward without any hindrance. After the ship approached, the green algae would get out of the way and create a channel for the ship. There were many dead faces in the water. They approached the ship silently. But whether it was these resentful spirits or those strange swarms of flying insects. After approaching the ship, they all moved away from the ship crazily. Boat, however, before those deformed bugs could fly far, their bodies began to wither and shrivel, as if there was an invisible big spider around them, opening its mouth and sucking all the nutrients from them. On the way to escape, those resentful spirits were like flies that couldn't find their direction, stumbling around in the water near the ship. It's as if as soon as you get close to the ship, you enter an invisible and terrifying maze. Ordinary people cannot see these ghosts. They can only see the waves rolling on the water, which looks extremely weird. The adventurers who were watching all this were heartbroken. Vaguely, adventurer Vivian saw a hideous spider claw shadow flashing across the water. Then the water across which the shadow crossed became quiet. In the dimension she couldn't see, those ghosts were all controlled like puppets. These controlled resentful spirits began to move in an orderly manner while trembling. They lingered near the ship. Some of the resentful spirits gathered at the bow of the ship and pushed away the green algae. The other group struggled to push the ship up and continuously pushed away the mud in the river, allowing the ship to move here. Able to travel through a normal river, everything on the water surface looked normal. But when Paul occasionally looked at the water surface with his peripheral vision, he would vaguely see that the faces of the resentful spirits near the water surface were already densely packed. The adventurers, who felt that the ship was becoming more and more abnormal, only felt chills all over. What made Paul nervous and funny was that this fear was not because they had gone deep into the swamp, nor was it because of the ghosts that occasionally appeared under the boat, but the girl sitting on the bow. She sat on the bow of the boat, swinging her legs and waving her white arms in laughter. She looked like a simple girl playing a puppet show. But when her arms were waving, she was a little crazy. Paul also saw just now that this girl secretly ate a butterfly that flew to her shoulder. That butterfly is highly poisonous. But what made Paul feel chills all over was not the behavior of the witch, but the vague shadow of a huge spider in the water near the ship. This shadow was also constantly waving its ferocious claws. And the movements were similar to that girl is totally consistent. Even when I first ate butterflies, it was exactly the same. Inadvertently, Paul saw a gray shadow flickering in the jungle. Paul knew that it should be the fear banshee, one of the few powerful things in the swamp that often appears during the day. They once caught a silver fox and sold it for more than 3,000 yuan. This number makes countless people crazy. But even in the daytime, few people are willing to touch the bad luck of this thing no matter how frightening her weird ability is. Several expensive potions must be spent to deal with him, to fight with it. Otherwise, you will completely fall into madness in that fear. But for some reason, this time, Paul didn't feel scared when he saw her. And she didn't look like she was coming to attack here. It looked more like she was desperately escaping. Suddenly, a chain seemed to appear on the body of the banshee. And then, there was a flash of white light in the forest. The banshee who had been hiding in the dense forest and peeping here disappeared out of thin air. George! This swamp has been completely corrupted. Looking at the surrounding trees, Soraya frowned, seeming a little shocked by the situation here. Are you sure your judgment is correct? That dragon's lair, will the entrance be here? Hearing this, George closed the Book of Dawn and stopped studying the newly captured thing. But he also frowned. He felt it too. The situation here is probably worse than in the necropolis. The rating of the captured dread banshee is 167, which is equivalent to an ordinary dark wizard. Logically speaking, Duke Tianwu should not live here. But when Angel pushed in, he discovered that according to the location of Jerry Jones in the Book of Dawn and the landforms on Brenda's map, if there really is a hidden cave in the swamp area ahead, then this cave can indeed lead to the location of Jerry Jones. But if this is the case, and the dragon has been living in such an area, it is probably inevitable that it will be infected by corruption. And there are a lot of evil spirits around here, like a bunch of annoying neighbors. So even though there is lava in the depths of the cave, it is very dry, and there is even a lot of treasure inside. She should have moved long ago. Her teeth are rotten. There are worms. It's very painful, Rona suddenly said. You have to go to Tianwu Lake to bathe and brush your teeth often. George touched Lorna's little head, and felt that Lorna might have seen the dragon's teeth. Her vision was even further than Siljak's. But for some reason, George thought of the female worker, who loved desserts and had broken teeth. It's not your fault, Soraya. People are afraid of you, and have to hide here. Ahem. I mean, they are afraid of your father. Seeing Soraya's expression looking a little weird, George quickly changed the subject. What attitude has heaven always had towards dragons? I mean before. Kill them all. Soraya snorted coldly and said, Dragon has always been the most harmful thing in this world. In the era when they were most active, countless cities were destroyed. They like to stay in the magnificent in the castle. The richer the kingdom is, the more greed it will arouse in them. George nodded. Although according to what Thor, it had not yet fallen at that time, revealed to him. The 7 gods did drive the dragon to death in the later period because it refused to surrender. But in fact, a large part of what Soraya said is true. Dragons, indeed, once hindered the development of the human world just like the 7 gods today. Although, there are indeed a few dragons who can establish friendly relationships with a handful of human heroes. But throughout history, dragons have always been the greatest threat to the human kingdoms, until their near annihilation and the establishment of the 7 kingdoms. Before that, there were no such big countries. They were all small countries. In the eyes of dragons, humans are just ants. Although there are several extremely powerful dragons that are worshipped by humans. As a result, these kingdoms were protected by these guardian dragons when the world was in crisis. These dragons also helped humans eliminate the crisis, and thus gathered faith, and finally became a god. But in the country ruled by dragons, compared with the modern holy court rule, it is far behind. They do not pay attention to people's livelihood, nor do they care about faith. So it's not like the 7 gods treat humans like parents. At that time, the 7 gods had just been born, and the gods were divided into separate kingdoms. The 7 gods could be said to be different from all the gods in that era. The system was also far ahead of its time. Therefore, compared with the 7 gods, it is not an exaggeration to say that the other gods are evil gods even if they cannot be called evil gods. They are still stupid and unprincipled. Of course, there were also many good gods who were killed by mistake. But such is the battle for unification. The backward system and wrong leaders will surely be submerged in the dust of history. However, some dragons can still grant forgiveness. Father God once had several mounts. I am considered the heir Duke of Wrath. I know that he is more than 10,000 years old. Soraya raised her eyebrows with twinkling eyes. Panic came. Chapter 524 The Vision of the Styx Fragments. Oh! It turns out that you already have a way to deal with him, George said suddenly. It makes me worry so much it seems that you can do it alone. Well, George, although he is Father God's mount, the dragon has a rather stubborn temper, and I didn't get along very well with him before. Soraya looked a little flustered. She knew that the dragon would react badly when he saw her. What to do? But she was stubborn. But I am his heir. George patted Soraya on the shoulder and got straight to the point. Let's switch rides. But the right to belong is mine, Lorna shouted. She will not agree. She will only choose friends, not slaves. George seemed to be reminded by these words. He spread his hands to Soraya and said, Soraya, did you hear that? If the Duke of Wrath chooses me to be his master, then there is nothing I can do to help. The most I can do is I'll switch rides with you. These words made Soraya couldn't help but feel a little jump in her heart. In Soraya's heart, George is quite competitive. And Soraya knew that with the hatred between the dragon and the 7 gods, maybe she would rather die than surrender after seeing her. Then you have to put him in my name. Soraya gritted her teeth and said, Make him surrender to me. I will give it to you. New. What do you know? When other people ask in the future, I will say that you lent me the ride. This dragon does not look down on me, but likes the great righteous angel. He chose the righteous angel because of his superior character. Surrender. Make a deal. During the conversation between the 2 people, Lorna snorted and returned to the cabin angrily. Afterwards, the ship entered a swamp extending in all directions. The river is extremely wide. Or rather, there are swamps everywhere. And the land is like a small island floating on the shore of the lake. After passing the last section of the road, the surrounding jungle began to get denser again. The boat took 2 wrong detours according to Brenda's direction. But in the end it arrived at the destination as planned. Fortunately, although the landscape here has changed a lot over the years, all roads lead to the Holy Court. And there are many ways to walk in this swamp. Brenda touched her mustache and looked towards the waterfall on the cliff not far away. Then looked at Paul and others and asked, You should have come here from that mountain road before. Right. Sir, you must be a great navigator. I have never dared to imagine that someone could point out the route in such a swampy area without reference. It's amazing. Paul looked at the waterfall with excitement and felt very incredible. Having said this, Paul couldn't help but look the aristocratic adventurer up and down again. As if he was getting to know this man again. This man boasted too much on the road. But it does seem to be somewhat capable. No, it doesn't seem to be just a bit capable. Because even adventurers like them, who come in and out here every day, can't do this. According to this person, he only came once more than 10 years ago. A dozen years ago. Paul looked at the mustache in front of him. And his mouth suddenly opened. He suddenly realized that the three words Brenda might not be the same name. Sir, there should be some differences between day and night here. Brenda looked at George and said, It will get dark soon. According to what Paul said before, if nothing else happens, we should be able to see some interesting things. The last time he came, there was no fog here, so I didn't see any special vision. So I could only look for the entrance to the ruins. This time, he felt that things should have a breakthrough. This sentence suddenly woke Paul up. And he said anxiously, Yes, sir. The day and night here are the same world. Banshees often appear in concentration when it is dark, wandering over the swamp looking for creatures to devour. There is a safe and secluded cave above the waterfall. We can go there tonight. George and Brenda looked at each other. At this moment, the two players, who had been cooperating in various dungeons all year round, seemed to have found a key. The fog here is so deep that to the Banshees, there is not much difference between day and night. But the Banshees seem to only come out at night during the day. There is no trace of them at all. And if so, where do the Banshees wander during the day? They didn't see anything powerful on the road during this day. Unless it's an area hidden in the swampy underworld that only opens at night. Sir, that dragon also arrived at the dragon's nest at night, Brenda said with burning eyes. George flipped through the Book of Dawn, nodded slowly, and said, Get ready to go. Paul, let's hurry up. After the words fell, Paul suddenly felt a few rays of light flash before his eyes. And then he felt that his body was wrapped in a gentle yet tough force. This force made him feel very warm, as if he was bathed in the sun middle. The heart is also filled with strength under the charge of this power. Drink those potions too. George tapped the big cauldron that was cooling on the deck with his chin. Then he looked at the mud in the river and knew that the boat might not be able to dock here. He waved his hand, indicating that Siljack was ready to go ashore. After seeing the boss's signal, Siljack stretched out her hand and pointed towards the dense forest on the river bank. And then a large net flew out from the shadow under her feet and flew to the top of the dense forest, connecting dense forests and ships. This net almost covered a small piece of forest land with a radius of 100 meters, with the support of a large number of trees. Even if the ship is put on it, it will be fine. Then, Siljack stretched out his fingers and fiddled with the air for a while, and saw that the spider web began to become more and more dense. And soon people would not fall through the gaps in the web. What kind of magic is this? Adventurer Vivian looked at Siljack in surprise. Judging from the adventurer's dress, she seems to be a wizard as well. She should be at the level of a high-level apprentice in the shelter. Hee. The witch looked at the sweet human in front of her and laughed strangely. In her weird laughter, Vivian felt for the first time that this witch seemed a little less human. After Siljack finished her work, she saw that the owner and everyone else were busy eating the stinky potion in the pot. So she secretly made some small moves. William, who had been paying attention to her, saw that Siljack began to secretly devour the resentful spirits as the boss said, and he couldn't help but gather all his strength, silently recited the mantra, and waved his hand in the sky. In the power of this prayer, I saw the last ray of afterglow suddenly falling down in the dim sky. This afterglow penetrated the layers of fog and shone on the resentful spirits in the water. At this moment, the view of the swamp became brighter than ever before, and one could almost see the dusk in the distant sky from the position of the ship. Vaguely, there seemed to be a gate appearing vaguely on the golden-red horizon, and the shadow of an angel was lingering in front of the vague door. Heaven-level salvation. In this kind of salvation, the twisted faces of these resentful spirits, who were illuminated, began to become peaceful, and their bodies became lighter and lighter, and soon they began to fly into the sky, following the afterglow. Like stepping on a long bridge, I kept flying towards the gate of heaven. Count Salmon looked at the little bits of fluorescence in the afterglow, and couldn't help but open his mouth. He had only seen this kind of miraculous mantra of salvation in the hands of some bishop-level priests in the Holy Court, or in the hands of the Holy Son at the level of an angel. But what he doesn't know is that for sanctuary, The kingdom of heaven is too close to them. Especially those Dawn Knights/priests, who have been recognized by all the heavenly arms after breaking through the H.L. level dungeon. Siljack felt extremely annoyed by this behavior of taking away food. She glared at William fiercely, but was ignored. But then, a ferocious flying insect that only hit the spider web interrupted Siljack's concentration. She looked at the fat bugs, put down her obsession, danced close to George, and said excitedly, "Master, this place is like a paradise." Having said this, Siljack took a deep breath. "What a sweet taste. I feel as if I have returned to the netherworld." George put down the foul-smelling spoon, grinned, and nodded. "No spider eggs are allowed." After hearing this warning, Siljack, who had been dancing happily just now, turned to stone. Indeed, not only is the swamp here much larger than the one in the valley, the types of monsters are also much richer than in the valley swamp. For the demon spiders, these monsters are very nutritious, and there are mineral veins nearby. Taken together, it can be said that this place is very suitable for the survival of demon spiders within a few years. There will be as many demon spiders as there are bugs here. No, there are already a lot of spiders here now. George saw a lot of spider webs on the road. According to Paul, there are no spiders as big as humans in the entire continent, except in this area. After everyone was ready, it was getting dark soon. They lit a torch of hope in advance and started to go deep into the swamp jungle on the cobwebs. In the last afterglow, George stood on the spider web and looked into the distance. I found many shadows flying into the sky from the depths of the jungle in front of me. All kinds of weird birds, beasts and bats flew away in the jungle. Suddenly, George felt that the scroll of sticks around his waist suddenly became hot. Then, the whole sky began to dim. I said there must be a treasure here. Chapter 525. Isn't this a case of stealing a house? The moment the sky began to dim, the number of shadows flying out of the distant area suddenly increased, and all the shadows hidden in the swamp also flew into the sky. This terrifying amount caused the clouds in the sky to start to rotate, amidst the singing of the banshees. The birds and bats in the sky continued to die and fall one by one. The screams that soared into the sky could almost be heard here. There were thousands of banshees rushing out from the distance, and the number of resentful spirits flying out of the jungle was even more numerous. Looking at the dense shadows in the sky, many people in the team couldn't help but stop, feeling their scalps exploding. Immediately afterwards, the clouds in the distant sky began to rotate, and the projection of the gate of the kingdom was closed. Then, the surrounding fog suddenly thickened, and the entire sky suddenly became pitch black, leaving only a ray of light near the torch of hope. It seems that the resonance of the Styx fragments caused an unprecedented phenomenon to appear here. The CO seems to have discovered a new treasure. Dawn of Light suspects that the last Styx fragment is here. The complete Styx scroll can collect all the undead souls in the world, and this fragment can gather resentment. But as to Wyatt, the writing style of the note suddenly changed, as if someone couldn't stand the nonsense of Dawn Light and suddenly snatched the pen. George, this last part of the Styx fragment must have been placed here by someone in the Holy Court. It continuously gathers all the resentful spirits in the swamp here, and then uses the magic array to transform them into something even more evil. Your rival caused it to resonate with the resentful spirits around it. I suspect that this was originally a large landmine buried in the south of Elda. You must get it at all costs. Otherwise it won't be long before another black tide will breed here. I asked why the corruption here is so deep. It turns out that this mine is constantly gathering resentment. George looked at the sky in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he burst out laughing. Said, "Of course I have to get it. These fragments of scrolls and the cultivated banshees are prepared for me." Morpheus. Earl Salmon watched George burst into laughter and couldn't help but feel chills all over. However, Earl Salmon discovered that not only George, but also the key members of the team did not seem to pay due attention to this matter. Many people's faces were even full of excitement, discussing the interesting vision. Just now even Brenda was stroking her beard with pride, as if she had dug a treasure. The adventurers who were originally in a panic gradually calmed down after seeing Count Brenda act like this, and seemed to be interested in exploring. "It's crazy." Earl Salmon grabbed George's sleeve and shouted, "Sir, we can't handle this matter anymore. There are too many. Let's ask the Holy Court to send troops." "I'm from the Holy Court." George glared at Salmon and said, "Now that all the monsters have run away from home, why not go steal the tower now? It's like the 7 gods appeared today." Salmon was stunned for a long time by George's words, although he didn't understand the meaning of home and stealing the tower. But he somewhat understood what George meant. After finishing speaking, George looked at the situation in the dense forest below his feet, and found that the water level had receded, and the ground was full of mud. So he flipped through the Book of Dawn, opened the door to Paradise Lost, and called out the prepared stilts. The dozen demon spiders summoned by George are all the most resistant crystal spiders. With various blessings, he is far beyond Jerry Jones. These dozen crystal spiders look different from other crystal spiders. They are the magic spiders that have been following George since he traveled eastward. I've eaten all kinds of demons. Not only have their bodies become larger, their crystal armors more dazzling, but their upper bodies have also grown. The upper bodies of these demon spiders are as exquisite as women. Some horns grow slightly on their heads, and they look like the prototype of a crown. However, there are no facial features on the faces of these crystal spiders. Not only are they physically stronger, but they have also developed some intelligence, and can even use some special magic. Although these crystal spider girls are not as smart in magic as the Spider Queen, they have already become independent. Even Siljack sometimes has trouble getting them to obey his orders without going through Paradise Lost. In fact, originally this type of crystal spider was the real crystal spider. In terms of bloodline, she is closer to the crowned demon spider than the Spider Queen. Demon spiders used to live around the river Styx, often stealing souls in the river Styx. So let alone the mud. Even in the lake, they can use some magic to step on the water for a short period of time as if they were floating. As for those swamp areas with woodland, the silt is very shallow, and it can be said that walking on flat ground is like walking on flat ground in this swamp. They are the most powerful predators in this environment. In addition to these demon spiders, there are also a dozen black demons led by Thor. They will fly directly to the place where the monsters are concentrated to keep the banshees away. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with a slow smell of sulfur. Those ferocious shadows. The surrounding trees are even more ferocious and terrifying. It was as if the surrounding area suddenly entered H.L. The surrounding fog was very thick, and the adventurers could not see clearly in this night. But they could vaguely see that there seemed to be many huge things suddenly appearing nearby. It should be just some monsters tamed by the wizards in the group. Paul looked at the vague giant spider in the fog, swallowed his dry throat, and comforted the companions around him who were in a daze. Then he felt a bunch of ferocious claws hooking onto his back collar. And then his body flew up from the air and landed on the backs of the ferocious spiders. Immediately afterwards, he saw the young leader in the team waving his hand. And then he saw a dozen terrifying demons unfolding their huge magic wings in the mist not far away amid weird and rough laughter, flying into the sky. In their flight trajectories, they either left behind burning red and yellow flames, or left behind burning blue underworld fires. It's so clear in this night sky. Come with me to steal the house! George jumped on the spider web and jumped onto Siljack's huge back. Then, one by one, the spider knights grabbed it down on their mounts and leaped nimbly into the swamp. Chapter 526 Ruins of the Ancient Kingdom. After Thor and the others streaked across the sky over the swamp like meteors, everything in the swamp seemed to be alarmed. The scavengers in the jungle huddled in the swamp and shivered, while monsters such as the dread banshee wandered around in panic. Soon, this group of demons came with force, causing the high-level banshees in the swamp jungle to gradually gather in groups, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. But what surprised George was that after the banshees began to gather together, the entire swamp jungle began to change like a maze. Demons as powerful as Thor were also present in this maze, signs of being lost, and the banshees also began to appear mysteriously around them, constantly harassing them. They were so cruel that they went crazy. George was able to find out from the Book of Dawn that none of these banshees were actually their opponents, and the strongest leaders who led the banshees were only at a slightly higher level than the Black Devil. And among the demons like Thor, anyone chosen at random is an elite dark demon. It can be said that if these banshees faced off against the black demons head-on, Thor and the others would be able to crush the leaders to death with just their fingers. But these banshees are extremely powerful in this tactic, and their methods are full of tricks. The difference from demons is that banshees not only know all kinds of weird magic, but are also extremely calm. They are not as easy to get mad and angry as demons, so they can always make demons fall into their tricks. Moreover, the maze created by the banshees was so powerful that even Thor and the others fell into their trap. Often this powerful fire demon actually needs the guidance of his subordinate night demons to get around these traps. It seems that although the night demons are not as strong as the Balrogs in terms of frontal toughness, they are more comfortable with such methods in the underworld. And their darkness resistance is also extremely terrifying. Many curses have hit them, and they are basically immune to all of them. Only the leaders of the banshees can pose some threat to them. But including the leader of the banshee, They would rather face Thor than be targeted by the Night Demon. The Banshees seemed to be more afraid of the Night Demon than the Balrog. On the way, George hooked Soraya and asked her to jump on Siljak's back, and then showed her the situation in the Book of Dawn for a while. According to Soraya, she also has some headaches with this kind of maze. However, if she wanted to solve this problem, it would be simple and crude, directly summoning divine grace to land. Not only would the maze be cracked, but most of the resentful spirits inside would also die. So I said you should give me that sacred object. With it, I could even directly bring down the fire from the sky and pull those banshees together and deal with them. George shook his head and stopped answering. These banshees are extremely suitable for defeating the strong with the weak. In this kind of cooperation, their group advantage is fully utilized. And even an archangel of Soraya's level can only use force to defeat this kind of maze. Then if the banshees cooperate with Siljak's dream maze, under Siljak's auspices, below, among the demons below the fallen angels, who else can defeat my netherworld army? Master, do you want me to help you? Siljak seemed to have seen some flaws. No. Let's go our own way. Let them play by themselves. George asked Soraya to hold the Book of Dawn, picked up the stick scroll himself, and led the way attentively. Under the guidance of the stick scroll, they headed east and west, constantly weaving in and out of the jungle, seemingly going around in circles. However, the strange thing is that on the display of the Book of Dawn, they are walking in a straight line. Along the way, deep in the midst of the forest, shrill wailing sounds kept coming out, and the lurking banshees kept issuing vicious curses on them. However, even Priyanka in the teen was not affected. The equipment all over her body began to emit gentle heat in the dark. The medicine made her feel numb to fear, and the mantra made her feel like she was being protected by the 7 gods. She felt as if she was lying in a quiet little house. Those banshees crying outside the house looked like girls who went to the forest to cry secretly after falling out of love. And the shadows that occasionally flash by in the forest are like a little girl picking mushrooms in the forest. Even the ferocious scavengers flying around in the forest looked like ordinary flying birds and beasts. After watching for a while, Priyanka suddenly found that she didn't feel scared. Instead, she became more curious about the scenes in the mist around her. With the blessing of various types of night devil talismans, her darkness resistance became more powerful. Not only has his sex reached the level of the Knight of the Dawn, but his eyesight is also extraordinary. George and the others basically did not take any action against the monsters that came to harass them. Often, the demon spiders would throw out a few threads of silk to tie up the monsters, like flying insects. The spider silk spun out by these demon spiders is all crystal spider silk. Not only is it extremely tough, it is not afraid of various elements, but is afraid of the decomposing enzymes of the demon spiders. If there were any more, even the giant dragon would have a headache. Under the control of Siljak's upper body arms, these spider threads seem to have eyes in the jungle, and no monster could get rid of them. After the monsters are caught, the spider silk will be pulled back under Siljak's control. Even if the team is moving away from the cut spider silk, they will also fly back when called. Soon, many cocoons appeared on the backs of the demon spiders. As they walked, they sucked up the larger cocoons, leaving only the banshee-like spirits, which they rolled up into a ball. Small balls. These small balls were hung on the body by the demon spiders, and occasionally they would play with them with their upper arms. After that, there were very few banshees coming over. Instead, large areas of resentful spirits appeared around them, and a large number of monsters crawled out of the swamp. Many of the wraiths don't even have faces, and are exactly what adventurers call faceless men. However, those resentful spirits are often wiped out by the spider web magic of the demon spiders. The monsters with flesh stood in front of the crystal demon spider woman, just like the flesh bodies stood in front of a tank. Whenever these living corpses gather together, the crystal demon women spray out a piece of venom at will, and the monsters that are contaminated turn into liquid visibly to the naked eye. Soon, the tourist group walked out of the jungle, and the view ahead suddenly became wider. Rona, take the stick scroll first. Don't let it resonate again, and make those banshees come back. George looked at the scene in front of him blankly. He felt that they no longer need the stick scroll now. The volume comes as pointed out. In this large area ahead, the fog seemed to have suddenly faded away. There is a huge gray-blue vortex in the sky dozens of kilometers across. The area under this whirlpool seemed to have been a lake area that spread to the land. But now it had turned into a huge wetland. The water level seems to have receded from the various caves here, exposing the deepest silt. And when George and the others stood at the edge of the jungle and looked, it was like standing on a hill and looking towards the foot of the mountain. Among the mud, There are many dilapidated buildings, as if this was once a great city. However, the strange thing is that the area around the ruins at the bottom of the lake seems to have been sprayed by some kind of blazing flame more than once. It can be seen that not only has a lot of silt solidified into something like rock, but the surrounding area is also shiny. It seems to be the bottom of the lake, the glass-like substance formed after sand melts. Chapter 527 Great Friendship. George opened his mouth, looked at the Book of Dawn, and found that they had already passed the foot of Dragon Tooth Mountain and arrived at this side of the lake without knowing it. The location is right in front of the lake area between the Dragon's Ridge in the center of the Dragon Tooth Canyon and the mountains on the opposite side. It seems that when the lake here was not so vast, the great ancient kingdom was established on the edge of this lake. Earl Salmon suddenly pointed to the left tremblingly. George and Brenda followed his hand and saw the central mountain range in the distance. The three of them suddenly thought of something and suddenly looked to the right. Then, they saw the former Dragon Tooth Castle standing there on the hazy mountain side. It looks just like it did centuries ago. And it is not at all the ruins described by Salmon's great-grandfather. It turns out that this Dragon Tooth Castle is near the ruins of the ancient kingdom. And its destruction also came from the sudden disappearance of the lake water. The ancient undead that swarmed out completely destroyed it. If you look carefully, it seems that the Dragon Tooth Castle was later repaired by some people. However, although that person was extremely powerful, he put the collapsed rubble back into place. Unfortunately, her workmanship was too shoddy, making the restored castle look like building blocks stacked by a child. Crooked and crooked. She seemed to have also tried to decorate it. Some of the unfinished decorations outside the castle, especially the windows, were hung with shiny things. It looked like glass in a window, the kind of glass that was shattered and then melted back together by a blazing flame. George suddenly looked at the ruins at the bottom of the lake directly in front of him again. George suddenly looked at the Book of Dawn, and he discovered that the location of Jerry Jones seemed to be in the underground area of Dragon Tooth Castle. Although the underground of Dragon Tooth Castle is also connected to lava. Why didn't Duke Tianwu directly build his lair in the volcano in Dragon Tooth Mountain? And this place is on the edge of the evil lair. Why would the Duke of Wrath rather struggle with these ghosts all day long than move to a better lair? Doesn't he know that unless the entire swamp is destroyed, the evil spirits will never be dispersed? George suddenly had an extremely strange idea after the Dragon's Tooth Castle was destroyed. Aloysius came here and hid the last incomplete part of the Styx scroll in the ruins of the ancient kingdom. Among the scrolls in this ruins have transformed the countless ghosts in the ruins into terrifying evil spirits. In these years, this corruption has spread to the entire swamp, indicating that the number of evil spirits accumulated here should have originally been extremely terrifying. Dozens of times larger than the scale of the banshee we see now. There are not hundreds or thousands of banshees, but tens of thousands. This is an army of the underworld prepared by a demon. It is buried in the hinterland of Erda. When it is summoned, it will cooperate with the Black Tide in the east to destroy this kingdom. But Aloysius never thought that a dragon with a lurking level as great as Juing had stolen Aloysius's treasure, had already settled here. And when the devil came here, he quietly observed everything the devil did. The power of the terrifying demon made the dragon tremble. And the giant dragon could know that the magic array arranged by the demon in the ruins could not be destroyed by itself. She really has too many reasons to leave here. And in this world, even this mountain range, for Duke Tianwu, there are really too many good places to stay. Moving, other people's and her own, is something she is already very familiar with. It's not that much of a hassle. However, she did not choose to escape from this place. Instead, she stayed in this disgusting and corrupt area with a stubbornness that George could not understand, and constantly tried to eliminate these evil spirits. This stubbornness finally caused the devil's plan, which was as huge as the disaster in the valley, to be ruined for a ridiculous reason. The terrifying Netherworld army was reduced to an extremely pitiful number in the end. That dragon knew what he was provoking, and knew that once he discovered what he had done, he would be skinned even if he fled to the ends of the earth. This dragon is also extremely timid. She is so timid that even though she is a dragon, she has become a night dyer and unintentionally gained the name of a magician. However, this kind of dragon has stayed here to protect this land for hundreds of years because of a joke from a friend. She kept waiting here, and even repaired the castle that her friend had abandoned, just for the promise she made, waiting for her friend to appear again. However, what she didn't know was that the lifespan of humans was far less than that of dragons, and her friend had already turned into a pile of skeletons hundreds of years ago. Or maybe she already knew it. But everything she did was just because of a verbal promise. George suddenly understood why great-grandfather Salmon had been frantically wanting to return to this land before he died. Maybe the obsession in his heart was not the unwillingness to have his property destroyed, just because he had promised his friend to build a home for him. A promise of great friendship is as heavy as 1,000 pounds to some people. George had never been able to understand what kind of promises there would be in this world, because the world was full of entanglements of interests and intrigues among people. And when faced with a choice between danger and benefit, any commitment is extremely fragile. But today, he began to believe it, because this fact is right in front of him. Dragontooth Castle builder Duke Izel. Your castle has been restored by your friends. He has lived here very well over the years. Please rest in peace. Soraya's expression changed slightly. George shook his head and looked at the gloomy vortex in the sky. Then, he patted Silyak, who was sitting down, and walked towards the ruins of the ancient kingdom in front of him. He decided to completely eliminate the disaster here. This decision is completely consistent with the previous thoughts. But the reasons for the decision are different from those previously made. Because this time, he was not doing it for those banshees or the treasures here. Not for myself either. But for the promise between Izel and the Duke of Skarath. For their great friendship and common ideal to bring real peace to this Dragontooth Canyon. In the kingdom of heaven. Dawnlight, who was observing George's every move, was talking to an angel who was wearing a light gauze and looked very soft. Although Dawn couldn't know the journey in George's heart, he could feel something from George's emotional fluctuations. Dawn couldn't help but sigh a little about this matter. After hearing Dawn sigh, the woman sneered. Big Bulb, you and Soraya are really as innocent as each other. Dawnlight dislikes George's nickname for her, and is confused by Ariadne's words. The woman used her white jade-like hand to stir the water in the altar in front of her. And George's stern face continued to enlarge in the water. The woman looked at this face with a burning look of great interest. He found a more upright reason for his robbery. George is a more shameless guy than Sodalea. George, as a reward, I will reluctantly accept all your treasures, and the succubus Lady Aloysius prepared for me. Chapter 528 Lorna and the Dragon. Huge square stones and broken and collapsed columns are scattered everywhere on the bottom of the lake. It seems that during these millions of years, most of the ancient city has been turned into sand in the passing of time. Only a small number of buildings made of special stones can still vaguely see their original appearance. But even so, the greatness and glory of this city can still be seen from these ruins. The Kingdom of Dragons. This is the guess made by ancient scientist Priyanka based on a broken stone tablet. The demand for gold in this country has almost reached a crazy level. So crazy that noble knights would even use weapons and armor made of gold and silver to go to the battlefield. They thought this would be blessed by the dragon god. And the knights wearing these too heavy and weak metals, the combat effectiveness is naturally lost. The Dragon Kingdom is full of jokes in its history, which once made many scholars wonder whether its official history was unofficial history. But this country has left many great things for future generations, such as eternal gold and mithril. And this country was also the country with the most powerful alchemy technology in ancient times, because their god was extremely crazy about turning stone into gold. Similarly, those eternal gold armors and mithril clothes also played an extremely terrifying role on the battlefield. Even if the Dragon Kingdom has only a few truly combat-effective troops, it can still defeat other countries. Nowadays, the reason why the divine pattern armor of the Holy Court can also use mithril to replace the language of divine runes is that it inherits some technologies from the Kingdom of Dragon. As for the wizard's application of the demonic nexus, they should also be grateful to the Kingdom of Dragon for its partial science and technology tree. There are so many ghosts here, so the armor and weapons should be left behind. Right. George stared and kept searching around on the road. However, even though his eyes were dazzled by the glittering fluorescent light on the ground, he didn't see anything to do with it. In addition to weapons and armor, there are many things made of gold and silver in the Dragon Kingdom. But George only saw a small number of gold foil fragments. It seemed that these thin gold foil fragments were originally plated on certain buildings. After being washed down by the current, they may flow into the lake during low tides. But this is not the case with slightly heavier gold and silver. According to George's opinion, there should be at least a lot of doghead gold here after the gold is burned by the dragon's flame. It will definitely form this kind of thing and fall into the mud. Is it possible that the dragon searched so thoroughly? The dragon has been working here for centuries, and he still comes here after the mist. Therefore, it seems that he does have a lot of time and opportunity to commit crimes enough to plunder the last silver fork here. Maybe, Lorna stumbled and explained with a twinkling look. Maybe it was taken away by Aloysius. George, if that guy finds traces of the Duke of Wrath, I'm afraid he won't send him away. Lorna. George touched his chin and thought. I doubt this dragon has any treasures, and can hold a huge amount of things inside. If you use the Eternal Gold Storage bag. Angel was halfway through his words when he felt a strong pinch on his waist. Angel sat on the spider by himself, and from the strength of his hand, he knew that it was Lorna not far away who was causing trouble. Angel first glared at Lorna, but when she saw Lorna giving her a fierce wink, she couldn't help scratching her forehead, although she felt very strange. She still kept her mouth shut. But another scholar, who is more professional than Angel, said a more reliable statement. It seems that the feature of increasing income by more than 300% has worked. Sir, according to some historical records, the alchemists of the Kingdom of Dragon have created many rare treasures for the dragon god. In some historical records, the dragon gods often turned into human forms and traveled around something as very strange, Priyanka said. The dragons are crazy about their treasures. But in the historical records, there is no mention of the troops who guard the treasures for the dragons. George nodded and understood what she meant. The dragon god had a way to carry all his treasures with him. Soraya's eyes lit up slightly and she said, Among the spoils of heaven. I did not get this treasure, George. Although the Duke of Skyrath is not famous among the guardian dragons, he is the most cunning and may be the last guardian dragon. It may have the sacred object of the dragon god in its hand. Lorna explained eagerly. She is the daughter of Duke Skyrath and the Princess of Skyrath. Then she must have inherited something from her father. The robber leader's eyes lit up slightly. Since someone had already put everything away for him, he decided not to waste any more time. So he ordered the demon spiders to speed up and move towards the dilapidated hall in the center. Although Lorna, who was at the back of the team, was a little anxious after hearing this, she still made an okay gesture towards a shiny golden pocket in her sleeve. The bag opened a small opening, and there was something inside. There is a golden eye looking out, Lorna whispered. Don't worry. Everything is according to Lorna's plan. A girl's voice appeared inside the bag. But do I really want to keep so much money? Of course. Otherwise George will cry and Lorna will also use it. I will use it as a magic hub and build you a great castle. In addition, there will be some protection money. The bag moved, seeming a little reluctant, but still said, Okay, for the sake of you treating my toothache. This disease probably does require so much treatment cost according to Princess Tianwu. It is a curse left by a terrifying evil spirit in the ruins. This curse was originally nothing. But there were too many people who believed in the Duke of Heavenly Wrath even though it was not the Princess of Heavenly Wrath. And the Princess of Heavenly Wrath did not take the initiative to draw on the power of this belief. But during these hundreds of years, Princess Tianwu still suffered from this corruption and was corrupted. She had previously relied on the remaining sacred power of the Sun God, actually an ancient Kashia, in the Lake of Wrath to constantly resist this corrosion, allowing her to stay awake. But this curse completely triggered the corruption in her body, causing many disgusting tentacles to grow in her gums. The pain was so painful that she felt worse than death. So she could only breathe dragon breath in the Lake of Wrath to relieve the pain. In recent years, her mind has become increasingly unclear. But what Princess Skyrath never thought was that these extremely evil and corrupting forces would be easily solved by her good friend Lorna. Princess Skyrath didn't know what kind of sacred ritual the kissing on the nose was. But she could feel that these corrupting powers were absorbed into Lorna's body in this kiss. In other words, the source of this corruption was sucked away, the power of chaos. The tentacles withered as a result, and the remaining rotten things disappeared completely after Princess Tianwu snorted. After her good friend Lorna absorbed this power of chaos, she didn't seem to be affected at all, and she didn't grow any tentacles as a result. Instead, he seemed to become more energetic. Chapter 529 Fallen Angel? Able Fellows. Princess Tianwu didn't want to think too much about why her toothache healed with just one kiss. Her good friend was a very powerful witch king, so it was normal for her to be able to cure toothache, but she originally thought should be eating a candy. However, although her good friend could not turn into candy, Princess Tianwu felt a little disappointed. However, after Lorna explained, Princess Tianwu became very happy again. She did not produce candy because she had not grown up. And she didn't grow up. And she didn't grow up either. Just right to play together. Princess Tianwu also believed in what her friend said. They must have a way to clean this place up. And a good friend can definitely help him avoid being discovered by the Sun God. The tricks she gave him are very easy to use. But you really don't need my help. What do you call the shameless one? Able Fellows. Yes, she is very powerful. And there are many of them. Princess Tianwu couldn't help but ask. She didn't know the name of this woman with fallen wings on her back. But her good friend Lorna guessed the name. She always guesses a lot of things right. Don't worry. We used to fight this kind of thing every day. We defeated the big fireman before we came out. George is amazing. Lorna kept bragging about the various battles in the shelter dungeon. But the story has been adapted a lot. Princess Tianwu was attentive while listening to the story. And she couldn't help but have a lot of little stars in her eyes even though this group of people looked like they couldn't beat her together. But Princess Tianwu's good friend said it would work. So it would definitely work. That maze are a piece of cake in Lady Lorna's eyes. Really? Lorna said at the end, patting her chest. Princess Skyrath and Lorna actually knew each other earlier. When Lorna saw Princess Skyrath bathing in the lake, she spoke to her. Invited? Princess Tianwu attended the pool party. The thing was what Lorna and Princess Skyrath planned to steal, but Lorna didn't expect that she would steal Jerry Jones. She originally planned to let Princess Skyrath steal the car. And then Lord Lorna could use her power as a prophet to help George find the dragon's lair. Idiot George will naturally be able to see this dirty place. Lorna felt very disappointed for not showing her power. She didn't even use herself to guide her. Damn that Brenda mustache. But no matter what, Idiot George must be able to clean this place up. Along the way, George could see many fleeting shadows in the ruins. But although they had a tendency to gradually gather, no one dared to get close. And those skeletons in the mud, most of these skeletons are dressed in modern times. And they seem to be adventurers or mercenaries who got here after being killed. Obviously, after years of decay, they have already acquired the ability to stand up based on the scenes George saw. He felt that these things at least knew how to drill into the mud. When these skeletons were either desperately digging into the mud, they were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Even after being picked out by Siljak, he remained motionless, but the bones in his body were constantly trembling. It seems that Siljak's aura has frightened all the Netherworld creatures who sensed her. In fact, this great demon lord in the Netherworld is enough to become the king of any area. But it wasn't her that these Netherworld creatures were afraid of, because their king scares them even more than this demon spider queen. But in this team, there seems to be a person who is more terrifying to all the Netherworld creatures. When approaching the main hall, Siljak suddenly stopped. She sensed an invisible position ahead. It seemed to be a powerful maze. But looking from the outside, there was nothing unusual around the main hall. It was just that the mud was very sparse, replaced by vitrified sand and gravel, as well as whole square stone pavement on the ground. Angel even felt some residual magic field outside this position. It seems that because the dragon cannot enter here, it can only use dragon flames to sweep it away without blind spots. And not only that, there seems to be a wizard here who is so powerful that she can almost compete with the Duke of Skyrath. She uses her terrifying magic to sweep across the entire ruins. Her powerful thoughts almost blow away the nearby mud, revealing the most powerful part. Deep Ashlar. I'm afraid Aloysius left something here. Soraya looked at the getting closer and closer hall not far away with burning eyes. And the will to fight gradually ignited in her heart. Yeah, George narrowed his eyes slightly, and found a few faceless men caught on the road in the Book of Dawn. These faceless men fit the definition of guards very well. And to a high degree the rare and special Netherworld creatures in Western Zhejiang actually don't have much strength, and are only slightly stronger than the Dread Banshee. But sealing it requires 1,000 points of order power. It seems that the growth of these faceless men was greatly influenced by the purifying dragon flames. Siljak believes that these faceless men were transformed by a certain master, and their power was often extracted. And it's that kind of unrestrained extraction that makes their souls close to the point of being broken. And if these faceless men grow up normally, their masters may be more than just lords. For some reason, George suddenly remembered the faceless succubus that Brenda had mentioned. When Brenda came here, she didn't know if Aloysius had made any moves here. But the time shouldn't be too different. Brenda was able to survive, which shows that at the beginning of the fog, the power of this thing was very different from the level of the thing in the hall. If they are the same thing, then he must be the one who was reared. Aloysius may have left a portion of the blood of the ancient gods here. And this is very consistent with the purpose of destroying Elda. However, she seems to be harassed by the guardian dragon all the time. Although she changed once during the last blood moon, she was unable to break through. I can only hunker down and wait for the next blood moon. Don't worry, George. It can't be Princess Skyrath. It has been beaten by the princess since it was a child. Lorna patted her chest and said excitedly, as if she was bragging for her friend. The small bag she had just hidden in her sleeve moved in a dignified manner when she heard this. But the Duke of Wrath seems to be unable to defeat him recently, George said, squinting his eyes and looking ahead. Lorna scratched her slightly red face, and the pouch inside her sleeve didn't move. But it's a pity that you can bully dragons who are not good at mazes just because of the number of people. And I just happened to bully you. Chapter 530, Maze of Ruins. After touching his chin, George closed his eyes and felt the area in front of him. He felt a Styx power from it. It is very similar to the power he had when he used the curtain of the Styx. But it is very different. This curtain is far less powerful than the Styx fragments that he has collected most of in his hands. But it can bend space. The level it can reach is even more powerful than Siljak's labyrinth if the dragon falls into it. All the ghosts outside will also enter. Then it can almost tear the dragon into pieces. Under the protection of this netherworld power, the degree of purification of dragon flames is far from enough to harm those slightly stronger ghosts. Only the pure holy power that ignores defense can do. This maze is a bit troublesome. But fortunately, I not only brought an expert here. There is also a key. At this point, George looked at Lorna, who was blushing and extremely excited. This girl is a little weird today. She keeps muttering something furtively along the way. George shook his head, stretched out his hand, and rushed towards the netherworld scroll in Lorna's arms, summoning it directly along with Lorna, who was holding the scroll tightly. He also pulled it onto Siljak's back. The netherworld scroll is the real key, and Siljak is the real master of the maze. But Lorna also seems to want to express herself. Seeing Lorna hugging the scroll tightly and about to cry, George couldn't help but feel a little funny. Although Lorna is also very good at both aspects, her current level is actually not enough. She mainly relies on flashes of inspiration and is very unstable. George patted Lorna's head and said, "Lorna, please borrow Siljak to take a look. By the way, teach this idiot Siljak a lesson. She doesn't understand you. If you find anything, tell her." After hearing this, Siljak held back her mouth and turned back to look at her master, while Lorna was filled with pride. The master is a blind man with no eyesight. Ignoring the words above Siljak's head, George looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm afraid there may be some danger ahead. Gray, Ada, and several Kanglin knights. You are accompanying the 2 scholars and the demon spider below. Find a place to rest and study this place at the same time." Speaking of which, George asked Angel to hand over some concealment potions to several people. The demon spider itself is good at hiding, except for the things in the main hall. There are no banshees here that can defeat these big demons that specialize in the spirit body. So as long as the 2 of them don't mess around, the other ghosts won't have time to care about them. As for the group of adventurers who were looking at him eagerly, hoping that he would let them find a place to stay, they were different from those Kanglin knights. They were not a bunch of bastards. After seeing the conditions in this swamp, George had a real understanding of the level of this group of adventurers. They were able to rely on a little bit of potion powder that they had made by themselves, without advanced protective potions, to go deep into the hinterland of the swamp, survive being chased by groups of banshees, and successfully get out of the place where the banshees dealt with Thor, plant a maze, and then catch 2 high-level banshees from the pile of evil spirits. This level, let alone the Dyer brothers, even among the mercenary group of the Sanctuary, must be given a thumbs up. Each and every one of these guys is a good candidate for Dawn Blade. Even the little wizard in the team is also a nightmare like the magician. What they lack is a little courage and confidence, or to overcome the shadow left in the Banshee maze. This seedling must be cultivated on the battlefield. After seeing how that thing dies, there will be no shadow left. If you don't lead them in, such a good copy will be wasted. Moreover, Gray and Ada went to do errands, and this group of people just cooperated with Brenda to steal the book. At least there was no problem in helping each other. Seeing George taking his eyes away from his group, the adventurers couldn't help but feel a sense of despair in their hearts. Although they didn't know what they were going to face next, they could feel that he would never simple. When Earl Salmon heard that George didn't plan to take him with him next, he couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart. He didn't expect that the Archangel of the 7 gods would value this thing so much. He and Priyanka looked at each other. Their faces couldn't help but look a little pale, and they couldn't help but persuade, "Sir, when you go in later, the banshees outside may come back to find you. There are so many of them. Don't worry, Salmon. Our people are no less than them." At this point, George waved his hand, and everyone followed him into the area ahead. The boss seems to be planning to pay those back wages today. Gray looked at Ada and quietly teased his boss. "How much salary do you think the boss owes those people?" In addition to the heroic spirits and heavenly weapons stationed in the sanctuary, there are more than 2,000 heroes in the Temple of Heroes who have never been given. The money saved in the past 6 months will probably be spent. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Earl Salmon looked at the sudden disappearance of George and others in front of him. I couldn't help but feel a little confused. But in his mind, he remembered the gate of heaven under the setting sun that he had seen on the boat before. The blood in his heart suddenly slowly became hotter, And Priyanka and the three of them sat with two crystal demon spider girls and left here. When Salman and the demon spiders all took the concealment potion and began to study the lost ancient monuments in the ruins, they suddenly saw a sudden craziness in the mist in the distance, and countless banshees and resentful creatures. The spirits howled and flew out of the mist. Behind them, there were more than a dozen huge demons like meteors. They were constantly chasing and killing these spirits while cursing and laughing. They looked like several bumblebee chasing a huge swarm of mosquitoes. It seems that after George and the others entered the maze, the fallen angel in the Hades summoned his subordinates, preparing to kill those who had fallen into the maze in the trap of the maze. The demons are constantly taking this opportunity to hunt down the evil spirits. When they fly in the sky with their ferocious looks, they look like ferocious dragons. Although it is far less flexible than the dragon, it is very powerful. The flames that are constantly spitting out while flying often make the army of evil spirits burn piece by piece. And as long as they seize the opportunity, they will rush towards the banshee leaders at the center of the evil spirits. For a moment, the sky in the distance was almost covered with blue and black-red flames, and the vengeful spirits that were contaminated were directly turned into ashes. Even if the banshee was directly sprayed, the body would begin to burn and continue to burn. Howled. The demons are extremely flexible when flying in the air. Often when the banshee is hurt, they will be caught in their hands and devoured. The resentful spirits burning in the flames opened their mouths and sucked in the demons as they flew by. And then all of them entered their stomachs. The banshees continued to howl and launch counterattacks. But these demons themselves had extremely high resistance to darkness. After taking the potion, their immunity to the banshees' curses and black magic became even more outrageous. Not only in this way, they also took a lot of medicine to resist the divine power. It seems that in this battle of running and fighting, the damage caused by the banshees to the demon is generally not as good as the damage caused by the tearing of the evil spirits crawling all over the demon's body. It looks like ants eating elephants. Although there were a large number of these resentful spirits, none of them had the sacred weapons that demons feared. However, this huge number still scarred the demons. Even if he keeps devouring spiritual bodies, the speed of recovery can no longer be compared with the damage he suffered. It seemed that the demons would be torn to pieces by these soldiers if they didn't come for a long time. However, they still relied on the cruel nature of the demons and the fear of their masters, and continued to chase and kill the enemies in front of them in the inner anger. But the number of evil spirits is thousands of times greater than them. At this time, the demons and evil spirits had flown over the Hades palace and were about to enter the maze. The leaders had tears all over their faces, and their features were almost distorted into faceless banshees. When they saw that they were approaching the maze, they laughed wantonly, because this labyrinth is their real home court. In this home court, even that damn dragon can only flee in the face of such a terrifying number of netherworld armies. These demons, and those humans who think they have succeeded in conquering the East and West, will definitely be torn to pieces here. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the hall. Then, the maze suddenly disappeared as if the Styx fragment had been stolen by someone. At this moment, the clouds above the Hades palace were suddenly pierced by a golden light, and a huge shadow of a 12-winged female angel of judgment suddenly appeared in the sky. She was like a god, and her body was bigger than the Hades palace. He was holding up the holy thunder sword in his hand. His round eyes were glaring, as if he was about to stab something in front of him to pieces. Immediately afterwards, the long sword in her hand pierced the entire dome of Hades. The dome of Hades collapsed with a loud rumbling sound, and the angel shadow turned into a dazzling light and disappeared. But the light she radiated was like the sun. The sun swept across the entire swamp area in the blink of an eye, and in that dazzling light, countless resentful spirits were howled and wiped out. At the same time, countless angels suddenly emerged from the collapsed dome of the main hall and flew towards the remaining banshees in the sky. "Soraya! You damn fool!" A hysterical shout echoed throughout the ruins from the ruined Hades palace. An hour ago, after George and others entered the maze, they heard the faint sound of wailing. This harsh sound made the scalps of Paul and other adventurers explode immediately. This sound was far beyond that of those banshees in the jungle. It sounds like a woman in great grief, but the trembling sobs are heartbreaking, and an uncontrollable fear rises in the heart. Paul looked at the dark fog ahead. The fog was extremely dark, and it seemed that he was suddenly the only one left around him. And deep in front of the fog, it seemed that there was a giant beast from the ancient times that chose people to devour. And it seemed that there was an ancient evil god waiting for his arrival. He couldn't help but open his stiff jaw and wanted to let out a hysterical roar. But at this moment, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder. Suddenly, He seemed to have woken up from a dream. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the chatter of the people around him returned to his ears again. Paul raised his head and looked at the man with a mustache in front of him. He shook his groggy head, and it took him a while to recognize this man. It was Brenda who was smiling. Brenda, who has experienced various bosses for a long time, knows how deep the impression of a boss with this level of aura can be made by one more person. If there is no firm will, no matter how high the darkness resistance is, the will be crushed. But the solution to this problem is actually very simple. Don't care about him. According to what the Great Lord excerpted about one of his ancestors, he despised him strategically and valued him tactically. But this is easy to say, but difficult to do. The people in the shelter have become meat on the hob according to the boss's words. They have become players who are not afraid of anything. It's okay to at least pretend to be a big player like myself. Thinking of this, Brenda couldn't help but look at the boss, who was arguing with Soraya over whose mount should be changed. Indeed, whether this player is pretending or not, no matter what he encounters, as long as he takes a look at the boss, he will be fearless. But for others, it is simply more difficult to despise enemies, like fallen angels, than to reach heaven. Therefore, he understands the adventurer's concerns. He couldn't help but comforted. Think of other things to distract yourself. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Earl Brenda patted Paul on the shoulder and said, The sky will not fall. That thing is like that. Having said this, Earl Brenda felt secretly terrified now. He could basically determine who the faceless banshee he met last time was. He was really lucky. If it weren't for that time, the faceless banshee thought he was a bit weak. And when he was escaping, he was covered by a cloak by the sudden appearance of Juing. I'm afraid this god of luck can't save myself either. Later, he deliberately lost to Juing in gambling and escaped unscathed. Thinking of this, Brenda couldn't help but become afraid. At this moment, the adventurers looked at Brenda, who was stroking her beard, smiling and thinking, and seemed to be affected by his calmness. And they were no longer so panicked. That's right. This Brenda must be the Brenda, the king of adventure. The adventurers suddenly felt a sense of shame in their hearts. In the past, they had fantasized countless times about having such an adventure with the king of adventures. And during this adventure, let this legendary adventurer take a look at the level of adventurers from Kanglan Principality. Then he naturally invites himself to take adventures with him in the future. But today, they have completely embarrassed the Kanglan people. Looking at the leisurely knights around them, even the little green-haired girl in the team looked around with curiosity, as if she was coming to see the tourist scenery. A sense of shame suddenly emerged from the hearts of Paul and others. They looked at the king of adventure in front of them, and an unparalleled courage arose in their hearts. If a person dies, a bird will look up to the sky, and he will not die for tens of thousands of years. In the Junjiang Mountains, in the Daze Bay, in the Purple City that has become a city of demons. What have they not seen before? Indeed, they were defeated once in the deep areas of this swamp. But in the past, how could they have been defeated only once? At this moment, the adventurers regained their former courage and walked with Brenda with their heads held high. Chapter 531, Royal Palace. Faceless Queen. George's scroll itself is much more complete than the one in Hades, and has natural suppression. It is like a key, making it difficult to lock everyone in this maze. As Siljak and Morta solved the mystery, everyone went extremely smoothly. It even made George feel like this boss was letting loose. In the middle, the maze twisted several times, causing some people to suddenly become separated. But when Soraya radiated light and dispelled the darkness, everyone followed the thread in Siljak's dream and returned to the team. Paul and other adventurers, who were completely lost, were even killed by Shi Ariak pulled him back forcefully. During this process, only Paul and others were affected to some extent. But with Brenda's comfort, they were able to get rid of this influence. These few teleportations are probably for testing. The boss probably didn't use much power. But I don't plan to let the teleported people come back when I open the station later. George rubbed his chin. Judging from the situation of this maze, he could almost guess some of the paths to this boss. The entire Hades Palace and the outside area are a maze. And this maze can twist and turn at will. Entering this type is like entering a small world controlled by the scroll controller. The controller can teleport the enemies to any position in the maze to defeat them one by one. They also saw many undead souls on the road. These undead are much more powerful than those in the ruins. And they are the ones that the boss did not send out to confront Thor. However, although these undead souls do not seem to be afraid of their group, they have always been on the same page with their group along the way. But after a while, after my group entered the Hades Palace, these guys should start to move. The person who was sent back to the maze just happened to catch all the monsters. George touched his chin and thought, through the scroll. This boss can also allow him to reach any corner of the maze anytime and anywhere. If she can't be contained in one spot, no matter how many people come, they won't be able to catch her. And she will also be able to pick out and kill the weakest people in the team one by one. The function in this last scroll is quite good. However, although she can use the scroll to pull people into the maze, Siljack can also use the scroll to pull her into the dream maze of the demon spider. The former relies on the scroll to draw his own power to make the maze appear, while the latter draws on the power of the scroll to actually master the maze. You can tell who is weak and strong at a glance. Although Siljack is a whole level different from this boss. But with Anubis, the two of them can have some fun. At least they can control the boss and prevent her from running around. Since Siljack completely digested the fallen angel flesh and blood of Gerixt, George has not given her Anubis to use. I don't know what kind of new power she will have in this combination. Since you put us into your trap, let it go. Not long after, everyone was slowly approaching the gate of Hades. The gate had collapsed over the years, but the passage inside the gate was completely dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. It wasn't until everyone stepped into the passage that there was a trace of light here. But after entering the passage, waves of faint wailing began to surround everyone. It's quite big. There should be gold foil here. Right. The tunnel is very wide. Judging from what Priyanka said before, the Kingdom of Dragons domesticates many earth dragons. Although this tunnel may be a little narrow for giant dragons to walk, it is not a problem for some subsoars. When everyone used torches to illuminate the wall, it could be seen from the many carved inscriptions and pictures on the wall that it seemed that this place should have been a place for sacrifices. There are still some broken gold foils and gems wrapped in mud on many murals on the stone walls. They have not been washed away by water in these tens of thousands of years. It can be seen that the technology of the Kingdom of Dragon in this area has reached a relatively advanced level, because George knew that although they had entered the Hades Palace, they were already at the center of the maze. Therefore, Aji and others were not allowed to explore the road ahead. Everyone walked together. But it seems that all the institutions here have been destroyed. There were only some loose and broken stone gates, but they were maliciously knocked down by the hidden evil spirits. There was a loud popping sound, and Soraya, who was walking at the front, stretched out her hand to support the broken stone gate above her head. But judging from the grinning look on her face, this broken stone gate must be quite heavy. This girl's strength is indeed as perverted as her brother's. Seeing this scene, George quickly spit out the mud that fell on his face and took several steps back. George! In the end, several thousand crystal demon spiders supported the gate. After Siljack released several webs, the gate was refixed. However, this incident seemed to completely anger Soraya. After that, she released a phantom of angelic light. Those angels looked like heroic spirits, but they looked like high-level angels. After they appeared, they charged forward directly until they reached the end of the tunnel. The darkness was dispersed wherever they passed, and the evil spirits hiding everywhere were wiped out amidst the screams. This is a good trick. It's sunshine. When you get there, light a lamp first, and I can save another skill. George patted the dirt on his cloak and said as he walked, his dawnlight rain can only be used once a day. It is a bit wasteful to use this kind of big treatment to open the shelter door. Why don't you just light the fire? Give me the book. Soraya, the humanoid fire type, stretched out her hand directly. What the H.L.? George stared and said, look how far away the dragon's nest is from here. With such a big noise, the sleeping dragon doesn't even know we're here. That seems to be the truth. Soraya pinched the corner of her clothes and said. But then she said, okay, I won't set off the fire. But then you have to give me the book. Otherwise you will be the last to hold it. Go ahead. You need wages to do some work. George frowned and turned over the book. With a complete stick scroll, the power of the Book of Dawn is no longer needed to collect the undead. And although George didn't expect Soraya to put much effort into dealing with this boss, but when we deal with the dragon later, we will still need this guy. George did not give the book to Soraya, but he instilled power into her. And by the way, he also paid the back wages of everyone in the shelter. After that, after everyone passed through several more halls, the front gradually began to become wider and wider, and the crime began to become clearer. Finally, as everyone continued to move forward, a hall appeared in their eyes. Many columns throughout the hall have collapsed or been torn down, but an invisible force has been keeping this hall as complete as possible, so that it still retains part of its original appearance. On the high platform at the front of the hall, there was a collapsed golden statue. There were bones around the statue, and a woman wearing a crown and shabby white clothes, with a fragile body and skin as pale as snow, was kneeling on the ground, holding a corpse in her arms and crying bitterly. However, although she covered her face with both hands, not wanting to make a sound, no matter how hard these hands were, she could not suppress her desperate grief. "It's so miserable! Damn it! Isn't this statue made of pure gold?" Chapter 532 Your Sun God is Vulnerable. After everyone entered the hall, they saw the woman. In the darkness beside the woman, there seemed to be many maids and knights standing vaguely. The strange thing is that these people have no faces, but people can read the desperate sorrow from their faces. And with the woman's heart-wrenching cry, everyone gradually felt the temperature around them suddenly drop. There is no water here, but it feels like you are in a rushing river, and was constantly washed by the cold and biting water. In this rush, some people who were not firm-willed began to have their thoughts sway. They looked at the main hall in front of them and felt that in the dimness in front of them, it was not an empty main hall, but the turbulent river Styx, and the wailing voice was like a requiem sung by the god of death, making some people feel drowsy. At the same time, they suddenly saw more and more people in the entire hall. The kingdom of dragons seemed to be mourning across the country, and none of them had a face. Suddenly, all the civil servants, knights, and maids in the hall turned around. The invisible river Styx in the air suddenly surged, under the erosion of the Styx River. In the blink of an eye, the walls, stone pillars, and ground of the entire hall began to condense with frost. This frost continued to spread towards everyone's feet, until the frost came to Soraya's feet, and then suddenly stopped. A burst of light flashed from Soraya's body, and after this light fell on everyone, their bodies began to gradually become warmer. At this time, the Lord's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "It can't be pure gold, right?" After hearing this, the adventurer Vivian suddenly woke up, and the many maids, knights, and rough water in front of her suddenly disappeared. And more than half of the people in the team suddenly disappeared, and Vivian's hands also felt sticky, as if they were surrounded by cobwebs. She couldn't help but look at the remaining people around her. They all stared blankly ahead, seeing these reliable knights suddenly become like this, and those big spiders suddenly disappeared. Vivian couldn't help but feel furious. Everyone. What happened to everyone? A knight who was in a daze in Vivian's eyes suddenly turned around and said to the boss seriously, "Boss, it should be gold-plated." Hearing this, Vivian couldn't help but open her mouth. She once again looked at those people who were stroking their chins in a daze. Her mouth was open for a long time, but in the end, she didn't say a word. "Why are you guys still here?" George nodded and looked at these people with some confusion. Logically speaking, they should all be sent away. Later, after he saw the faint threads on these people, he suddenly understood. "Master, they were all sent into the maze. There are many monsters in there. They all want to eat them. But the clever Siljack used the thread of dreams to hold them all." "Cut the thread! You stupid! Are you afraid that she won't know your tricks?" After George's words fell, the viscosity in the surrounding air suddenly disappeared, as if Siljack had withdrawn from his dream world. Then suddenly there were fewer people around. Afterwards, George asked about the progress in his mind. After learning that Siljack had set up a net in his dream, he finally felt at ease. After the adventurers were all dragged to other places by the Netherworld Labyrinth, the last remaining figures of civil servants and knights in the hall slowly disappeared. It seemed that the adventurers would be the ones to deal with them. At this time, only the queen and the people in front of her were left in the entire hall. If you look closely, the weeping queen and these people seem to have begun to melt from the soles of their feet, and gradually become one. The crying sounds in the hall became smaller and smaller, and the queen's tattered attire gradually became complete at this moment. Seeing the queen wipe away her tears and stand up slowly, George nodded and planned to chat with her first. Everyone seemed to be waiting for time. They all feel that they have a winning chance. But at this moment, Soraya suddenly drew her long sword. She roared suddenly, spread her wings, and rushed towards the queen with eyes blazing. "Warriors, charge with me." George watched with dull eyes as Soraya rushed over like a shooting star, while William and others, who were looking at each other, couldn't help but twitching from the corners of their eyes. They all remember that the Lord had entrusted Siljack to explain the tactics to everyone on the road using his spiritual thoughts. "Let the boss attack us." "Shiriak, I told her." "Really?" Soraya had already traced a dazzling trajectory in the blink of an eye. The holy fire she left behind almost made the temperature of the entire hall rise. And behind her there were afterimages. Each of these afterimages everyone was swinging in a swordsmanship posture. as if the blow was struck by dozens of long swords at the same time. LV-10 Heavenly Flashing Sword. This technique often hits with one hit, and every afterimage is the real body, making it impossible for anyone to parry it. But this time, it seems to have failed. The queen suddenly turned around and waved her sleeves fiercely, and the entire hall suddenly trembled with a huge telepathic force. Amidst the shaking of the gravel and soil, Soraya's figure seemed to have knocked down a wall. The huge impact caused the wall to shatter instantly, and the queen's body could not help but tremble slightly. But Soraya's body was suddenly knocked away, and in the trajectory in the air, a stream of golden blood could be seen spraying out of her mouth. Then, Soraya's body disappeared in midair. At this time, the broken telekinesis swept across the entire hall. For a moment, the mud, gravel, and dust on the ground seemed to have been swept away by a strong wind, and were blown away cleanly. After the gravel hit the columns and stone walls, it made a pinging sound, leaving deep pits, dents and cracks. This woman's mental power is so terrifying. Lorna frowned slightly, and suddenly stretched out her hand, forming a strong spiritual stance around her and her friends. So Guangfeng stopped in this stance. The impacting gravel also became slower and slower in midair, and finally floated in front of her. I saw Soraya disappearing into the air after the strong wind blew. George closed his eyes hard and couldn't bear to see it. I said, this boss is a mental one, so he might have been accumulating energy and waiting for the strongest one to come first. Why are you so stubborn and insisting on eating one in times? Critical hit. And before you fly away, at least light the lamp. A burst of deep laughter suddenly echoed in the hall. The faceless queen opened her sleeves and flew into the air. Her body seemed to grow in the wind at this moment, slowly swelling. The white clothes suddenly turned into a deep blue, dancing in the air without wind. At this moment, wearing the crown, she was like a god in the underworld. Your so-called sun god is vulnerable. George touched his face, looked at the woman who was getting up gradually, and couldn't help but muttered, I didn't expect her in the first place. What did you say? Nothing to say, Your Majesty. George took off his helmet, bowed slightly and said, In fact, none of us are planning to take action before she comes back and gets mad. We can have a talk first. For example, after a cup of tea, we can go catch a dragon together. Lorna, your friend is a badass. Ha ha ha. The queen suddenly rushed towards the crowd amidst wild laughter. Chapter 533 Summoning Garrix. The queen of the netherworld, Ablapharaoz, burst into laughter. Her figure seemed to be composed of countless ghosts. As her body passed through the columns, the ghosts in her body continued to emit sounds. The shrill roar hit everyone like a huge wave. Suddenly, huge waves hit Lorna's mental state, causing her head to feel slightly dizzy and her nose to bleed instantly. At this time, the figure of the netherworld queen also followed closely. Her blue figure was like the god of death, as if she would take away people's souls as long as she passed through the crowd. Master, it's done. At this moment, the air suddenly became extremely viscous, and then the scene in the entire hall suddenly changed. It was like being pulled into a fiery lava H.L. in an instant, and in this H.L. flowing with rolling lava. Every inch of the corner is covered with densely burning cobwebs, and on top of the burning dome, there was a ferocious demon spider climbing on it. Laughing wildly, her body seemed to be made of burning lava, and magma was constantly flowing on the huge barbs, and her huge body almost covered the entire dome. The people who were originally in front of Queen Netherworld suddenly disappeared. The sudden change of scene made the queen of the Netherworld slightly stunned. She had actually been wary of the disappeared nether demon spider lord, although her strength was still far different from her own. The demon spider was the most troublesome thing for the ghost biology, coupled with a more powerful stick scroll on the demon spider. The demon spider can travel almost at will in this netherworld maze. In addition, the queen of Netherworld also felt that this demon spider lord was very different from the demon spiders she knew. It seemed that he had undergone great changes after coming to this world. Therefore, her move to rush over was also to lure the demon lord into taking action. But what she never expected was that the demon lord was so powerful that he could pull her into her maze without even realizing it. Demonic spiders, this kind of thing has been recorded in the Netherworld fragments. But how could any demonic spider know such a powerful maze? However, the queen was just a little surprised. With her strength, she was not afraid of the demon spider at all. Now that I understand her methods, I feel more at ease. Hey! 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 She looked at the demon spider on the dome, and waved her sleeves forward. Then a large area of spider webs around her was instantly extinguished by the power of the sticks. After many spider webs touched her body, It also disintegrated instantly. Only a small amount of cobwebs were still hanging on her body. But a strange scene suddenly appeared. The flames on these cobwebs actually rekindled after being extinguished. And when the flames on the cobwebs burned her, they actually caused her body to feel great pain. Not only that, among the rekindled spider threads, Queen Netherworld also smelled a very familiar scent. And this scent actually made her feel a little panicked. At the same time, where the disappeared people were standing, a flame suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, during an earthquake, a huge burning fire demon king suddenly smashed the stone slabs on the ground. And the upper body also slowly crawled out from the ground. After the fire demon king appeared, he suddenly let out an angry roar. And the whole earth shook with his roar. Garrockster? The Queen of Netherworld looked at the huge Balrog in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, her whole body could not help but start to tremble. Ha ha ha! Master! Look! I finally succeeded in summoning it! The demon spider on the dome suddenly shouted. George knew that after Siljak devoured the remains of Gallowcost, she had become very different. But he never thought that after she used the power of Anubis, she could actually control her own body. Summon him from the dream world. I don't know how strong this Gallowcost in the dream world is. Isn't it really on his level? George, who was hidden in the dream world, looked at the fire demon king with extremely shocked eyes. The same was true for the Nether Queen. When she saw the figure crawling out of the ground, she was already trembling in place, looking at the burning eyes of the Balrog. A sense of extreme fear spread from the bottom of the queen's heart. She would never admit this kind of aura. And the illusion would never have such a real aura. The queen's legs softened, and she forced herself to calm down. She straightened her body, and made a gesture in the air, as if a king was meeting the king. She seemed to want to say something. But at this time the fire demon king was speechless. He said, opening his huge mouth. Seeing the actions of the Balrog, Queen Netherworld was so frightened that her 7 souls were shattered. She flashed her body in midair, and was about to get into the void and escape from here. Where to run? However, at this moment, the demon spider on the dome let out a wild laugh. And then the spider webs near an area seemed to be on fire, and the queen's body was pulled out from the void. Immediately afterwards, a red lightning flashed from the Balrog's mouth. The surging and blazing flames were mixed with countless red lightnings, and he rushed towards the queen in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the queen who had just been pulled out was unable to dodge. But a book in her body suddenly lit up. And then the power of the sticks combined with the magic on the queen to form a barrier. A blue shield was formed, covering the queen's whole body. The blue shield began to tremble in an instant amid the blazing flames. Seeing that the passport began to crack after not being held up for long, the Queen of the Netherworld let out a scream of extreme terror, and continued to flicker and struggle in the entanglement of the spider web. But a strange thing happened. The flame and lightning impact, which was originally extremely powerful and could destroy the Guardian of Heaven in an instant. Although the shield was almost shattered by the impact, it failed to break it even after a long time. She didn't have time to think too much. She tried her best to flash, okay, for the last time, and finally hid behind a huge stone pillar. But some invisible spider threads had been tightly wrapped around the queen's body, traveling through the void like tarsal maggots. The demon spiders on the dome instantly felt her position, and the people around the stone pillar's spider webs were also rushing towards the queen from all directions at this moment, entangling her again in the blink of an eye. The flames in the big flame demon's mouth also turned around at this time and hit the stone pillar. The stone pillars continued to turn red in the blazing high temperature, and soon began to liquefy, turning into magma and flowing down. But although the flame was blocked by the stone pillar, the red electric light in the flame flew behind the stone pillar and shattered the broken shield on the queen's body. The impact hit her body. He looked at the storm of lightning coming towards him, and the flames that instantly burned on his body. The queen couldn't help trembling in fear and wanted to scream. But then the scream stopped suddenly. It seemed to be much weaker than she imagined. She suddenly stretched out her hand to push the lightning away with her telekinesis, and the flame on her body was extinguished in an instant after she patted it with her sleeve. The queen looked at the lightning that was pushed away in front of her eyes, and the flames that suddenly disappeared behind the stone pillar. The queen was stunned for a moment, then raised her head and looked at the big spider on the dome. He stared for a long time with big eyes and small eyes. The demon spider suddenly looked towards the Balrog and said, "Master, I'm done. Wait, for just a moment I thought it was true." A voice echoed in the hall. And then, the Balrog suddenly opened his mouth again. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling white light shone out from the giant mouth of the Balrog. The white flame rushed towards the stone pillar in the blink of an eye. But the queen behind the stone pillar suddenly disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the huge Balrog's body suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared, turning into a rain of light. The original location of the Balrog also turned into a simple sacred book that kept turning pages, emitting dazzling light and white flames. The light emitted from this sacred scripture illuminated the entire hall, and the white flames emitted seemed to turn a corner. After reaching the stone pillars, they suddenly turned and headed towards the dome of the hall. Chapter 530 For the Holy Army of Heroes. The moment the queen disappeared, Hildak in the dome stretched out his Kalisari and suddenly grabbed the spider web under him and covered it forward. And then a blue shadow protruded from the spider web. A heart-rending roar of anger came out of the shadow's mouth. This roar was different from the past. The sound was not lethal, but it had a terrifying mental impact that focused on a single target and went straight towards the demon spider in front of him. Amidst this mental impact, a blue curtain suddenly flashed across Siljak's body, but then it shattered. Siljak felt as if she had been struck by lightning in the impact of death. She was shaking all over, and the flames burning on her body were instantly extinguished, and pieces of frost formed. In that pain, a stream of burning blood spurted out from Siljak's mouth. Her face became ferocious, and she spat out a dense swarm of burning spiders from her mouth, attacking the shadow. At this time, around Siljak, more than 100 demon spiders, the Blackheart clan collected in the mine, suddenly appeared. It was the team that George had been hiding in Lost Paradise and had not released. Under the leadership of the Crystal Spider, they continued to spit out spider silk, and instantly entangled the Queen's shadow, and then cooperated with Siljak to forcefully pull the Queen out of the void. At the same time, George and others on the Crystal Spider used the flaming square hammer, flail, William, the shining sword, and the spear in a wild dance to attack the Queen. His body was shaking all over, and he let out a piercing scream of pain. The Queen in the spider web stretched out her hand and released several blue lightning strikes at the knights. But the Crystal Spider and the knights disappeared out of thin air after one blow. At this time, a blue blizzard suddenly blew through the main hall, which ignited pieces of blue flames after blowing on the Queen's body. The white flames that burst out from the Book of Dawn in the hall also hit the Queen's side. The burning power of this flame is not as strong as that sprayed by the Balrog, but it is more painful when burning on the Queen. What is even more strange is that after the white fire wraps the Queen, there are angels with wings fanning from time to time. He flew out of the white fire, and after hitting the Queen, he raised his weapon with anger, and stabbed suddenly amid the killing cry. Only a dozen angels appeared, but the killing cry was deafening, as if it was half the cry of thousands of people. The sound of swords and weapons came from all directions, making the Queen feel as if thousands of swords were piercing her body. The Queen took a closer look and found that the sound was actually coming from the white flames. And in the white flames, there seemed to be countless faces wearing armor. They were an army of angels and heroic spirits, whose bodies were burning with holy fire. These heroic spirits are crowded together, and the spiritual bodies overlap each other. The holy fire on their bodies forms this huge white flame, and those heavenly weapons with entities are also in this white flame, and occasionally their wings. They can only be seen clearly when the white flames fly out during the incitement. Holy army of heroic spirits! At this moment, after seeing clearly what the white flames really were, the Queen felt like her scalp was exploding. Her eyes suddenly stared at Siljak and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Damn it, Aloysius! You betrayed me! You promised to give me freedom!" George's eyes moved slightly. This Queen of the Netherworld stayed in the ruins all year round, so she had no information about it, and didn't know about the existence of Morphus and the Sanctuary. So I am afraid that when I first saw my group, I thought they were Aloysius's betrayers if the demons were mixed with the temple. Then, they could only be people from Aloysius's side. And he was also the traitor who stole the Styx fragments. But the heavenly armed forces and the army of heroes are both very representative units of the Holy Court. During the accumulation of thousands of years of Holy Court, countless heroes have been buried in the Temple of Valor in the Holy Court. If there are 3,000 of these, if there is a heroic spirit in the great temple, then even a fallen angel will only die. Of course, if such a force could rush in front of the fallen angels or human commanders, then the outcome on the battlefield would have been decided. All the demonic troops would be dead. The Queen never expected that these people who came would lead a holy army of heroic spirits. It was an extremely stupid decision to put her troops outside and attract these people to go deep. And neither the Templar Knights nor the traitorous Aloysius demons can command this holy army of heroes, because only people of the papal level like the spokesperson of God can command these people in the Holy Court, ancestors and ancient heroes. Therefore, the Nether Queen firmly believes that they are people of the Holy Court, and they are Aloysius's people. It seems that the queen thinks that Aloysius can command this army. This seems to indicate that Aloysius' status in the Holy Court is higher than she originally imagined the Pope or someone second only to the Pope. And some of the heavenly armed forces have completely turned to Aloysius. And among them, there must be a guy whose strength is very close to that of the Archangel. Maybe that person was once the strongest person around the 7 gods, and he belonged to the lineage of the sun god. Otherwise, this queen would never say something like, "Your sun god is vulnerable." These words were originally intended to demoralize the enemy. But after seeing a sun angel like Soraya, she could if she said it without any surprise. It should mean that she knew about this kind of thing. Now, after seeing the army of heroic spirits, the queen believed that they were not betrayers of Aloysius, but had given Aloysius the order to surrender her. The leader among them is Soraya. It seems that the book that controls the fallen angel's body can control this fallen angel. At this time, under the impact of the army of heroic spirits, the Queen of Netherworld continued to use her terrifying telekinesis to push away the approaching heroic spirits one by one, and tried to get rid of the cobwebs on his body. The cobwebs of the demon spiders have extremely terrifying binding force on magical creatures. Even if the fallen blood warbler is entangled, it will lose its magic power. After Siljak combined with Anubis, her spider webs can already have an effect on fallen angels. In addition, the queen's own growth has many problems. Far from reaching the level of Analius and Garoxter, she is also a spirit body, and is even more restrained by the demon spider. This made it difficult for the queen to cast a spell amidst the entanglement between the spider webs and numerous heavenly armed forces and heroic spirits. She kept struggling in the cobwebs, pushing away the armies of heroic spirits. But the army of more than 3,000 heroic spirits had already wrapped the queen like a ball. No matter which direction she pushed away, heroic spirits continued to besiege her from all directions. During that crazy struggle, the cobwebs on the queen's body gradually began to fall off, allowing her to slowly move her body and wrap herself in hellfire. She can break the visible cobwebs, but those invisible dream cobwebs are very troublesome for her. These dream spider threads have become more and more entangled under the previous foreshadowing, and as Siljak's hands continue to move, the queen can no longer shuttle through the void, and can only emit ghostly flames in the air, while burning the pieces of cobwebs, normal, around him that were blocking him. He flew around. In this flying dance, the heroic spirits followed her in constant pursuit. After the queen could no longer travel through the void, these heroic spirits also pursued her and surrounded her. Chapter 535 Group Fight. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of it, an incomparable resentment suddenly appeared in the queen's mind. And then a scream came from her mouth and body. In this scream, the whole hall trembled, and the hall was filled with flying flames. The mosquitoes instantly became silent amidst the screams and fell from midair. However, a blue nether light curtain emitted from the bodies of the heroic spirits, blocking this all-round AoE. Although because of the large number of heroic spirits blessed by the Styx curtain, the curtain cannot completely block it. However, the heroic spirits with higher resistance directly rely on the curtain to be immune to this damage, while other heroic spirits also rely on the curtain to withstand 90% of the damage. However, amidst this scream, all the light curtains began to weaken continuously. After a period of time, a small number of heroic spirits finally disappeared into ashes even with the obstruction of the Styx curtain. The small number of penetrating and the power that came also destroyed their fragile bodies. Under this move, only dozens of heroic spirits died. As for the demon spiders, they don't seem to be that afraid of this attack from the ghost. Compared to heroic spirits, they are actually more afraid of ghost transmissions. Heroic spirits are not afraid. Compared with the number of the entire army, the queen's scream had no effect at all. However, after the queen saw the effect of this blow, she was slightly stunned, and then suddenly burst into laughter. This is not the holy army of heroes at all. A group of weak fakes. The power of the book in the queen's body was suddenly ignited, and the burning fire ignited her body. It seemed that while the power of the book was burning, her soul power was also ignited. Suddenly, the queen of the netherworld stretched out the black wings behind her like a burning god of death from the underworld. Then she opened her arms, and a terrifying ripple of death began to spread from her body. This ripple is composed of pure thoughts of death, and its power is far more powerful than the scream. In the blink of an eye, it started to spread from the queen to the outside. The light curtains on the heroic spirits who touched the ripples did not last long before they shattered. The light curtains on the heroic spirits closest to the queen soon shattered in the ripples, and after the bodies of these heroic spirits blocked the death ripples for a while, their spiritual bodies shattered, turned into a ball of light and disappeared. Hundreds of heroic spirits died in the blink of an eye. which only delayed the spread of the death ripples for a moment. Only those heavenly warriors with physical qualities, like the Knights of the Great Dawn, could withstand such ripples. They used their bodies and wings to block the ripples and protect the heroic spirits behind them. But their faces continued to turn pale amid the continuous ripples. However, the ripples on the queen's body continued to radiate out. The ripples seemed to burn the ghost in her body. But this move was like a holy fire, not delaying the movements of her hands. In the meantime, there were blue lightnings in her hands, naming these angels one by one. Occasionally, with a wave of her sleeves, another large piece of terrifying thoughts mixed with fire came out. Soon a gap appeared in the heavenly kingdom troops, and many heroic spirits began to be affected and wiped out. No more waiting for that silly bitch! Do it! George, who was hiding on the dome, looked at the black wings spread out by the Queen of the Netherworld and suddenly shouted. He knew that these deposits in the book were originally things that the Queen had prepared to completely stabilize her power. After consuming them, it would have a great impact on the Queen's future to completely stabilize her fallen angel form. So she didn't have any surefire winning move. Nor did she despise these thousands of enemies, but fight to the death at all costs. The moment George and others jumped down from the spider web on the dome, the heroic spirits that he had been commanding began to fly in his direction in large numbers. In the midair, golden halos of light shone around George and others. It seemed that all the crystal demon spider girls below had performed demonic possession with them, causing these knights to shine with the light of crystals. And their bodies became extremely large. The wings on his back also changed from 4 to 6. And the light wings also exuded the color of crystal. Behind them, there are pairs of light wings that are constantly instigating. And all the heroic spirits who come under the protection of these light wings are protected. At the same time, the angels around the Queen suddenly opened their wings of light to protect the guarding spirits. George and others relied on the heroic spirits to carry their bodies, and their bodies were able to fly around like the heavenly armed forces. They led the celestial armed forces and many heroic spirits, and soon pursued the Queen. The morale of the troops seemed to have reached its peak at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, the Queen was surrounded by halos of light from all directions. After the aperture disappeared, George and others led 300 heavenly kingdom armed forces and more than 3,000 heroic spirits, surrounding the Queen like a ball of light. On the innermost side are George and the heavenly kingdom armed forces. Among them, the resistance of George and others is the most terrifying, and so are the heavenly kingdom armed forces. They were densely packed together, and the heroic spirits overlapped with them, so that the Queen had to withstand constant obstacles every time she struck. George and 300 heavenly warriors surrounded the Queen for 3 levels. In her madness, the Queen kept pushing away the enemies around her with her thoughts, and she found that her enemies seemed to be constantly changing their formations. Often she has already targeted the most abominable leader, but in the blink of an eye, he switches places with his teammates, as if this drill has been done thousands of times and everyone is extremely skilled. And those heroic spirits who are not familiar with this tactic, because their bodies can overlap with those around them, although they do not change positions. There are often a dozen or even dozens of them overlapped together, and the countless swords and guns of the heroic spirits are stabbed at them. At that time, the Queen was in great pain. In the constant changing of the Queen could not concentrate on dealing with one person, and she is also taking turns to bear the ripples emanating from her, as well as the various magic she casts. At the edge of the team, William and some light angels were constantly blessing the injured people with various mantras and magic. After a short rest, the injured quickly rushed to the battlefield again. Looking at the enemies that kept coming up, the Queen's heart started to contain contempt. But fear had already sprouted in her heart. She had already begun to think about quitting. But several attempts ended in failure, although those angels were all low-level angels. They carried a kind of restraining wand. Whenever she wanted to hide in the void, these wands and the dream spider threads will tightly hold him. Compared to spider silk, the red restraint thread had little effect on her. But more than 300 of them together formed a force that she could not ignore. Soon, more and more spider silk and feces were wrapped around her body, and there was no chance of escape. In fact, if she really tried her best to crack this maze, she would be able to find a way out in a few minutes. It seemed that her best chance to escape was when she was first pulled into this maze. But at this time, she had missed the best opportunity. Chapter 536. If you hit me with this blow, you might die. The Queen of Netherworld had to choose to fight to the death with her enemies. But the more she fought, the more frightened she became. Although those heroic spirits were constantly being wiped out, she knew that the real troops of the heroic spirits were protected by the angels. and the only ones who died were those who could not react in time. The heavenly protection of these angels was activated in turn, and their formations were constantly changing. In the constant entanglement and battle, the queen became weaker and weaker. Her angry screams changed from hysterical to wailing. Facing these enemies that seemed impossible to kill, a feeling of powerlessness spread from her heart. She felt her strength growing weaker. She never thought that with her own strength, she would find herself in such a situation in front of a group of soldiers. Although most of these enemies are extremely weak, the stronger backbones of this army, with their extremely large number of command and cooperation, have caused a qualitative change in this army. Amid the queen's constant shrill wails, the banshees in the swamp flew frantically towards the ruins. Regardless of the demons chasing behind them, the evil spirits in the ruins no longer paid attention to the difficult adventurers, and began to continuously rush into the Hades Palace. But although these evil spirits tend to gather more and more in the Hades Palace, they have not found a way to enter the maze of Siljak's dream. When George and others changed their formations again, the Queen of Netherworld suddenly burned the power of the book in her body again. And in this burning, the Styx fragmentary scroll had accumulated all the power in these years. There is not much strength left. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying spiritual power burst out from the Queen of the Netherworld. In this huge force, the enemies surrounding her were all scattered to various places in the Hades Palace in embarrassment. In the impact of this force, hundreds of injured heroic spirits were crushed to pieces, and even dozens of heavenly weapons fell down from midair. For a moment, a large open space was left around her, and the queen suddenly withdrew the death ripple at this moment. An unprecedentedly powerful curtain suddenly enveloped her body. Many evil spirits wandering outside the dream maze, under the pull of the queen's mental power, finally gradually entered the dream maze, and began to rush towards the queen frantically. It seems that although it is difficult to get out of Siljak's maze, it is not difficult to get in. And although this maze and spider web were able to block the queen's body during this period of time under Siljak's full strength, they were unable to block all of her spirit. As a result, under the pull of the queen's powerful mental power, the evil spirits outside the dream were forcefully pulled into this burning dream world. But after these evil spirits came in, they all ran into the ubiquitous spider webs in the maze. After streaks of blue ice and snow blew by, these evil spirits entangled in cobwebs turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Only a few of them successfully broke through to the queen's side and were devoured by the queen. But such a small amount has little effect. The only effect is to slightly make up for her consumption and allow her to stay in the shield on her body for a while longer. Master! She no longer controls her maze, and is fully absorbing the power from the book to destroy my spider silk. She plans to escape. Knock off her turtle SH. Escape? Where to escape? George laughed coldly. Then a light wing stretched out from his back. The light emitted by the light wings coated his body with a layer of golden armor, making his whole body rearmed by the kingdom of heaven. Then, George looked at the queen not far away, pointed at the square hammer in his hand, and suddenly said, "If I hammer this down, you may die." Humph. Hum. The queen seemed to have heard a big joke, and responded directly with action. Then the HL fire on her body suddenly expanded a few inches, and half of the spider silk on her body was burned. There were new spider threads around that kept trying to get closer to her, but they couldn't get in when they spread to the edge of the shield. George nodded and looked at the crowd around him. Afterwards, many angels and heroic spirits around him raised their weapons. For a moment, in the shining light, the light wings of the angels expanded several times in an instant, and the weapons in the hands of the heroic spirits also lit up with sacred marks. "I told you would die!" Suddenly, the queen in the shield saw the enemies flying in all directions, and suddenly swung her weapons uniformly. In her madness, she desperately destroyed the spider silk on her body, as if she was the desperate man who still resisted at the last moment. However, a worse situation suddenly appeared. At this moment, amidst the violent shaking of the main hall, the shadow of a golden giant suddenly appeared during class in the Hades Palace in the real world. Immediately afterwards, the Nether Labyrinth, which lost the power of the Styx scroll, suffered unprecedented heavy damage from the golden giant's sharp blade. Amidst this heavy damage, the Netherworld maze lost its original function at this moment. It was as if someone had smashed several walls with a heavy hammer, and the lost people were no longer lost. Then a furious figure broke through the void and returned to the battlefield. It was Soraya, whose whole body was burning with golden fury. The moment she appeared, she headed straight towards the Queen of the Netherworld. The figure in midair emitted brighter and hotter light, and in the blink of an eye she was like the high sun. The light emanating from her body swept across the entire hall in an instant. All the spiders and banshees that hindered her on the road disappeared in the blink of an eye, and her figure stabbed in front of the queen like a meteor. This time, the queen used all her strength to block the enemy in front of her. However, the wall of her mind was pierced through a big hole by the figure without any hindrance. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in the enemy's hand struck on top of her shield. The shield shattered instantly under this violent blow, and the queen's body was penetrated by Soraya. In disbelief, the queen stared at the huge hole in her chest with wide eyes. Then golden flames burst out of the hole in her chest. The flames enveloped the queen's entire body as she screamed, gradually burning her into ashes. After these ashes flew in the air for a while, they gradually condensed into a book. And in this book, there seems to be a hole pierced by a sword. Master! Master is fine. The book is not completely destroyed. The Queen of Netherworld should be able to be summoned again. But? Siljack watched George walk over without saying a word, and said no more. She removed her dream maze, and then the scene in the entire hall changed, and people returned to the real world. The surroundings were surrounded by collapsing rubble, and the dome of the Hades Palace in the real world had completely collapsed. Through the huge hole in the dome, you can see a golden giant turning into white light and dispersing in the sky. This radiating light illuminated the sky. The entire swamp was like daylight at this time, and the earth was being purified by a huge force. If there is a sleeping dragon not far away, it must have been awakened. Princess Tianwu looked at the gods disappearing in the sky, couldn't help but swallowed her saliva and said, Luo na! The treasure I left in the dragon's nest is too little. Many heavenly armed forces saw the boss pick up the book blankly and stared at the hole in a daze. After looking at each other, they all flew out through the breach in the dome with the heroic spirits in shock. What did you just say? Siljack? I said, but it seems that this book is no longer useful. These small shoes, Panic, happened to be very tight when worn spread. After hearing this, George couldn't help but tremble all over. It's okay, George. We have defeated the enemy. Soraya stretched her head, looked at the holes in the fragment, and said with a slight blush on her face, It seems that I used too much force. Soraya! You damn fool! Chapter 537 The castle belongs to the dragon. After learning about the creation angel's ability to repair, George's expression finally softened. After that, he asked an armed member of the Heavenly Kingdom to first return the Styx fragment, with a hole in it to the Heavenly Kingdom in the sanctuary, and then stood on the top of the dilapidated Hades Palace Tower with William and others. Go up and look at the Dragon Tooth Castle that is illuminated by light in the distance. In the sky, there are banshees and heroic spirits flying and fighting. Although there are still many banshees and evil spirits who survived Soraya's advanced fire sun flame impact, they have been greatly suppressed by the fire. And after the Nether Queen's defeat, they had no fighting spirit. But now, the most terrifying thing in this swamp is Siljack. The moment this super devil appeared on the battlefield, the leaderless spirits trembled. Under the command of this cunning witch, the heavenly armed men, heroic spirits, demons, and spiders opened the net against the evil spirits. Each banshee felt that she could escape from the side that was not surrounded. But those who successfully escaped, but there are only a few. Under the suppression and blessing of fire, the heroic troops, led by the heavenly armed forces, often beat the banshees in the sky to pieces with just one impact. And the restrainers in the hands of the heavenly armed forces had the advantage in this air battle. Although these banshees and spirits will not be shot down, a large number of enemies will be slowed down by a bundle of restrainers. It seems that they have now cooperated with Thor and others to completely surround the thousands of various ghosts and banshees remaining in the sky, and constantly compressing their space for action. On the ground, there were nearly 200 demon spiders, constantly spitting large webs into the air and performing various magics. Once the spider web was around, a large group of banshees would be tied up in the sky and then pulled down. Under Siljack's command, these spider webs seemed to have eyes, and often after the spider webs fell to the ground, the crystal spider silk would be bundled, and the things inside would not even be able to move. The spider webs continued to fall to the ground, and were trapped into small balls by the crystal spiders. Even some semi-corporeal banshees were forcefully twisted into fist-sized balls by the demon spiders. Compared with what Paul and the others used to seal the Morning Witch, the Big Devil's method is simpler, more crude and more effective. After these small balls were prepared by the crystal demon spider girls, they were randomly thrown into the center of the spider swarm and piled up into a big pile. It seems that all the banshees flying in the sky will be captured within a few hours. However, even the big guy is so efficient. But the boss still looks sad. Because according to George's original intention, after subduing the queen, the banshees also happened to enter the maze of the underworld. In that labyrinth, these banshees can be said to be making the sky and the earth not respond. It won't take long to catch them all in one go. No one can escape.
George, why don't we wait 2 days before going to the dragon's nest?
Sarai withdrew her gaze from the sky, scratched her face and said indeed, the movement was a bit too big. The dragon must have woken up. Steal as secretly as possible. But George, this guy, not only sent Aji, the guy who wanted money but not his life, to see it, he also asked a group of heavenly armed men to deliberately release some evil spirits and chase them towards Dragon Tooth Castle. He looked as if he was afraid that the dragon wouldn't hear him. She didn't know what George was going to do. But after a while, there should be news.
Wait for your mother. Come over in 2 days, and there will be nothing inside.
George couldn't help but want to shed tears. The original plan can now be said to be in a mess.
Now! Now! There is nothing left,
Lorna muttered softly. After hearing Lorna's whisper, George glared at Lorna fiercely, scaring Lorna's little head to shrink in that state of mind. But what George said next made Lorna almost laugh.
I estimate that this dragon must have been scared away.
George touched his chin and said,
logically speaking, there shouldn't be time to pack everything away so quickly. No matter how efficient it is, it will still be left behind.
It rained a lot.
He estimated that the dragon was probably scared away. The blow that Sarai used to gather the power of order did have an almost divine flavor. In a hurry, it is impossible to pack everything away. If this dragon really wanted money rather than his life, he would still be packing up his things in the dragon's lair. Then the team of heavenly armed forces that unintentionally flew over will definitely have the effect of arousing the enemy. The dragon, in danger of being exposed, has to leave in a hurry. How much can you leave yourself with a mouthful of soup? Of course, if the dragon goes crazy, it will not try to trap it, but will spray randomly when it comes up. Then everyone, hurry up and pack up your things and retreat.
It's a pity that the stick scroll is broken. Otherwise the dragon would never be able to escape this time.
George lamented, wishing that Sarai could be his mount. According to his plan, this dragon is definitely going to be his mount. The Styx Labyrinth and the Netherworld troops are here. Maybe the weak queen can also cooperate. Coupled with the army of heroic spirits and their group, the Duke of Wrath still ran there after entering the maze. At this time, Lorna's scream brought George back to his senses. When he looked back, he found Lorna covering her sleeves and looking behind her with bulging eyes. Aji was squatting behind Lorna with an expression on his face, scratching his head in embarrassment. I don't know when this kid came back.
There is a thread on your sleeve, Lorna. I took it off for you.
Ha. Apparently, Aji just wanted to check out what treasures there were in Lorna's sleeves. But Lorna discovered it. This brat is becoming more and more elusive. I have to be more careful in the future. After asking, George learned about the situation of the dragon's nest. It was empty. However, just as I guessed, there were indeed some treasures inside that were not taken away in time. After hearing this, George couldn't stand it any longer. He ordered Paul and others to stay and dig through the mud near the Hades Palace. Then he called Earl Salmon and went to Dragon Tooth Castle with others and a few worker spiders. When viewed from a distance, the castle looked very complete. But when everyone came nearby, they discovered that in fact only the front of the castle had been relatively completely restored. And it also looked crooked, which was a bit unbearable to see. However, from the remaining ruins of Dragon Tooth Castle, it can still be seen that the original Duke Kanglin seemed to have an extremely ambitious goal. In terms of layout, it is somewhat similar to Duckensburg. After looking around, Earl Salmon couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He felt that this dragon had been very careful in being able to restore the Dragon Tooth Castle. To this point, many glasses had been installed. Although the size was not suitable, Earl Salmon seemed to suddenly understand why many stores in Kanglin City often lost glass. Chapter 538. There is a dragon trader among us. After everyone crossed the thin line of sky in front of the castle, they then entered the castle and walked towards the mountain inside the castle. In some areas of the castle, like a large open-air construction site, it was obvious that the Kanglin family encountered disaster before the place was completely built. However, it seems that the large rocks on the construction site have been moved away and moved by dragons to some areas that are about to be completed. When walking through some slightly intact areas, it can be seen that the large holes that originally existed in the dome have been covered by soil and weeds. But these things are obviously not very strong and can only prevent rain leakage after drying. It seems that this dragon has renovated this place many times over the years. After walking into the mountain,
The various halls of the castle were relatively complete. Many decorations could be seen here, and Count Salmon even saw some oil paintings from Tianmu Villa.
They are all fakes. Sir, just stay here.
Count Salmon's eyes flickered. He stroked the paintings and decorations and said this. George nodded, knowing that these things were probably not all fakes. But he didn't say much, but asked Aji curiously.
This entrance is a little narrow. Is there another entrance? Boss, the underground fortress is connected to an underwater cave in the lake, and that cave is connected to the dragon's nest. It seems that the cave has been specially repaired. It's older. It should be in the early stages of the project. We've done that.
At this point, Aji touched his chin.
The dragon's nest is pretty well built. It's quite secretive. It seems to prevent the servants from seeing the dragon. If it weren't for Earl Salmon, the drawings here are provided. But it's really not easy for me to find them so quickly. Duke Iser, Salmon's great-grandfather, mentioned it before, is really thoughtful.
George nodded and sighed. Everyone followed Aji for several detours, and finally arrived at the dragon's nest through a secret passage in the castle. This place was originally a large cave in the mountain, and the craftsmen of the Kanglin family built it into an underground palace on this basis. In a corner of the palace, there is a huge downward staircase passage, which seems to be built for giants. The place it leads to is the underwater cave, that is, the exit of the dragon's nest. The ground here is covered with large areas of obsidian. This obsidian is very solid, but it is already uneven in many places. From the ground, you can still see a lot of shiny powder. I don't know what it is. The hall was warm and dry. On the other side of the hall, there is a huge stone door. The layout looks a bit like a fireplace. Judging from the size, a dragon can fit inside. The stone door was ajar, and a burning red light kept flickering from the cracks in the door, exuding a smell of sulfur. There is no dust in the main hall, and there are many unfinished paintings carved on the walls. Half of this painting looks like it was painted by a master, and half of it looks like a child's doodles. After George looked around for a while, he finally set his sights on the center of the hall, where there were piles of exquisite treasure boxes. These treasure boxes were all open. Some were neatly placed there, and some were neatly placed. Askew, gold and silver were piled up in these treasure chests, and the gold nuggets, gold coins, jewelry, and golden and silver armors that came out of the treasure chests were piled up near the treasure chests. And among this pile of gold, silver, and gems were inserted several exquisite long swords. Altogether, it is probably more than a dozen tons. It looks like a treasure specially prepared for adventurers. And the shining silver Jerry Jones has also been posed in a pose, with his teeth and claws dancing, like a monster guarding the treasure. It took me a few hours to get this look, and it looked a bit familiar, as if I had seen it in some illustration. George looked at the ashlar ground under his feet, lowered his body, and touched it with his hand. All gold and silver powder. It seems that a few days ago, the entire hall was covered with all kinds of gold and silver treasures. There's a mole among us. Looking at the gold and silver powder in his hands, George closed his eyes in pain and saw the original appearance of this place. The gold and silver were piled everywhere because of their weight. Over the years, many gold and silver at the bottom had been. The silver was deformed by the pressure, coupled with the fact that the dragon often moves and sleeps here. Many gold coins may have been embedded in the obsidian ground. You are so damn thoughtful that I dug these gold coins out of the cracks in the ground.
Wow! So much money!
Lorna clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Zybastian not far away. Then she looked at George and stuttered even more nervously.
How about it? George, are you happy?
George patted Lorna's little head and said with a smile,
Happy.
After touching the cold sweat on his hands, George already knew who the mole was. When George looked up at the pile of treasures again, he had already recognized the appearance of the pile of treasures. The illustration he saw in Lorna's novel looked like this. The one among us is not a mole, but the moving commander. He thought of Lorna's hollow armor. After wearing it in the swimming pool for a day, she never wore it again. She was obviously visiting the dragon's lair these days. I thought she was tired of playing, but now it seems that this girl may have hooked up with that dragon a long time ago, and the relationship is unusual. An extremely strange thought suddenly emerged from George's heart. This dragon knight might have been already confirmed. He put down his thoughts and decided to observe carefully in the next few days. If nothing else happened, after Lorna thought she had completely deceived him, there might be a stranger in the team. This stupid girl. You can definitely do this kind of thing. The people in the team quickly moved it, and the treasure boxes were very heavy after being filled. But it's not a big deal for worker spiders. After that, Most of these things were put into the wind shuttle in the corner of the hall, and some of them were hung up by the worker spiders with spider webs and pulled out of the hall. On the way, George and Aggie sat on the shuttle and checked it out. They found that many cosmetics, bombs and spices in the car were gone.
Boss, Lorna smells of ointment,
Aji said quietly.
It wasn't there yesterday. It should have been freshly applied today. In addition, there seems to be something hidden in her sleeves. Well, don't make any noise.
Aji was slightly startled after hearing this. And then he understood that the boss might have guessed this a long time ago. Chapter 539 Dragon's Wealth. The two of them saw Lorna quietly looking into the car not far away. So they stopped talking about the matter and rummaged through the contents of the treasure box. Most of the things here are things that have no historical value, judging from the styles of some jewelry. Some of them seem to come from Kangland City.
Boss, people in Kangland say that adventurers have unclean hands and feet. Now we have corrected ourselves.
Aji grabbed a handful of gold jewelry with burning eyes and said,
Boss, what do you think these hundreds of dollars are? How many things can be stolen in a year?
George grabbed a handful of ancient gold coins in the box and said,
I don't know how many things can be stolen, but all the things in the ruins must have been picked up. There are also some gold mines in this mountain.
George held up a piece of nugget gold and said, There is melted gold like this in the treasure chest. But this one is stained with a lot of volcanic rocks. In addition to these gold, silver, and precious stones, there are also a small number of ancient rings with strange shapes and a trace of magic left in them. After George called Priyanka over, he discovered that these seem to be rings from the Kingdom of Dragon, since the magic gems on it can almost permanently seal magic power. Some rings can still be used. However, these things require specific spells. After Angel and the others studied them, they should be able to pick some to use. Hearing this, Aji couldn't help but widen his eyes.
These things can arm many of our apprentices. What's going on here? In total, it's just for a dozen apprentices. Aji, do you think we should find some students for Lorna?
When Aji heard his boss's words, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up quietly. Then his eyes lit up as he was collecting treasures, and he suddenly grabbed a silver robe and exclaimed,
Boss, look, there is also a mithril robe. TSK.
TSK. TSK. It's so finely made. You see, there are traces of dyeing on it. I thought it was silk just now.
George nodded. After arming the apprentices with all these things, they might be able to defeat a resting bird. If Lorna took out all the things in her hands, then the wizard group in the sanctuary would surely be able to truly reach the level of the Forbidden Academy. I heard that most of the scholars in the Forbidden Sanctuary are guys like Anthony. They seem to be very repulsive to dark wizards. The level of fighting was not very good. Even though he was equipped with a set of equipment, he was beaten to a pulp by Riskard, who was suppressed by magic shackles. The wizards in my group are either world-famous terrorists or veterans who have climbed out of the battlefield. The Forbidden Priest, on the other hand, specializes in defeating wizards. The treasure contains more than just these in addition to gold and silver. There are also more than a dozen Eternity Gold ingots and more than 20 Mithril ingots. I don't know if Lorna mentioned the matter of the demonic nexus, so Princess Skyrath deliberately stayed. These dozen Eternal Gold ingots are not a small amount. In order to refine Eternal Gold, Anthony and the others specially built a tall magic furnace in a workshop. This kind of eternal gold can only be formed in high temperature and extremely strong magic field, and the conversion rate is very low. Often a batch of gold needs to be refined more than a dozen times before it can all be transformed into eternal gold. It can be said that until now, the shelter has produced more than 30 gold ingots from alchemy. On average, it takes 6 or 7 yuan a month, and the time and space crystals, magic gems, and other things consumed are even more. According to Anthony's plan, a total of more than 150 gold ingots were needed for the Sanctuary Demonic Hub, and almost 1/10 of them were solved this time. There are also 3 sets of knight armor. After George and the others studied it, they found that the eternal gold armor had been enchanted. The only pity is that the quantity is too small, and judging from the size and specifications, one of them is more consistent with my body shape, so I can wear it if I modify it. One set suited Soraya. The last set of half-length eternal gold armor is very large and looks like it was prepared for Miss Blueberry. There are a little more mithril robes, a few female apprentices, who play well with Lorna happen to have one each. Well, it seems that there is an extra small one. I don't know if Princess Nu prepared it for me that day. It is estimated that Long doesn't have much of this stuff, or that Lorna doesn't know how much this friend of hers has secretly kept from her. But once you have these armors, you can start with the blueprints. After the wizards study it in depth, The craftsmanship of this type of armor can also be analyzed. By then, the armor and weapons of the shelter will be improved in terms of forging efficiency and functionality after adding these new technologies. All will be improved. As for the 3 sets of eternal gold armor, George planned to send his and Sariah's share back to the shelter and use them directly as materials for the demonic nexus. Among the materials of these 2 sets of armor, although eternal gold accounts for a part of them, 1 set can also be smelted into an eternal gold ingot. In addition, some magic steel, mithril, and fine gold can be decomposed. As for the wild elf thing, George decided to leave it to her, after asking someone to help me change it. I can wear it, which can be regarded as living up to the wishes of Princess Tianwu. If this equipment is completely black, it will be difficult to get it next time. After putting down these things, George called Lorna and Angel and asked Priyanka to count them with him. He was in a good mood. These things together were enough for the magic hub of the shelter. The output of the Doghead mine can be directly used in the miniature magic hub of the magic tower. If I gain something in terms of instruments during this trip to the Kingdom of Stars, not only will the core magic hub of the shelter be established next year, but 2 magic towers will also be erected on the other side of the big city wall. After George finished counting the goods at the gate of Dragon Tooth Castle, Paul and the spiders also came over at this time. All the banshees and high-level evil spirits in the ruins have been captured, and only a small number of banshees have escaped. As for those ordinary resentful spirits, most of them have been saved to heaven in the sun flame impact released by the phantom of the righteous angel. We have to leave some oil and water for the adventurers. In the future, adventurers will come to visit this area from time to time. George touched his chin and looked at the ruins in the distance, where many blue fairy grasses had sprouted. How about the harvest from the ruins? I heard from Priyanka before that there should be a lot of funerary objects, George asked. Priyanka added in a low voice, "It is a sacrificial item, my lord." After hearing what George said, Paul pointed to the several large spider webs dragged by the demon spiders with gleaming eyes, and said, "Sir, most of these sacrificial items are made of gold and silver. Even the porcelain plates are gold-plated. Part of this harvest comes from the vicinity of Hades, because the evil spirits concentrated their activities here. Princess Tianwu came less frequently. Over the years, the silt in this area has been swept away by the Queen of Netherworld's thoughts and accumulated into several small hills. So there are a lot of antiques, gold and silver in this mud. It can be said that it saves a lot of effort." After the demon spiders dug into these muddy hills, they sorted through the contents. After the gold and silver and other objects were wrapped in the magic spider silk, there were about 2 large boxes of treasures. Another part of the harvest is in the lower area of Hades Palace, because Priyanka had previously told Paul and others that there should be a lot of things in the lower level of the hall used for sacrifices. The adventurers followed her prompts and took some demon spiders to search several relatively complete areas on the lower level. Although over the years, many undead have crawled out of the ruins, causing many treasures to either fall into the hands of dragons or be washed into the lake. But Paul and the others still collected nearly 3 large boxes of stuff. If you look carefully, there should be a lot more. But at this time, the lake water has spread again, and the big guys have to run up quickly. Chapter 540 times had changed. George nodded after hearing this. He was already satisfied with these things. If Aji hadn't found several relatively intact carriages in Dragon Tooth Castle, George would have called some servants of the Kingdom of Heaven to repair them. Fingxing Shuttle can no longer contain this harvest. George, the jump node of the Gate of Heaven in the Book of Dawn is temporary. I'm afraid it won't be able to be sent back without 10 or 8 trips, Sariah reminded. And it's a bit beyond the load of the Umbrella of Heaven. Umbrella of the Sky? George raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he heard about this treasure, so he couldn't help but ask carefully. Sariah hesitated and narrated during the inquiry, as if she was afraid that the CO would draw too much attention to Tianwu property. According to Sariah, they can transfer the energy of the Umbrella of Heaven built on the sun through the Sacred Bridge. And at the same time, the Sacred Bridge can also send the heavenly armed forces everywhere. But as for how the Sky Umbrella draws energy from the sun, Sariah looked mysterious. In fact, she didn't understand it, because she later confessed, "Well, if you are interested, you can ask Thorwood in the future. Ahem, the chief archangel of Father God Thorwood. He is also a member of our council. Thorwood is the god of work, and Breba's sacred object was forged by him, and is now the creation angel." George knew who Sariah was talking about. He touched his chin and his expression became a little strange. The Umbrella of the Sky can't be the Dyson sphere left by the ancient Kashgar Yaren, right?
The so-called sacred bridge is a jump node that can receive energy and transmit things.
The kingdom of the seven gods has been almost destroyed with their fall. The small and broken heaven where Sariah and the others now live is inherited from the former kingdom of God. This makes it unnecessary for the heavenly armies to open up additional time and space. But stabilizing this kingdom requires energy consumption. At Sariah's level, they are unable to influence the surrounding space with their own existence like the seven gods and others. Therefore,
a large part of this power to maintain the kingdom of heaven is supported by the umbrella of heaven. According to Sariah, the power of the umbrella of heaven is endless, inexhaustible and never-ending. Provides the existence and daily consumption of the kingdom of heaven. The transmission of heaven's gate also uses its energy. It is this energy that is consumed, not the power of order. And the reason why the heavenly kingdom collects the power of order from the sanctuary is actually because the down-and-out high council of the heavenly kingdom has always used this method to earn some extra money. In the teleportation of Xinjiao, teleporting spirits and angels with light wings consume less, while teleporting entities consumes more. And the transmission of Xinjiao is loaded. The electricity of the kingdom of heaven is also limited. If too many things are transported within a period of time, the kingdom of heaven will have a power outage. Usually, when George carries a little bit of stuff, heaven turns a blind eye. But this time it was a bit too much.
George, there are more and more demons sealed in Paradise Lost, and the pressure on Paradise itself is greater.
Sariah's eyes flickered. In fact, the demons sealed in Paradise Lost have always been used as batteries by the kingdom of heaven to draw power. However, Paradise Lost itself consumes a lot of money, so there is not much power that can actually be supplied to the kingdom of heaven.
Forget it. Although our ship is small, it can easily carry more than 20 tons of cargo. Let's send the Eternity Gold and a few boxes of gold back later. The gold in the shelter has been almost used up these days. George, this box of gold weighs more than a ton. Besides, you have no money in your book. Send the Eternal Gold first, and those boxes of gold will be transported in a few days.
Looking at Sariah's pitiful eyes, George sighed. But he didn't mention the money. It's so hacking miserable for you guys. That is, the angel of creation inherited some of the technology of the ancient Kashgar people. And now, the forbidden sanctuary is almost surpassing you in some technologies. As Gu George knows, some powerful wizards can teleport. In the forbidden sanctuary, there are even some rare teleportation scrolls circulating. The forbidden wizards, using the energy of the Endora crystal, have also been able to achieve the ability of fixed-point teleportation. There are even constant portals between their wizard towers that allow them to come directly from each wizard tower, back and forth, after the magic hub of the sanctuary is established and the energy of the Endora crystal can be used. This technology can also be applied, but Anthony has always believed that the limit of these technologies is the teleportation scroll, which cannot be like the Book of Dawn. Feel free to send stuff in bulk, but Xinjiao can. If you can obtain the documents of these technologies in the ruins of the Kingdom of Gold, the Divine Bridge should be able to be combined with the demonic hub to be transformed. At this time, the sky in the distance was gradually getting brighter. When the first ray of dawn shone into the swamp, the seeds that had been buried in the soil for many years finally began to bloom after this purification. The water level has gradually overflowed the ruins, and it won't be long before the ruins will be submerged in the lake again. It seems that the way back seems to be more difficult than at night. But for the tall demon spiders, this shouldn't be a problem. In order to prevent the vehicle from getting stuck in the mud, before setting off, George asked the demon spiders to make a large net and wrap up the fishing shuttle, planning to let the demon spiders carry the Setanine later. The total weight is only over 20 tons, and 100 demon spiders were selected as bearers to lift it easily. Each of these spider silks can carry the weight of a demon spider several tons, and the crystal spider silk can even be carried by Siljak's huge body. Therefore, it seems that there is very little spider silk under the car, but in fact there is more than enough for rubbing. While the spiders were making preparations, George asked someone to roughly count the spider balls of the two carriages. Their total number exceeds 5,000. More than 2,000 of them are various banshees, and the rest are medium or high-level evil spirits various types, Gu Siljak said, and some of them are horse-riding ones. There were no prisoners of the low-level undead. It could not be ruled out that they were easily eaten by the demon spiders. However, living corpses and ordinary ghosts, things that the priests can easily transcend, are indeed difficult to survive in this kind of purification. It can be said that in the entire swamp, only those hidden in the mud can survive the purification of the seven gods.
In the future, this place will become a holy place for adventurers.
Brenda stroked her beard and said,
It would be interesting to have some excitement. There should be some treasures in the ruins.
George nodded.
The more adventurers, the better. The player sent by Daphne will integrate them in a few days.
Having said this, George and others rode on the magic spider. The sky was already bright, and the sun had covered the earth. Blue daffodils bloomed in the dirty muddy water in the ruins. The shrubs and vines in the swamp also bloomed. The breeze blew, and the petals flew into the sky. The swamp, which had not seen the scene in more than 10 years, ushered in its first real summer.
It's so beautiful,
Rona said, looking at the Dragon-Tooth Castle not far away that was covered in flowers and plants of various colors. The gradually rising lakeside in front of Dragon-Tooth Castle has gradually been filled with lotus flowers and daffodils.
Sir, when I come back this time, I will definitely rebuild the Dragon-Tooth Castle,
Count Salmon said while looking at the Dragon-Tooth Castle under the sun in the distance.
The Wrathful Duke will come back to visit from time to time.
George nodded and said,
Sir, the Holy Court,
Salmon asked hesitantly.
Does the Holy Court allow the existence of dragons? I allow it.
George patted Count Salmon on the shoulder and told him,
Lord Salmon, times have changed.
Chapter 541 Adventure Medal of Honor. When the ship returned, the heroic spirits had to work as coolies and trackers pushing the ship, and Earl Salmon chatted with George about something.
Sir, a group of people from the Holy Court once visited Kanglen more than 10 years ago. Since then, we have cooperated more closely with the Holy Court. But I think my father should not. I know exactly what is buried in this swamp.
The words Earl Salmon mentioned casually were full of disguised confession. After the in-depth chat that followed, George also understood what Salmon vaguely wanted to express. Kanglen did cooperate and interact with a special force in the Holy Court. Duke Kanglen is a big capitalist, a big chable, and a big political broker in the Holy Court. He has deep connections in the Holy Court, and many cardinals have high-ranking positions with such big plutocrats and big brokers working behind the scenes. Therefore, it is completely normal to say that he has interacted with those lurkers. On the contrary, if this guy is too clean, it will make George even more suspicious. George did not think that Duke Kanglen was a man possessed by the devil. He was too active in the Holy Court, and there were too many eyes watching him in the Holy Court. As for the situation in Elda, Duke Kanglen's influence on the political situation is not as good as King Elda's, and his military influence is not as good as that of Duke Cheongying until the Blood Moon. Kanglen was still under Cheong's control. The eagle presses the bully. In comparison, Duke Kanglen, the big broker in the Holy Court, is useless to Aloysius. But to Sanctuary, he is a big stake. A key to the layout of Sanctuary in the Holy Court. Node.
Write a letter to your father, Salmon. I think he will be extremely frightened about Ableyfellow's dot.
George's words made Salmon feel at ease. He knew that the Great Lord was still willing to give Kanglen some trust. When George came to the bow, the ship also entered the real river. At this time, those heroic spirits and heavenly armed forces were finally completely liberated.
Sir, can I travel with you?
When the heroic troops returned to the shelter, an angel said hesitantly as he looked at his subordinates, who were slowly getting into the book. Compared with the leisurely life in the shelter, traveling is obviously much more interesting. For many heavenly armed forces, it has been many years since they had a happy fight.
Michael!
Soraya glared at the powerful angel and scolded him. But compared to the frightened Michael, Soraya's face seemed more nervous.
I'll call you Michael again on the road,
George said. Looking at the name noted above his head, he couldn't remember that there was a second-level seater named Michael in the shelter. Angel up. It seems that a true Virgo angel can still show some strength without receiving a salary? According to Grandma Hathaway's report, after she left, more celestial armed forces were indeed active in the sanctuary. There were also many more active members in Angel Alley, Dawn Tavern, and even the classrooms of Forbidden Academy, of regular customers. After George learned about the principle of teleportation from heaven, he became more and more suspicious that Soraya and the others were trying to defraud the company of money otherwise. Why would this guy's strength increase inexplicably? But judging from their demand for the power of order, these things are indeed related to their ability to exert their strength and resist corruption. Compared with humans, the heavenly armed forces are more susceptible to the erosion of the power of corrupted faith. The power of order should also be able to be converted into divine power and absorbed, or stabilize the kingdom of heaven. With George's comfort and Soraya's scolding, the people queuing back became more efficient. And after George took out another 20,000 from the remaining strength of the shelter and distributed it to everyone as salary, the heavenly armed forces and heroic spirits finally turned into white light in cheers and entered the book. When they returned, in addition to several boxes of goods. Part of the spider ball was also taken away. These spider balls are evil spirits, and are not suitable to be sealed to Paradise Lost. But it can be redeemed as a heroic spirit through the power in the Book of Dawn. And after placing them in the Temple of Valor, the power in the Book of Dawn can transform them at any time. As for the remaining banshees, they are both demons and ghosts, and are typical ghostly creatures. George discovered in previous attempts that some of them can be sealed to Lost Paradise for self-salvation. Arrangements can also be made to the Temple of Valhalla. However, the wisdom is high, so no matter which option is chosen, it consumes a lot of power. So George plans to wait until the Styx Scroll is repaired in the past 2 days. Maybe it should be called the Styx Scroll. Put them temporarily into the Styx Scroll. Later, he will try to see what changes will happen to these banshees after they are redeemed by the power of dawn.
Well, George, we haven't done such a disgusting and bold attempt before. When we encounter these things, we usually transcend them directly.
Soraya touched her chin and said,
But I remember listening to Cherubaeus before. It is said that some high-level spirits that have not been affected by corruption and resentment, if they have great magic power, will combine with nature or elements and become magical creatures such as goblins, elves or elementalists. Wild elves and goblins are very familiar with each other.
Lorna interjected with her eyes wide open, seeming to be interested.
They have an altar, and the dead people will become elves.
After hearing this, George asked eagerly with eyes,
Is the altar a super big tree? Are there countless high-energy crystals underneath?
Lorna was slightly startled and said,
There are trees. Many big trees. But there is a big ironkin underneath.
Ironkin. George and Soraya looked at each other, and then lost interest. But not long after, George's eyes suddenly slowly widened. It can't be a hacking starship. Afterward, George opened a chest of gold and silver, rewarding everyone involved in the adventure with a satisfying bonus. Those ancient gold coins of the Kingdom of Dragon have extremely high collection value. It would be a pity to melt them down and make them into a magic hub. So most of what George took out were these gold coins. Brenda and others were very discerning. After some selection, they collected the rare gold coins with the image of a beautiful queen on them.
Having a discerning eye, Priyanka said that these gold coins issued when Ablepharos came to the throne were not issued in total.
George laughed. These gold coins were indeed very rare. They searched the entire ruins and the dragon's nest before finding more than 70 coins. Some of the particularly fine gold coins were found around the statues of Hades. Because these gold coins have always been with the Queen of the Netherworld and are often infected with the power of the Styx, they already have some magic power. It can be said that they are the most different of all gold coins.
Sir, I will keep these dragon coins for the rest of my life.
Brenda stroked her beard and said with burning eyes. Paul and others also looked extremely excited.
This will be a very important chapter in my adventure career. I will leave my name in history.
Paul and others nodded fiercely indeed. They participated in the battle to kill the fallen angels, solved the mystery of the Dragon Kingdom that had been buried for tens of thousands of years, and explored the legendary lair of the Duke of Wrath. In the past, countless people made their names known to the entire adventure world simply because they came into contact with these legends. But today, they have become the first to explore this place. For these honors, the value of gold and silver can be completely ignored. They are a symbol, a medal of honor, a proof that they are looked up to by countless adventurers.
Brenda, you don't need these things. You will go down in history.
George patted Brenda on the shoulder and said, Chapter 542 Visit Plan. After dividing the prize money, George gave some wands left by the Heavenly Armed Forces to Paul and others. Compared to the price at which the 2 Mourning Witches could have been sold, they were obviously more valuable. But this reward is more meaningful to Paul and others because they have become official members of the caravan. At noon that day, George and the others arrived near the Moonhorn village. After asking Thor, the big devil, to lead a few people to guard the vehicle, George and the other humans returned to the Moonhorn village. What was different from the previous few days was that here almost all the adventurers were gone. After asking at the hotel, they learned that last night at the camp, they saw that the distant southern horizon was completely enveloped by a golden light, as if the depths of the swamp more than 100 kilometers away suddenly turned into during the day. The adventurers all believed that a treasure was born there, or a miracle came from heaven. But no matter what, the legend about the ruins of the ancient kingdom was heatedly discussed by everyone. Faced with this strange phenomenon, the explorers could no longer hold back. So most of them set out overnight. The remaining people either went back to find help or set off early in the morning. The originally bustling camp suddenly became peaceful. After everyone had lunch, they took a good rest. George and Earl Salmon wrote several letters after chatting. Then he hired a few remaining adventurers in the hotel to send these letters back to Kangland City. Among these letters, several were specifically devoted to settling the affairs of Paul and others. Although this time, George gave enough bonuses to everyone who participated in the adventure. But after these letters are sent back to Kangland, the families of the adventurers and the comrades who died some time ago will be able to get better settlements. This is the most satisfactory result for Paul and others. It also allowed them to completely let go of their worries. As for the letter sent to Duke Kangland, it briefly mentioned the experiences of the past few days, as well as some things about the swamp ruins, the fallen angels, and the Duke of Wrath. It seemed that the content of the letter was just about family matters, as if the son of an adventurer was telling his father about his adventure stories in excitement. But the symbolic meaning is extraordinary. This letter was brought along with the one George wrote to Alfonso. Duke Kangland will send someone to deliver it to Prince Alfonso. George knew that more than half of the Kangland family's job-hopping process was completed. Even if they break up now and no longer cooperate, Duke Kangland will never take many things to death. He will become a faggot, and may start extending some olive branches to Alfonso secretly. However, if you want Duke Kangland to have no worries, he must completely surrender to them and be willing to spend all the family wealth while following them to the death. A special gift is needed in a golden land. This gift symbolizes Kangland's true faith and is the proof that this family has been seeking for thousands of years. It will allow Kangland to completely abandon everything and throw himself into the sanctuary from the embrace of the Holy Court, and became George's first spy who was actually instigated to rebel in the Holy Court. The influence of this big capitalist and conglomerate leader in the Holy Court will be no less than that of Cardinal Boris's. That night, the caravan also arrived at Ueju village. After everyone had a good night's rest here, everyone sorted out their goods early the next morning. It was discovered that Sol's car was already somewhat overloaded after loading the gold. It greatly affected Fengxing Shuttle's progress on the road. After switching the excess cargo to other vehicles, there is still a lot left that has no place to ship. In the end, George and others had to sell all these extra things to the Adventurers Guild. These things are extremely popular in Longa Canyon, where supplies are in short supply, and those spices and bombs are of great use in terms of food, medicine, mosquito repellent, and even maintenance of equipment. As for some of the cosmetics, the guild could only get some bargains, but the price was slightly higher than the cost. It's just lower than the local price in Kangland. Overall, I made 2 levels of profit. The caravan then set off that same day. In the car, Count Salmon made some suggestions about the next route.
Sir, your route is a little bold when crossing the southern wilderness,
Salmon said carefully. He felt that this group of people seemed to have originally planned to do something among some tribes in the southern wilderness. George nodded. He had indeed had this idea before. Therefore, although the route avoids some dangerous arteries, but they passed through some tribes that couldn't do anything to them. When the time comes, they will run away after robbing them. In this fog, no one can catch up with them. The original plan was to make the situation in southern wilderness even more chaotic. But considering the current situation of the Kangland family, Kangland only needed to help himself push a little harder, and he could easily achieve this goal. With the cooperation of the 2 families, the First Fang tribe will expand rapidly. So now, there is no need to use robbery. Just take Salmon to some tribes to talk, and things will be almost done. Although it may not be Duke Kangland's idea to help the shelter so early, but if his only son takes action on this matter first, the Duke can only follow the trend.
Tell me your suggestions. Salmon, we don't have to worry about the goods now. I plan to visit some tribes,
George said. Originally, everyone was on guard against the robbers, mainly because they were afraid of damage to the vehicle. Although even if several tribes in the southern wilderness mobilized in full force, they could not completely intercept the caravan. But the spices, works of art, and antiques in the car are afraid of fire, water, and bumps. Previously, for the entire caravan, if a plate was broken on the road, the boss would feel distressed for a long time. So he was afraid that those short-sighted guys would come to kill him and cause the caravan to suffer losses. But now this nouveau riche doesn't care about these things anymore. It doesn't matter how many carts of these goods are thrown away now. As for the gold that is not afraid of fire or bumps, if it is shown to the robbers, they will still have their lives to take it. Having said this, George looked at Salmon meaningfully and said,
Don't you bring some gifts every time you go there? We also brought them this time, those tribes with good tempers, and those tribes with bad tempers. Tell them all I listen.
Although the relationship between Kangland and various tribes is very deep, it actually relies on 2 aspects. The distant one relies on the face of the chief. The closest ones are the large tribes like the Fire Wolf. Therefore, Various southern wilderness tribes despise the Kanglen people. And Kanglen has always treated each tribe with care. So every time I go to visit, I bring gifts. To put it bluntly, I go to make offerings. Therefore, among these tribes, there are some real people who are good to you if you are good to me. Some are guys who treat me better the more I bully you. Chapter 543 The Sun Royal Family of the Southern Wilderness. After hearing what George said, Salmon was slightly startled. This bandit went to bring gifts to curry favor with others? He wouldn't believe it even if I beat him to death. But then he understood what his boss meant. He was going to cause trouble. And he wanted to sort out all those disobedient thorns along the way. By the way, it also lets the usually domineering tribes know what kind of new master the Kanglen family has found. There is a sense of whoever explodes the thorn. I will help you sort it out. Looking at the lazy caravan members outside the car, Salmon couldn't help but mentally confirm the number of people in the team again: 367. Among them are Frostfang warriors, Dawn Knights, and adventurers who can fight. There were more than 200 people in total. If someone said that they would take more than 200 knights to those tribes with a population of tens or millions to stand up for Kanglen, Salmon thinks this is definitely a joke. It's more like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. But at this time, he looked at the Lord who was picking walnuts and looking at him with his legs crossed. Earl Salmon couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. This feeling comes from a kind of depression that has been felt since childhood, and from a kind of stimulation and excitement that I have never felt before. This feeling made Salmon feel extremely ridiculous. But he believed that this eldest brother could lead him to say this. Wolves roam the world eating meat. Dogs roam the world eating shit. This group of people entered the southern wilderness not like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, because they are lions charging into a pack of hyenas.
Sir, there are several tribes that are usually the most hateful.
Salmon gritted his teeth and raised 3 fingers. But after looking at moss not far away, he retracted 1 finger. On the road in the next few days, Salmon described the situation in the southern wilderness. And the place to go next has been decided: the legendary city of Helenska. There, George could meet everyone he wanted to see. After choosing this route, you will save about a week on the journey.
Sir, the southern wilderness is mainly divided into 3 forces: the chief of the Sun King, the Sun Royal Clan, and the 4 kings.
The super tribe formed by the Sun King Chief Smoke is located in the fertile land near Sun City, and the River of Stars. This location is the southern border of Iberia, and the northern border of the Kingdom of Sand. Between the southern and northern borders of these 2 countries, there are mainly grasslands and branch rivers of the River of Stars. Where the River of Stars flows, due to the climate, there is less fog in the Kingdom of Sand. And this is especially true in the area near the River of Stars. You can see clear sunlight for most of the year. And there is no fog near the holy city of the sun. Therefore, the population is also the most dense. After this place was occupied by the people of the southern wilderness, the king of Iberia could be regarded as realizing his dream. He, his queen, and princesses all left the capital of Iberia and lived in Sun City, stayed with the Sun King Smoke. As for the king of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the situation was slightly better. He led some of the nobles of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to migrate to the southern capital of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Although there are many oases in the south of Saudi Arabia, there are many less Gobian deserts. In some foggy deserts, sand monsters often appear. Therefore, the daily headache for the nobles of the Kingdom of Sand is to defend the southern border for the Sun King and fight with the monsters in the south of the Kingdom of Sand all day long. Iberia, Saudi Arabia, and southern wilderness can actually be said to have been unified. The supreme ruler is the Sun King. And under the Sun King, there are 12 kings. Among these 12 kings, 4 are the most special. None of them are from the Sun royal family. But they are called kings because they either have a noble status and should be called kings. Either that or his own strength has to be recognized by all the people in the southern wilderness. 2 of these kings were the king of Iberia and the king of Sand. They have the largest territory and population in name. But in fact, they have become puppets in name only. The Sand King is now lingering in the south of the Sand Kingdom. And Iberia has been almost completely exploited by the people of the southern wilderness without the king. Therefore, among the 4 kings with foreign surnames, there are only 2 real kings. Both of them claim to have the blood of the Sun royal family. But they have never been recognized by the Sun royal family. One of them is the Fire King. This tribe was once located in the north of the southern wilderness, and took fire as its sacred name. However, each generation of chiefs also has a number. This generation uses the wolf as its totem. So it is also called the Fire Wolf tribe. When the Sun King Smoke began to unify the southern wilderness, they followed the Sun King. It can be said that it has always been the tribe that the chief has trusted the most. After the Twilight War, they were assigned to some of the best lands in Iberia by the war chief. At the same time, the chief also used this tribe to contain other tribes. This tribe has many horses, and is best at cavalry combat. Under his rule, he almost occupied the most pastures in Iberia, and also turned many farmlands into horse farms. However, because the land is the most fertile, and has the trade support of the Kanglan family, although the farmland under the Fire King's rule is small, the livestock industry can generate a large amount of food. Therefore, the residents under the rule lived quite well. Therefore, the rule of the people of the southern wilderness, and the nobles of the seven kingdoms, is to compete with each other to see who is worse. The fourth surname Wang is the most special. They were originally a fusion of various small tribes in the cold zone, in the southernmost part of the southern wilderness. They were named after Frost. But the Sun Warriors were born the most, and their beliefs were the most tolerant. Before the Twilight War, they were once the most powerful tribe, the main competitor for Smoker to ascend the throne of the Sun King. However, due to the collusion between Kanglan and Smoke, the Holy Court had the greatest conflict with this tribe, causing them to suffer great losses in the war, and a large part of the tribe was eventually absorbed by the Sun Royal clan. To this day, the crown prince of this tribe, who has the nominal basic position, still remains with Smoke and serves as the Sun Warrior in the temple. After settling in Iberia more than 20 years ago, the remnants of this tribe were assigned the worst and smallest land. However, because of the tribe's inclusiveness and policies, the surrounding population continued to join the tribe. In terms of governance, they were also the gentlest in treating the lower class people of Iberia, although they were all regarded as hard laborers. In fact, many of the hard laborers had their own fields. Therefore, these peons can be regarded as free people who are not exploited by the Iberian nobles. The peons under the rule of this tribe are not exploited by the nobles and squires, and they directly face the principal state. Therefore, they live a relatively prosperous life and have great centripetal force. It is easier for them to become tribal warriors. No matter what their status is, they only need to pass the test or win a share of merit on the battlefield. However, this large tribe has a greater desire for land. Their wish is to allow everyone in the tribe to have land. Therefore, this violated the core interests of the Iberian aristocracy. So there were fewer Iberian aristocrats vassalling them, and they were all new generation aristocrats. This tribe has developed to this day, and its nominal land is only half of that of Cheongning, and its nominal population is only 600,000. But its true strength and population have exceeded that of Dome Eagle. This tribe is Frostfang. The chief is called the Frost King. Therefore, Moss would be called His Royal Highness, or His Royal Highness, the Little Prince, rather than the chief's foolish son. In many ways, they are greatly influenced by Soraya's past. So many of their ideas are slightly closer to Sanctuary. Chapter 544, A Deceptive Prophecy. Both the Fire King and the Frost King each have the strength of a military Grand Duchy. The adult barbarians in their tribes, regardless of gender, can go to the battlefield, mount a horse, and put on armor. And they can be regarded as knights of the southern wilderness. And its performance on the battlefield far exceeds that of the knight. In the Frost King's tribe alone, there are 200,000 barbarians, and they can draw out 50 or 60,000 in a fight. The Fire King's tribe has half as many barbarians as the Frost King. Therefore, the nobles of Elda are extremely afraid of the people of the southern wilderness. Barbarians are the main core combat unit, and the millions of people ruled by the tribe serve them. The overall structure of its tribe is also closer than that of the feudal aristocratic troops. There are no noble lords to argue with it, and no one dares to violate it. Therefore, once a war is launched, the rallying ability and appeal will be stronger. Often, when the Eldar nobles fight a war, they have to prepare and argue for months. However, Nan Wang just grabbed the people and left if there was not enough. He would have it after the fight. The tribe's forces are more than just barbarians. Those hard workers are actually auxiliary soldiers and infantry soldiers. In addition, because the tribe has an extremely mature distribution system for the spoils of war and extremely strict military discipline, the combat effectiveness is far better than those noble militiamen who have to bring prostitutes with them to the fight and randomly snatch the spoils after the fight. So even when the peons of the tribe went out to rob, they were far more powerful than the troops of the noble lords. Therefore, if it were not for the constant civil war between the tribes and the threat of the Kingdom of Stars and the Holy Court, the Fire King and Frost King alone would be enough for Elda to drink a pot. The only people in the southern wilderness who are extremely afraid are the troops of the Holy Court and the Kingdom of Stars. Previously, under the leadership of the Holy Court, the Eldar people attacked from the west. and the Kingdom of Stars attacked from the east. They almost recovered most of the land in Iberia. At that time, Earl Jagger of Thorns also won all the respect of the people of the southern wilderness. In those years of war, the Holy Court had the tendency to expel the southern wilders from Iberia. And before the fall of the capital of Rodunk, the Holy Court focused all its energy here. It wasn't until Archduke Adeline asked for help and Philip's lobbying that the war gradually began to die down. Before the Black Tide in the north reached Jinjian Pass, the Holy Court had always regarded the southern wasteland as the first priority to be eliminated. A serious problem. The flag of the Holy Court seems to have great power. The people of this era have no patriotism and don't care who is the king. What's more, the Iberian king is not likable. But compared to the king, faith has a great appeal to people. Even though many Iberians have joined the southern wilderness, the Holy Court still has enough weight in the hearts of these people who believe in the seven gods. Now, what happened to the Iberian nobles has touched the essential interests of the Holy Court. The people of the southern wilderness not only exploited those nobles, but also the various tribes did not abide by the contract. Not only did they freely herd livestock into the territories of various nobles, they even secretly annexed many lands and made many nobles vassals. This makes the Holy Court extremely intolerable, especially those who are from the Iberian kingdom and have already touched their reverse scale. Therefore, many bishops have been making a fuss about the beliefs of the southern wilderness. Southern wilderness has indeed announced that the sun god is the seven gods. And in the hearts of most southern wilderness people, it does not matter who the sun god is. But the tribe's attitude of going its own way is far less cautious than the Kingdom of Stars' cautious approach to this relationship with gods. Many people even use statues of the sun god as offerings to the seven gods, which naturally allows interested people to find clues. This makes it possible that even under the current pressure of the Black Tide, the idea of war of faith still has a loud voice in the Holy Court. These advocates believe that now that the defense line of Jinjian Mountain has been stabilized, the Holy Court should spend some time to completely drive out the southern wilderness and eliminate this serious threat. And if Erda hadn't suffered too much damage in the world's first Black Tide War, this war might have already started. In the end, due to the mediation and lobbying of the Kanglin family, the matter failed to pass the bill. The restless people of the southern wilderness have also restrained themselves a lot because of this. The Magic Knight Legion of the Kingdom of Stars is unbeatable from the front, and the Air Force of the Holy Court can cut off all supplies. Without supplies, no matter how strong the cavalry is, it will collapse at the drop of a hat. The tactics these two troops can accomplish are a dimensionality-reducing blow to almost any army in this era. He once taught the people of the southern wilderness a very profound lesson. The most important thing is the Great Chief's attitude towards this matter. After he took possession of Sun City, he no longer cared about the life and death of other tribes. I don't really want to fight anymore. The corrupt life over the years has also caused many southern wilderness nobles to lose the ambition they once had. Coupled with the endless fighting within the tribe, it is almost difficult to unite. This makes the southern wasteland people extremely powerful, but they have never been able to form a situation to invade the entire Eldar people. But the entire Iberia has been completely dominated by the southern wilders amid the wars between various tribes. The Sun King and the Four Kings account for 1/3 of the population of the southern wilderness group, and the other 8 southern wilderness dukes occupy the last 1/3 of the southern wilderness people's structure. And the combined strength of these 8 dukes is no worse than that of the Fire King and the Twin Kings. Now, the Frost King and the Fire King are trying their best to win over them. The attitudes of these 8 tribes determine the outcome of the dispute between the Frost King and the Fire King. But the key is that the chiefs of these 8 tribes are basically members of the Sun King's smoke, because these 8 southern wilderness dukes are all from the Sun royal family. They have the most orthodox and ancient bloodline and inheritance in the southern wilderness. In ancient times, their ancestors were all children of the Sun God. These 8 dukes were also the 8 most powerful shamans in the southern wilderness. They formed the Parliament of the Sun, and it was with their support that Smoke became the Sun King. At the same time, these 8 great shamans also often live in the Sun Temple in the holy city of the Sun. It is their descendants who govern their tribe, although priests should live in temples or churches. This is somewhat like blocking hostages. Regardless of these shamans, many Sun warriors from the Frost King and Fire King tribes are also stationed in the Sun Temple. For example, His Royal Highness the Grand Prince of Frostfang is the one with the most inheritance rights of Frostfang. The Sun Council believes that Smoke is the person in the prophecy. He brought an end to strife and unified all races, and led people to the real sanctuary, the City of the Sun, before the south was submerged by the sea. Although the sanctuary is occasionally shrouded in mist throughout the year. Although the seawater near Sun City is rising. When all races throw away the gaps and become one. When the stars move,
The sun goes north. The sanctuary north of the river will become the only place of salvation shrouded in light in the dark world.
Sariah looked at her with her eyes closed piously, and her expression solemn. But under the gaze of a pair of eyes, the face of the sun god became more and more embarrassed obviously. The sun god with his eyes closed had actually been squinting a little, and quietly looking at someone. Gradually, under these eyes, she could no longer maintain the mysterious demeanor she had when she just recited the prophecy.
Ahem. Look, George. I think this prophecy actually refers to the valley, and that river does not refer to the River of Stars, but to the Cetus River, and the Sun City is to the south of the River of Stars.
George shook his head. He knew why Smoke didn't have that much desire for the northern expedition after moving into Sun City. Everything he did was to defend this Sun City. George, according to Anthony's calculations, a major flood is likely to occur near the River of Stars basin. The prophecy of the sun god and the current situation in Sun City also make Dawn Light more and more worried that this statement will come true. George nodded and slowly looked at the notes in front of him. Sariah, you are really cheating. Chapter 545 The sun and moon go north. There is a sentence in the prophecy the sun and the moon go north. This prophecy is what Sariah saw while exploring the ruins of the sun god. The original sentence is as the sun and moon change, the southern wilderness will be submerged by floods. The living beings should chase the sun to the north, looking for the new Sunday. Regarding this prophecy, Sariah once quietly asked Dawn of Light to interpret it. Although she did not mention where she saw it, Dawn of Light had already guessed it. The archangels believe that this sun refers to Sariah and Alexander. They are the new sun, and their final trip to the sanctuary seems to have verified this. As for the transformation of the moon, the archangels believe that the division of the archangels of the moon god system seems to have indeed verified this. Sariah quietly adapted this prophecy to guide the people of the southern wilderness to the north. The angels also believed in this prophecy, because the original sun god was omniscient and omnipotent, even more powerful than the seven gods. But the Light of Dawn has always had doubts about this, because the ruins of the sun god is the kingdom of gold, which was established by the ancient Kashia people. The prophecies are also what they left behind. The great creations of the ancient Kashia people may indeed be called the sun and moon. But according to Dawn's understanding of them, they are an extremely humble nation. In any case, Dawn of Light feels that the ancient Kashia people must have foreseen something, but with Dawn of Light's ability, they have been unable to verify it. But the Light of Dawn finally followed the prophecy and established a sanctuary in the Valley of the North. This time, through the information given by Moss and Salmon, Dawnlight and the CEO had the same idea. The sun and moon may not refer to the archangel. George nodded. Indeed, the original intention of the fabricator of this prophecy, Sariah, actually meant that the sun god went to the sanctuary. The sun in the sky seems to have never moved. And in that prophecy, it didn't seem to say that there would be any disasters. Maybe there were some changes in the revolution of the planet. The ancient Kashia people originally thought that this would not cause a disaster. But now, the world has been affected by the ancient gods. What will happen requires more comprehensive information collected from the ruins to analyze. George thinks this may be related to eternal night. And if this is related to eternal night, then humans will also be able to find a plan to get rid of eternal night. As for the moon, it does change a blood moon. It's getting bigger. For more than a month, when it turned red and big, the red full moon has been hanging in the sky. The original analysis of the wizards on this matter was that changes in the magic field caused the scattering of the moon, but this analysis may not be complete. The real moon has probably become closer to this planet, and has been hanging in a certain direction of this planet during the blood moon. Its huge gravity makes earthquakes and volcanoes on the continent more frequent. And a certain location on the continent also causes a huge tide and tsunami. This location is Moss' hometown. According to the prophecy, the hometown of the southern Wilder people had already suffered a horrific disaster when the second blood moon came. The extreme south of the continent had been completely submerged by floods. After this second blood moon, the seawater near Sun City in the north is also beginning to rise. According to Moss, the flood in the southern wilderness occurred decades ago, causing the area where the Frustfong tribe once lived to be submerged by the flood. But this time, even Sun City felt the flood. Floods are bound to happen again, because the blood moon will come again. When that happens, the inland seas at both ends of the River of Stars will completely swallow up the River of Stars basin. I am afraid that only a small area near the River of Stars can be spared from the disaster, because if the seawater wants to pass there, it has to cross a world wonder, the Heavenly Chair located on the River of Stars. It is said that the Heavenly Chair is like a horizontal mountain high and shaped like a dam. There's also a waterfall up there. Boats can go up this waterfall in reverse order. This is a must-visit attraction for tour groups. The City of the Moon is built behind that. And this city is like a valley protected by mountains, not afraid of tsunamis or hurricanes. Regarding the transformation of the sun and the moon, George decided to let Anthony lead the wizards to conduct a careful observation. This time, the observation must not focus on the magic field as before. This thinking inertia is simply a huge flaw among wizards. Although the wizarding group is very busy now, this matter must be given top priority. George believes that Anthony and the others will calculate a detailed data. This tsunami may not have much impact on the shelter surrounded by mountains in the north, but for the areas near the River of Stars and the coastal areas, it is an unprecedented catastrophe. Thank you, Seven Gods. George said this sincerely.
George, no matter what, the people from the southern wilderness have come to the Sun City in the north,
Soraya explained nervously.
Without that prophecy, these poor children would have been drowned by the flood more than 10 years ago. Well, yes, Soraya,
George nodded and said,
after all, if the prophecy is true, Sun City will be submerged in 2 years, and the chief seems to be determined to take root in Sun City.
Soraya's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Soraya, you are really cheating. After secretly teasing Soraya, George patted her shoulder and said,
as you said, Soraya, in any case, the great prophet did a good thing although he left a shit in the ass. But let's just clean it up for her.
Soraya turned to the window with a strange face. She didn't know whether to say thank you or slap George hard. Then, she looked at George, who was deep in thought and couldn't help but ask,
is this troublesome? It's not a question of whether it's troublesome, Soraya.
George retracted his thoughts, shook his head and said,
it's just that we have to do it.
In his opinion, it would be a waste for the people of the southern wilderness to stay here in Iberia, so why is the great chief staying in Sun City? Fight with humans? Yofeng City is their real holy city, and the western region of Rodenk is their real grassland. It would be a shame for these warriors not to fight the demons. It seemed that when he returned from the Golden Kingdom this time, he had to pay a visit to Sun City. This den of thieves seems to have to be infiltrated. Chapter 546. How offended. Shaking his head, George thought about the Star Kingdom that had the same problem in comparison. It should be easier to deal with them. After all, this country is based on science. There is often no fog near the Moon City, so one can observe the stars. As long as Anthony gets the calculation results out, and the wizards of the Kingdom of Stars verify them carefully, I believe they will get more detailed data. And among this naked data, they will at least choose to move the population and industry around the coast to inland areas. But no matter what, no one can live near the inland sea basins at both ends of the River of Stars. This will be a devastating blow to mankind. But in the face of this dark tide, human beings also need to take a decisive stance and sink all boats. Maybe this tsunami will truly bring the world together and use all its strength to deal with the demons. Judging from the current situation, the Holy Empire in the north of the Kingdom of Stars will sooner or later become the territory of the devil. Presumably Aloysius has many arrangements in this country. According to Aloysius's plan, the demons in the north were originally going to break through the undefended Jianjian mountain. After the first blood moon, this place was most likely controlled by lurkers. But the situation changed. This caused the Holy Court army to settle here. Judging from the subsequent situation, Jianjian mountain is probably clean. It seems that Phillips, a lurker, has sounded the alarm for the Holy Court harshly enough. Of course, there may be some things that have not been cleaned up in Jianjian mountain. But in any case, judging from the current situation, even if there are such things, Zhenjiang mountain should be able to be safe before the next blood moon. No matter what, the demons' blitzkrieg has been completely bankrupt. But when the demons bypass the Sword Mountain and enter the Holy Empire, the lurkers will definitely encourage the righteous faction of the Holy Court to defend northward with all their strength. At this time, the empty Holy Court will also usher in the subversive opportunity that Aloysius has been waiting for. When the Holy Court is overthrown by demons, the guards guarding Landry Seahorse Fortress and sword-suppressing mountain will be left alone and helpless. It is difficult to defend these two gates amid attacks from the north and south. Therefore, Star Kingdom to the north will be extremely important. They will be able to attract part of the main force of the demons and relieve the pressure on these two levels. If Zhenjiang Mountain is once defended, Elda also blocked the passage to the Swan Marsh. So the only passage that could connect the northern and southern devils was Landry. The Violet Plain, the hinterland of the northern devil, is located near the seaport south of Bishui City, and its geographical location is equivalent to a large plain near the Bohai Sea. In this flood, Landry will definitely be submerged. and most of the Violet Plains will also be hit by floods. Therefore, as long as we find a way to expel the northern demons from the western and eastern borders of Rodunk, and compress the northern demons into Violet and Landry, the disaster caused by this flood will completely destroy the northern demons. Judging from the current layout of the demons in Violet, it seems that they, like the archangels, do not know that this tsunami is coming. I don't know how long this secret can be kept. The migration of the people in the southern wilderness can be covered up with invasion, or even by stimulating the Great Chief, so that they can actually invade north. But the movements of Star Country require careful planning, and we still have to persuade the upper echelons of the Moon Country. Judging from the current situation in the Moon Country, their attitude towards the Black Tide is still relatively negative. This disaster is still too far away for them. And they also believe in the Holy Court. Compared to the demons, they pay more attention to the people of the southern wilderness. Damn faith. I hope I can find like-minded people there. The convoy suddenly stopped, and the team members outside the window started to move, as if they were preparing to place these big tents near the woods. George looked at the map and knew that they had arrived near the legendary city of Helenska. Closing the book, George withdrew his thoughts about the Moon Kingdom, focusing his attention on the problem at hand. Great Chief, these days, I will first visit your brothers in the north. Please forgive me for any offense. After a while, I will visit you again in Sun City. The place where George and the others parked was a clearing in the forest. Under the help of the spiders and knights, many obstructive trees were uprooted and used to make fire and cook for the people left behind. After the Fengxing shuttle was unfolded, the area was much larger. It looks like a big tent. Can be used as a temporary campsite. George left some apprentices and handymen here. In the next few days, they can be self-sufficient in this camp, and the apprentices can control Jerry Jones at any time. Before leaving, George released many magic spiders and let them hide underground. In addition, Siljack was asked to set up a maze nearby. It is very common to get lost in this fog. Ordinary people passing by will naturally not approach again after experiencing the pain. But if you are too stubborn and insist on leaving here, then you will have no choice but to become the food of the spiders in the maze. This place was not far away from Helenska. After George and others got on their horses and brought the carriage, they looked like a caravan visiting Helenska. On the way, George asked about the 8 tribes. These 8 tribes are basically centered on Helenska and are frequent visitors here. And one of the key figures Salmon talks about almost never seems to leave here.
Sir, many people think that the Sun royal family is a staunch supporter of smoke, but in fact, they seem to be inseparable,
Salmon said here, looking at Moss not far away.
As far as I know, these 8 Sun royal families are secretly supporting the Frost King and the Fire King because the chief is too selfish. After moving to Sun City, amidst the prosperity and luxury,
his ambitions are far less than before.
The relationships among the various tribes in the southern wilderness are complicated. Sometimes they are the best of brothers, and sometimes they are fighting to the death. And even among the tribes where these 8 Taiwan clans are located, frictions often occur. Behind these frictions there are many figures from Sun City. This made it difficult for the various tribes to unite against the war chief. The interests of many people actually conflict with the Great Chief's current policy. He just wants to stay in Sun City. And in terms of profit distribution and management, they are very nepotistic. To put it bluntly, the Great Chief could be said to be the overlord who unified the southern wilderness. But he was not a good emperor suitable for ruling the world.
Nominally, the leaders of these 8 tribes are the 8 shamans, but the real managers are their descendants. None of these 8 descendants have the same father and mother, but according to the rules of the Sun royal clan, they all interact with each other as brothers. Beside the earliest Sun King, there are these 8 Sun Knights.
Salmon continued,
among these 8 people, one is the most important, and his attitude will be able to influence the others.
Chapter 547 Ice Fox Avali. When Moss heard Salmon say this, he yelled out a name.
Is it that Yaksa? That bad-tempered big stupid cow? He scolded me behind my back. This time Moss must let me go.
He tastes Moss' fist. Thunderbolt Yaksa is known as the first warrior in the southern wilderness, and has great influence in various tribes. However,
Salmon shook his head. It seems that Thunderbolt is not the real person in charge. After all, the one who can be said to be a stupid cow by Moss is probably closer to Alexander in terms of blood.
Is it Black Panther Bana? That tough girl?
Moss couldn't help but blush slightly when he mentioned this woman. He scratched his head and said,
They are the 2 who are the best at fighting.
George waved his hand and told Moss to let Charmin do the talking. After Salmon saw the boss looking over, he said,
His name is Avali. He is the heir of the Ice Fox Duke. And he is the real manager of this Helenska city. You mean that damn cripple?
Moss's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but interject again. It seemed that the name made him feel a little unbelievable. But after thinking about it, he scratched his face and said,
He is indeed somewhat capable. Moss said he is capable. So he must be capable.
George touched his chin, becoming somewhat interested in this person. Logically speaking, the people of Southern Wilderness respect force. No matter how high your level of education is, you may not be looked down upon by others. So the person in charge must be the most capable person in the tribe. A lame person cannot become a Sun warrior. And the fact that such a person can be recognized by a person like Moss, who only has muscles in his mind, shows that he is indeed extraordinary.
Salmon! Keep talking.
Salmon explained.
Avali is 32 years old this year. His father is a great shaman of the 8 great tribes. And his mother is a wandering wizard from the 7 kingdoms. It is said to be a forbidden wizard. But this mixed-race child, what was disliked by his father, was not his blood, but the son's interest in books, which was far greater than riding a horse and hunting. After an accident, Avali became slightly disabled, which almost caused him to lose the inheritance rights of the tribe. After Avali's father went to Sun City, it was Avali's uncle who took charge of the Ice Fox tribe. But although Avali was disliked by his father and ostracized by his uncle, he received 8 major awards, the support of his brothers and sisters. This means that although he is not in charge of the tribe, he has been in charge of political affairs in the city. Avali has great talent in political affairs and a very unique vision. Under his leadership, Helenska restored the city's former glory, and Avali's initiatives have made IBI the lives of Lea nobles and northern tribes have been greatly improved. The tribe said goodbye to famine. Under Avali's reconciliation, the 8 tribes rarely had too much friction over the issue of distribution. Under his management, Helenska also began to grow continuously, absorbing the alchemy technology of the Kingdom of Stars.
This place has become a truly super city. Now that Avali's uncle is dead, the Ice Fox has returned to Avali's hands, and has become stronger in his hands. And now, whether in literature or martial arts, referring to the strength of the tribe, Avali's brothers are all very convinced of this. Loki brother a few years ago, Chief Smoke once recruited Avali to Sun City to serve as his prime minister. However, due to some reasons, the matter was eventually shelved. Later, because Awali's leg injury recurred and it was difficult to ride a horse, the war chief completely dropped the matter.
Having said this, Salmon looked at George.
About the leg injury, the chief was extremely concerned and sent a shaman to Helenska to treat it many times. Avali did not lie. One of his legs already completely lame.
This horse riding refers to the equestrian skills of the people in the southern wilderness. George pondered. Being able to play around with various tribes. This guy's methods are indeed extraordinary. George didn't want to think too much about Uncle Avali's death. According to Salmon, he died in a hunting. But the matter of prime minister is enough to show the taboo of Chief Smoke towards this person, as well as this person's ambition and determination. The great chief probably originally planned to pull out the seedling that had not yet grown. But in the end, Avali found a way to escape. A lame man cannot lead the warriors of the southern wilderness. A person who can only rely on equipment to fix himself on a horse cannot become the Sun King. As long as Smoker lives, this phase will stay in Helenska and work hard for Smoker to manage this actual northern capital. The lame Avali will also become a tribal chief that the Sun King can truly trust. I don't know if Ava's use of his legs in exchange for this freedom is worth it.
Sir, it's just ahead,
Salmon said suddenly, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Night Demon Talisman gave him unparalleled vision. George raised his head. His eyes penetrated the fog, and a majestic city full of exotic style gradually appeared in front of him in the fog. At regular intervals on the tall city wall, there is a tall spire tower. These towers and the city wall are covered with totems, which look like one-horned giants standing behind the city wall. Through the thin mist, one can still see the spears and domes of many churches and temples in the city. It seems that in addition to the churches of the 7 gods, there are also the Temple of the Sun and the Altar of the Moon in the city.
It is said that this city was once the royal capital of Iberia?
George asked.
It shouldn't have been called Helenska before, right? Indeed. Sir, even now, it is nominally the royal capital of Iberia. At least that's what the Holy Court thinks.
Salmon looked at the front and said with a complex expression,
but in these years, this place has changed a lot. It is indeed a bit too big. As for the adults in the local cathedral, because the Holy Court rarely comes here, they turn a blind eye to many things.
According to Salmon, the Holy Court now needs to take a breather. So although the current statement about expelling the southern wilderness is recognized by most people in the Holy Court, the Terrators are very discerning. So the bishop sent to Garrison, also a moderate. The local cathedral now acts like an embassy abroad. Originally they still performed some functions, but after Nanhuang's defeat, they still felt both disgust and fear for the priests. However, with the continuous feeding of Kanglin and Avali, the local church has become completely corrupt. So now it has almost become a spokesperson for the interests of the Nanhuang Face's Holy Court.
What does Avali think of the Holy Court? George asked. He pays more attention to the Holy Court and has more contact with our family. But in our several in-depth contacts on behalf of the Holy Court, we did not achieve much results.
Salmon said,
This guy they just ask for benefits. But they don't do too many practical things. However, Avali will often meet the interests and needs of the Kanglin family. After all, we are mutually beneficial. Indeed.
George nodded. The Holy Court and Avali can only use each other. And Avali also knows this very well. Because there is an essential conflict between Nanhuang and the Holy Court. The Holy Court does not allow the Sun God.
Chapter 548 The legendary city Helinska. As the team moved forward, there were more and more pedestrians on the pipeline. On the grassland on both sides of the pipeline, there were also a large number of tents, groups of cattle and sheep, and southern wilderness people watching the passers-by. Judging from the appearance, these southern wilderness people watching on the roadside are actually many people from the Seven Kingdoms. But they were all dressed in the southern wilderness style. So are customs. What's interesting is that some of the stocky businessmen on the pipeline looked like they were from the southern wilderness. But he was wearing a tuxedo and a high hat on his head. Looks like a fat penguin.
Moss, you should change your clothes too,
Soraya said teasingly. Several girls around him laughed secretly when they heard this. Hearing this laughter, George couldn't help but cast his eyes on Lorna and the others, and lingered for a long time. Blueberry had taken the transformation potion. And not only had her skin become whiter, but her height had also become petite and exquisite. In addition, as George thought, there is indeed an extra little girl in the team. For the sake of this little girl with 2 ponytails, George quietly told Gale 2 days ago to change the number of team members on the booklet. He also told Brenda and the guys who had already noticed it. They all pretended not to know. So, Brenda told almost half of the people in the team. In fact, they are silly people like Soraya and Moss. And those guys in the Frostfang tribe who don't know how to count didn't realize it. But in order to prevent Soraya from causing trouble, George later gave her an explanation. In the past few days, Lorna's behavior has become more and more violent. She even blatantly selected the wrathful Princess Malim from the female workers team and made her follower. What to say?
This child looks very exciting. Let's treat her as Lady Lorna's chief maid.
When Lorna thought about it, since George could have a chief maid, it was natural and reasonable for her to arrange one for herself. Now Malim has been hanging out with Lorna all day long. 2 days ago, when Lorna took Malim to George's car to play with dragon eggs, Miram was still with his hands behind his back. He picked out the decorations on the vehicle. From what they said, George and others could tell that this
7 wanted criminal,
who knew nothing about outsiders, was planning to sleep in this car completely in the next 2 days. It seems that in addition to gold, she also likes velvet carpets.
What 2 silly girls without any scheming?
George shook his head, looked at Lorna and Malim, and couldn't help laughing.
Little Lorna, just be a breeder for me, and take care of this. The little silly dragon will be fat, so that he can do hard work for me later.
After a few years, the fields here have increased again. It seems that the farmers in Iberia have made a lot more money. Awali is a person who attaches great importance to agriculture.
Salmon's words interrupted George's thoughts. George looked at the herdsmen around him and asked,
It seems there are more than just herdsmen near the city? Indeed. Sir, there are many tribes that often come and go near the city.
Salmon nodded and said,
There are even some areas in the south of the city for tribes to garrison.
The legendary city of Helinska, there are few cities in the southern wilderness. Even though they occupy many castles of Iberian nobles, they do not often live in them. According to Moss, that is,
although the castle is nice, only the priests and the sheep live in the pen every day. The wolf has to patrol the territory and prevent bad guys from invading.
As Moss and others said, the tribe's own tribes patrolled and herded animals everywhere, and not just within their own territory. From time to time, they also set foot on the lands of other tribes. From their point of view, it is not the tall and solid walls that prevent others from bullying the tribes or stealing livestock, but the strong fists. However, each tribe also has fixed strongholds. These strongholds serve as responsibilities for trade, sacrifice, industry, construction, etc., and at the same time, they also closely connect the various tribes together. Halinska is such a legendary city, and it was once the largest city in the eastern part of Iberia. And it was once the royal capital of Iberia. Now it completely belongs to the southern wilderness. Or in other words, it does not belong to a certain tribe or Iberia, but to everyone including the merchants, adventurers, missionaries, nobles, and even envoys who continuously come to visit. The people who live here are not a certain king, prince or lord. They are a pack of wolves that patrol and guard outside the city. Tribes that only stay in the castle all day will be considered cowards and will be plundered by the surrounding robbers. Therefore, the people who manage this place are mainly the priests in the city except Avali. Halinska, in fact. This city is the center of the north, from which War Chief Smoke governs. The Great Chief has brought together the most skilled scholars and craftsmen in Iberia here, and the most advanced metals, and the most sophisticated siege and defense equipment in the southern wilderness can be manufactured here. And many tribes that lack the ability in this area also need to come here to exchange or receive them in order to meet the tribe's demand for high-end weapons and equipment. And this city is also the largest fortress city to the east of the southern wasteland in their eyes. Only the Kingdom of Stars and the Holy Court to the east are the real enemies. To deal with the rebellion in Iberia and the nobles of Elda, an iron rod, a bow, and a few horses are enough. Therefore, there is no fear of anyone attacking here. And it is also the only way to advance from the east to the west. So there are a lot of reserves and technical talents here. The chief also believes that concentrating the main factors of production here can also prevent various tribes from conquering each other and allow them to be more closely connected through here. But in fact, neither of these two ideas is perfectly realized. Because the Great Chief's idea is a bit whimsical, just like collect the weapons of the world and forge 12 golden men. The world will be peaceful. In fact, various tribes over so many years, it has accumulated its own alchemy foundation and technical talents through trade, plunder, and other means. And these guys who are always at odds often stage various competitions in this city, because they want to get more of their own share in Halinska. After Awali came to power, this situation improved a lot. But after Awali became ill, his energy in political affairs seemed not as strong as before. Coupled with the entanglement between the Fire King and the Frost King in the past 2 years, the friction between the various tribes has become increasingly intense. Hearing this, George and Salman looked at each other, and they both laughed in unison. It seems that Awali has figured it out. If the various tribes don't make trouble, it will be difficult for him to survive. Chapter 549, Something with No Eyes. The wide city gate of Halinska can almost allow 5 carriages to pass side by side. But the crowds and carriages entering and leaving the city make it seem a bit crowded. In front of the city gate, there is an area specifically responsible for interrogation and inspection. Individuals and small groups entering the city can line up directly here. However, large caravans must enter the city with a safe number and must complete the registration after a comprehensive inspection. Release. When George and the others came over, a large area in front of the city gate was already occupied by carriages and horses. Each team gathered in a noisy heap. Teams of hundreds are very common here. It seems that this is an area specially designed for caravans to stop and inspect. The soldiers responsible for inspection and registration were mostly Iberians. They inspected and carefully checked the items in these teams. There must be specific documents to determine what products and people are in the team, including where the team comes from and where it is passed. Even if people from the 8 major tribes come here, if they bring a large number of vehicles, they have to go through the formalities according to the procedures. However, leaders usually don't wait here. They show their identity and can go in without queuing. After arriving here, the Kanglan Knights took people to meet the person in charge of the city gate. It seemed that the Kanglan family was very prestigious here. After a while, a team of people responsible for inspection came over to inspect and register. Some of the surrounding caravans seemed a little dissatisfied with this inserting behavior. But after looking at the bodyguards and the team who had hawk-like eyes, they ultimately did not take any action and could only turn their dissatisfaction into something. For the sake of criticism. During the inspection, George, Salman and others strolled around the vehicle and observed the city wall. On the city wall not far away, strong and sturdy southern wilderness soldiers stood on the city wall. They held bows and arrows and looked at the crowd below with their eyes like torches. Occasionally, a few groups of cavalry passed by near the inspection area. They were well armored and moved like wind and thunder, raising pieces of dust and smoke as they passed by. However, despite this deterrence, there were still fights and troubles near the city gate.
But it seems that this situation is extremely common, and everyone around is holding their shoulders and watching the excitement. And some fights were unclear whether they were wrestling matches or real conflicts. But without exception, those who have fights and conflicts are southern wilderness people. The soldiers on the city wall turned a blind eye to this. And it seemed that as long as these people did not approach the restricted area in front of the city gate, they would not interfere. Only when these fights became more and more intense would the passing cavalry rush over and whip them with their whips. Occasionally, if someone makes a big fuss, the cavalrymen will just tie them up with horse shackles and drag them behind the horses without saying a word. The person being dragged could not stand at all, and his clothes would soon be in pieces. However, these people from the southern wilderness who were being punished yelled and cursed loudly while being dragged, without any intention of begging for mercy or repenting. Seeing this scene, George looked strange. Originally, when he saw the soldiers on the city wall, he thought that the discipline here was strict and the city must be extremely orderly. But it's a pity that the troublemakers are all bastards and can't be truly restrained. George noticed that the cavalry looked very arrogant. But in fact they were picking people off. When they were beating and dragging them away, there were a few guys who took the lead in making trouble. And there was no cavalry to take care of them. He just rode his horse over and dispersed the group of guys who were fighting. After the groups were dispersed, the leading guys started yelling at the cavalry. And a fat man picked up a stone and threw it at the retreating cavalry. Seeing the cavalry officer's head beaten with a stone, George touched his chin and almost laughed. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. The leaders of these groups all wore clothes that were very similar to Moss's favorite set of bright red silk, except that they had fewer patterns and lighter colors. The unicorn fur on his head is also very similar, but there are not so many totems drawn. And the horn on the Moskin hat has long been replaced by a big devil's horn from an ogre's unicorn. George looked at the flags erected by the caravan where these people belonged, and found that they seemed to be large and well-known tribes in the southern wilderness. I don't know why the fight started. It seems that the cavalry can tell clearly at a glance which nobles of the large tribes cannot be messed with. But they are the main ones causing trouble. Especially the fat man who threw things. He seemed to be very capable of hitting. Judging from his appearance, he is very different from the decoration on Moss. But there are many patterns. He seems to be a noble of the same class. After the people around him were beaten by him, few people dared to fight back, regardless of their identity. They only wanted to beat the fat man's followers. Even the cavalry whose heads were smashed ran away without looking back after hearing the fat man's curse. Spring and summer are the main hunting seasons. In order to clean up the wolves that harass the herdsmen and the wild boars that harm the fields, various tribes will move, Salmon said. The most conflicts occur at this time, although the chief areas were divided into different tribes. But few actually followed them. Yeah, Moss interjected while looking at the guys checking the goods. How can you graze if you always stay in one place? And that old bastard Smoke is very partial and takes the best pasture. They are all given to my relatives, those losers who are just waiting to die. Who will obey them? At this time, George heard an angry curse from the team. After looking around with Moss and others, he found that the hands and feet of the soldiers responsible for the inspection seemed a little unclean. The Kanglen Knights who followed these soldiers to inspect turned a blind eye to this. But William and others who walked past saw this scene. In William's look, an arbitration knight next to him stared and whipped him a few times. The leather armor on those soldiers was torn to pieces by this whip, and their backs were also torn open. The pain was so painful that they fell to the ground and rolled around with grins on their faces. The leader of the team, who was laughing and talking with the Kanglen Knights, was stunned when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then he drew out his sword with a red face. But after looking up and seeing William and others looking at him with a sneer, the captain was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but blinked hard. The leader was wearing the robe of a priest knight, and the whipper was wearing the black armor of the Temple Judgment Corps. The emblem of the Holy Court on his chest shone brightly in the sun, and he saw a buzz in the captain's head, and his face turned pale. Things with no eyes. You can just touch the things in the Holy Court? After William finished speaking, the arbitration knight whipped him several more times, causing the dirty soldier to roll all over the ground. Chapter 550 Extraordinarily Arrogant. The captain looked at the armor and great god robes on William and others. Then at the Kanglen family emblem on the motorcade and the southern wilderness people in the motorcade. He couldn't help but blinked hard, as if there was nothing wrong with him. Figure out where these three gangs will come together. These goods are all used in exchange for frontline combat needs materials. If there is one less, I will take your head. After saying that, William put on his leather gloves,
without even looking at the soldiers who were stunned in place, and brought the knights left directly. Indeed, this group of people came to this Helenska to ask for frontline war needs. A box of 100 silver foxes is the word of a divine talisman. A bag of spices is a sun stone. This is the right of the Holy Court as the victor, and it is also the material that Nan Wang, as the defeated, must provide to the front line. Under this agreement, Southern Wilderness must affirm the 7 gods in order to have the right to live and graze in the area divided by the Holy Court in Iberia. Although many things about the land in these articles have become useless, according to the regulations, the area where the Southern Wilderness people are actually allowed to move is only a small area. Although, in fact, every time they come to exchange, the middleman will bring out more materials so that the price difference can be evened out. But in the agreement, the talisman and sunstone worth thousands of silver foxes were only worth this little money. Nowadays, Kanglin is the middleman who collects materials. The priests and knights who are responsible for supervising this matter are usually arranged by Duke Kanglin to enjoy it at the big wine pot, and are not willing to come to such a place to get angry anyway. The one who is really responsible for this matter is Helenska Cathedral in Kanglin. There are a lot of things going on here. Anyway, he got what he was supposed to get. So why come here to destroy other people's interests and bring trouble on himself? As for Kanglin, although they had to pay out of their own pockets to make the adults in Nan Wang and Shunting happy, the things they received were many times lower than the market price. Moreover, this kind of strategic materials often have a price but no market. You only need to pay the lowest share every time, and the extra is yours. So the regulations were never strictly enforced. But this time, the good CEO of Chishan had to settle the score carefully. Under the corrupt behavior of the local cathedral and Kanglin, and even their enemies, the victors have become like the defeated. The people of the Southern Wilderness have long forgotten how big the difference between the temple knights of the Holy Court and the knights of the cathedral is. Difference. Moss, put up the flag of our mission. We won't wait here anymore. George glanced not far away. There was a group of guys who had just made trouble over there, and they had already jumped in line obviously. Maintaining the people in charge of order don't want these big men to make trouble anymore. It's been so long that I didn't know who was coming to greet me. I'm really not sensible at all. When the 3 flags of Shuting, Shuangya, and Kanglin were raised in the wind, the knights pushed aside the Southern Wilderness caravans of various tribes blocking the way in front, and walked directly towards the city gate. The knights even mounted their horses, like the knights of Helenska, raising their whips and moving forward to clear the way while shouting and cursing. Many southern wasteland nobles, who were unable to dodge, were whipped directly, and some city soldiers responsible for maintaining order were even whipped in the face. The arrogance was far greater than any tribe present. After the flags of the Holy Court and Frostfang were planted, some of the surrounding crowds that had been crowding near the convoy immediately retreated a large distance. Then the Frostfang Knight and the Dawn Knight all mounted their horses, raised their whips while shouting and scolding, and drove away. Soon a road was opened ahead. Unlike the knights of Helenska, these knights, no matter who is in front of them, they will just whip them if they block the way. Some southern wasteland nobles were unable to dodge, and were even whipped on the face. In that anger, he picked up something and wanted to settle the score. But after seeing clearly who the person who raised his whip and yelled at him, Moss's arrogance immediately disappeared by half, covering his face and retreating. After driving a few steps, after seeing the flag in Moss' hand clearly, his eyes widened. He never thought that this evil man, who was usually domineering, would be holding the flag of the Holy Court. Kanglin's flag seemed to have made an explanation for this, and the 3 flags erected together seemed to indicate that the Frost King had received the olive branch of the Holy Court through the mediation of Kanglin, the middleman. This signal shocked some people who had serious disputes with Kanglin and Frost King, made some tribes very angry, and also made some quick-thinking guys couldn't help but smile at Moss. The smiling faces of these tribes were either those close to the Frost King, or tribes lacking resources. In their opinion, the Frost King must have received great benefits from Shuting and Kanglin, and through the Frost King, they will also be able to get benefits and satisfy their demands on the land. Many shamans in these tribes have actually received signals from Soraya or Soul's cultists. The people in Southern Wilderness, who looked uncertain, were whispering to each other and discussing. Some Southern Wilderness nobles with different ideas have already sent people to leave the team, intending to report this situation to the tribe as soon as possible. The leaders even left the caravan with some of their people, planning to enter the city as soon as possible to discuss the matter with Avali. Just as George hoped, things fermented at an extremely fast speed. He was originally anxious to jump in line, but now he looked at the figure that kept leaving the crowd.
But he was no longer in a hurry to jump in line. At this time, the team had passed through groups of people and came to the front. And the team that had just successfully jumped in line had just completed the formalities and was about to enter the city. The fat man at the head saw William and others walking over, threw the documents directly on the guard officer's table, and couldn't help but stare at the group for a long time. It seemed that he didn't understand why these people were better than him. This was not the first time someone had come to the Holy Court. But this group of people looked particularly arrogant. It wasn't until the fat man, who looked a little naive, was slapped on the head with a whip by Moss that he came back to his senses.
Mozdab?
The arrogant little fat man turned around and couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the man on the horse behind him. Judging from their expressions, the relationship between the two seems to be very good, and their statures are also one big and one small. Not much different.
It's really Moss Buddha. What good food did you eat secretly? We haven't seen each other for a few months. How come you've gained so much weight?
Moss is indeed much stronger than when he first came out of the tribe. It seemed that after he took the 4 basic medicines of the shelter, they all grew on his stomach. But this guy's current strength is already comparable to Agron. Originally, his strength was beyond that of ordinary Red Robe Knights, and was close to that of the tribe's #1 warrior, Deshanu. But now, he is qualified to become a reserve member of George's dragon-slaying team, and he is already far superior to that big stupid cow. Amidst the laughter of the two people, George vaguely heard the name of this man, Ram, who seemed to be a prince from the 8 tribes. But he calls Mozdab, that is, brother. The reason for the fight just now seemed to be due to a conflict that occurred during a certain hunting competition. It seems to be a spring hunt. Judging by the time, this is already May. It's a little too late to say it's spring. However, the winter wheat is about to mature at this time, and the seedlings of spring crops are also growing. So it is just the right time to eliminate the wild beasts that harm the fields. Originally there was no such festival because the tribe did not pay attention to agriculture at all. However, after a Wali came to power, various policies have also changed. Through hunting rankings, each tribe will also be able to evaluate each other's strength, and those with more rankings will be able to win more shares of resources. Prince Ram is a real member of the Sun royal family, and he is usually the closest to the Frost King. However, there seem to be fewer people in their tribe, and their overall strength is at a medium level. It sounds like, in the previous period, during a game, an outside tribe took the lead, after being ridiculed by other tribes. They didn't expect that the prince was in the team, so it turned into a group fight. Ram complained to Mositone and asked him why he didn't participate in this spring's group hunt. Just like in previous years, among the Mose tribe's thighs, Ram and the others were sure to take the top 3. But this time, under the deliberate exclusion of a certain Deshania and the Ministry of Fire, they almost didn't even get the resource quota. While Ram and Moss were complaining, he looked at the leader on horseback behind Moss many times. The man's face was easygoing, but his eyes were extremely penetrating. The garrison officers, who were originally responsible for conducting inquiries, became the party being questioned during the dialogue with him. After a few questions, the garrison officer, who was neither fearful nor overbearing at first, broke out in a cold sweat.